which is the segue into my advanced tapping for rainmakers, right? So, of course, I work with my own tappers, but one of the big breakthroughs I have, like sometimes I'll work with somebody one-on-one for a while as they're tapping, right? And almost always the biggest mistake, especially if they've been tapping for a while, that I'd say the second biggest mistake actually, is they're too positive and they're too enthusiastic, right? And this is kind of like, it's almost like because if you read old sales books, right, you're supposed to be positive, right? It's a transfer of enthusiasm, right? That's what sales, I guess it's a transfer of enthusiasm, right? And I'm not saying that's never a tool to pull out, right? But when they start getting on the fence and they're getting really, really ready to make a decision, positivity and enthusiasm is not what gives them the trust and the confidence to move forward as a typical rule, right? So I say what we want to, it's not even really so much replace positivity with as mix in reality into the positivity, right? So if you say something that's positive, right, we want to mix in some reality with that as well, right? If somebody says like, I'm concerned, like we're doing a coaching course, like I'm concerned I'm not going to know enough to actually help the people, right? What will I get enough I'll feel confident before I take on a client, right? So if I would just say like, yeah, you're going to get this, you're going to get that, you're going to get this, it's going to be fucking awesome, right? You know, it's not going to be as powerful as first listening, right? And asking a question like, where do you think you need the most help, right? Where do you think you need the most? So you want to be confident, right? Where do you think you need the most help? Well, I just want to know what foods, I need to be telling people to eat and why they need to eat them, right? So I just pair it back. So you want to feel confident and you want to know why you're recommending certain foods. Yes, right? So part of it is the listening, right? And understanding, again, they're sitting next to me, not across from me. We're sitting next to each other, just like if she was my grandma or my son or something like that, when we're trying to make a good decision together, right? But I'm going to put some reality back into this, right? I'm going to be like, hey, I have a concern. You're already working as a nurse, right? This is not all sunshine and roses. Like to learn all this, it's going to require about 5 hours a week for you to carve out, right? Is that realistically going to be possible with everything that you've got going on right now? And then it's not magic. Sometimes they'll say, well, you know what? That's a good point. No, I don't. Right? But it changes the stance, right? From somebody who's just trying to sell something to somebody with enthusiasm and syrup and sugar, right? With sitting beside somebody, right? And saying, hey, realistically, like, you know, you're going to have this to learn. You're going to need to invest this in it, right? And you can even swing it back a little bit with a little bit of positivity, right? You can say, if, you know, and she ends up saving it, right? It's like, oh yeah, like, but this is really important to me because, I want to get out of the healthcare field. And especially with this COVID, I feel like I'm bringing this maybe back to my family, right? So I can definitely fit this in, right? But now instead of me saying, well, if you're serious about this, you'll fit this in, right? But we're on a side by side level, right? And I can say, oh, that makes sense. And you know what? Doing this with support, right, of other people and somebody else and a coach to lean on won't make it easy, but it'll be easier than just doing it all by yourself. Oh my God, yes it will, right? Does that make sense? So we want to like watch our syrupy positivity, enthusiasm, right? Especially if we're not balancing it with reality. I'm not saying to be negative Nellies either, right? But We want to have this be reality. In any reality, there's positive things, right? And there's things to be concerned about, right? But so the number 2 mistake is just too much positivity and enthusiasm, right? When people get this, I see them all of a sudden just start closing like crazy. They have different responses, and people are like, the prospects start trying to save the sale themselves if they can, right? But it becomes a collaboration, right? Rather than a convincing, like, well, if you're really serious about this, you'll find the money. If you're really serious about this, right, you dedicate the time. If you're really serious about this, you'll let go of your fears and just be confident, right? Those kind of things, right? So the number 1 mistake, right, and the reason all this comes out from is having the wrong stance. We're sitting across the table from them, trying to sell them something, rather than sitting next to them, helping them decide if this is going to be a good decision, not only for them, but for you, right? Because if you're selling for yourself, guess what? You're going to have to work with these guys, right? If you're selling for somebody else, guess what? They're going to have to work with them, right? So we want to make sure, she says, well, I'm not really good at sales. So like, how am I going to get clients, right? Well, let me ask you, are you saying you're not good at sales or you hate sales? Right? Oh, I hate sales. Perfect, right? I can tell you right now that this line of work will drive you absolutely batshit crazy, right? And I don't want to do that to you. And why would you want to bring somebody in to be so scared if they have to sell, right? Now, if you have a way around it or, something, but why would you want to bring somebody in, right, that is super, super scared of selling, right? Right? Or hates the idea of selling, right? If that's one of the things you have to do. Does that make sense? I might be kind of getting Columbo-ish with that, right? But it's about helping people make a decision, a good decision, sitting next to them, not across the table, super excited that they're about to buy your Whiz-Banger 2000, right? At a price nobody's seen before, right? And it will all be gone to buy tomorrow. That's going to get you a lot of, well, let me think about it. Let me think about it. Oh, it's just too much, right? So mix in some reality, right, with the positivity, and a lot of that will come out more naturally, right? If you change, if it's a problem, if you have a stance of being beside them rather than across from them, right, trying to sell them something. So that's all I got on that, right? It seems like a small thing, but just I'll work with somebody and all of a sudden they'll go from, tapping 1 out of 10 people in to like tapping 4 and 5, like 50% in, right? Because usually by the time people reach out, especially if you've had some pre-selling going on, right? They want it, right? They're just kind of on the fence, right? They're on the fence about it, right? And what they're looking for is somebody to be real with them, right? And help them decide, is this going to be, in my situation, is this going to be a good fit for me, right? And a bunch of super positive, hey, well, if you're a breathing human and you've got a wallet with some credit and a credit card with some limit on it, it's going to be fucking awesome, right? Like that's like, oh, sorry, I gotta watch my mouth there. I don't want Elijah's kid like F word being the first thing he says, so I'll be careful of that. Be super awesome, right? So, any questions on that? You have to recheck your stance a lot, right? And I think part of it too comes from what Oren Klaff views as what he says called being the prize, right? It's like you really, part of what I do is I always, and I tell my tappers, like whether you have one person or you're tapping 50 people, right? Always assume that you have a line of people, right? You guys probably heard me talk about this a lot, right? There's a line of people, right? You ain't got time for no shenanigans, right? There ain't no time for no shenanigans, right? They're going to come in. You're going to help them decide if this is a good decision for them, right? In a benevolent, empathetic, kind way, but not overly nice, syrupy way, right? That's the big thing. Like same side of the table. If you don't think your shit can really help, you don't think your stuff can really help people, or you don't think the stuff that you're selling can really help people, either change your stuff, right, or quit selling it. I'm not pointing any fingers here, by the way. I'm just pointing it out. Go ahead, Graves.
Thank you. I'm curious. I swear I've heard you talk about the pendulum swing between that 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, the Sandler idea.
Yep.
Does this kind of fit into there, or have you softened that at all, or is it the same thing?
It kind of fits in there. Usually when, like in chapter 8, when he's talking about negative reverse selling, it's usually once they've stated a position or a full frontal objection, right, to use that. Here, I'm just saying mix in some reality with the positivity, right? If you can, right? So, not if you can, just when it needs it, right? But I think we have a tendency sometimes to want to like not talk about anything negative, right? We have a tendency, like I tell this example all the time. When I was selling POS systems, we had the most expensive POS system by far, right? It was almost like much more expensive. People were like, what the heck, right? So that's usually where I would lead out somewhere in the conversation, right? And say, hey, if you want to change out your system every 2 or 3 years, right, you can get a much less expensive system, right? We are the only people that actually manufacture all the computer equipment, the POS and the printers and the interfaces, right? So that you could actually have your system for 5 years, 10 years. We always pointed out some of the hotels, right? Without having to change the whole thing out, right? Which requires retraining people and re-putting the menu items in and all kinds of stuff, right? So that's why we're so much more expensive. There's not a right choice, right? You want to change out your system every couple of years, right? Or are you looking more for a long-term solution, right? That is going to require less training, right? And all that kind of stuff, right? But just helping them make that decision, right? Not even, in some ways, it's like looking at where your weak points are and presenting those weak points, right? Not overly doing it, right? Because you can just be a Debbie Downer, like, oh, my shit's no good, my stuff's no good, like, oh, I can't believe Debbie. Yeah, I'm not saying like that, right? But just mix in that reality along with it, right?
That's kind of what you call taking some of the shiny off?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of times I start it with like, hey, I might have a little bit of a concern, right? I've got a concern, right? I might answer their question, or here's where I might see the challenge, right? So start with positivity. Here's where I might see a challenge, right? A lot of times I'll bring this up if I know somebody's really, really analytical, right? Because part of the thing about me is like I press on the gas, right? And we steer once the car's going, right? But my wording's usually like I drive super analytical people batshit crazy, right? So if you need to know like every single step mapped out till the nth degree, I'm totally not your dude. Right? Now I will cover, like I'm always looking at risk versus reward, and I'm not going to let you step on your own man parts or lady parts, right? Because I'm always looking at what's the risk, right? But to me, like I'm going to push you. If it's just ego, I'm going to push you. I'm going to push you to get that car off the curb. You can't steer a parked car, right? So I just want to bring that up now, right? Because that's one of the things that will drive people crazy, right? But Travis, I need to have a 12-step plan all mapped out. I need to know what every email is going to say for the next 3 weeks, right? That's not the way we roll over here. That's not the way I roll, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, right? So that's kind of where I go with it, right? And by the way, it works perfectly great on phone or Zoom calls too. Like you can tell there's this moment where people are like, oh, I can relax and trust this person, right? Because he's not just going to blow smoke up my keister.
Is this principally the same as someone's not sold on the idea, but you know what they need, so you force what they need, but they don't know what they need, so they're resistant because it's not their idea yet. Like, well, and there are other businesses selling funnels to mortgage brokers. They need a funnel. And the guy's getting on the phone. He's saying, you need a funnel, you need a funnel, you need a funnel. But he's not selling them on the idea. He's forcing the idea down their throat. And I've just helped them shift that towards empathy, understanding where they are and walking them towards that idea rather than, I know what is best for you. Is that the same problem?
I think it's a little bit different. If I have a fundamental difference with what somebody's doing or saying, I'll bring it out. I'll do it in a way, hopefully I'm not making them wrong, but I'll just say, like, if that's the direction you want to go, I'm not going to be a good fit for you. Right. If somebody, like coming into well, let me do a firm one easier. Like, because I just had a call last week with a old partner, and when I worked with them before, we did different things, right? And now I just do one thing, right? I do basically thank you and second helping campaigns, right, to their customer databases, right? I'm not your email management guy, right? I won't be selling your live events and all that kind of stuff, right? There's no problem if that's what you're looking for, but I just want to come in and make you a lot of money that you don't have to spend a lot of your brain bandwidth and worry about, right? But if you want somebody to manage your email, that's cool. I'm just not your dude for that, right? Or somebody might come to me, and a lot of people come to me thinking they need more traffic, right? And I can work on ads and I can work on stuff, but if I don't think traffic is their problem, right, I'm just going to come out and tell them that, right? Like, here's the thing. You've got a bucket, right? And you got all kinds of holes in the bucket, the way I'm seeing it, right? And you're driving yourself crazy trying to go all the different traffic spigots and get your bucket to fill up so you can run home fast enough to put the profit in the bank, right? I'm not going to play that, right? We're going to figure out what's wrong. Why aren't people staying with you? Why aren't they buying the second thing, right? And we're going to plug those holes up in the bucket first, and then it's a beautiful thing because then all the traffic works, right? If you get the right offer, right? We open your offer, make your offer door yes hole bigger, right? We can pre-sell it, put people in, but then people retain, right? It's a whole different business model. But if you just want to be, and some people just want to be famous, right? I've got a lot of young guys coming to me, they just want to be famous. Cool, I want to get a million YouTube followers, or I want to get, a million podcast downloads or whatever. I'm like, that's awesome. That's not what we do over here. Right? So it's just kind of being clear on that, right? But sometimes I will challenge people, right? I will challenge people. And that's also how they know you're being real with them too, right? When you challenge what they say they need, versus what they really need, right? If that makes sense. I don't know if I helped at all, James, or just made things more confusing.
No, I think one of my shifts with my own coach is just, truth on the table. And that's coming out in my interactions with prospects.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm telling them why it's not going to work. And I'm telling them where the constraints are, and that smart people complicate the shit out of everything, and you're smart and you might complicate the shit out of this. So,
that's what's funny is when I do sales calls now, if I'm doing it for the firm or if I do happen to take a sales call for somebody, we spend half of the time talking about why this might not work. Right? And I'm just like, let's put this, like, okay, so here's what you want, right? I figure out what they want, what's stopping them, where we think. Now, now let me see if I can talk you out of it, right? And then that's kind of where I bring those things. And here's some challenges that I see for us working together, right? And half of my call, like, I was actually talking to she's a sales expert, like a really, really well-known sales expert. And I just started out my call, like, she's probably going to be like analyzing my sales presentation or whatever, right? And I'm just like, so that's the first thing I talk about. Like, it could be a little nerve-wracking about talking with a sales expert, so I'm just going to be like, why don't we just talk about what would stop us from working together? She's like, ooh, that's so smart. Right? And we just talk about, like, here's where I'm a pain in the ass to work with, right? I want 50%. I want total control, right? All these kind of things, right? But it's just a real conversation. The upside is, like, I can bring you in, if it works, I can bring you in a shit ton of money. You don't have to do anything, but it might not work. But Travis doesn't want you looking over every email, right? Or, like, I'm not looking for a boss, right? So I just lay it out, right? And there's just something like, people say, oh, well, it's because you've got some reputation or whatever. No, it's not. Like, if you ever, like, I used to be able to do this. I don't know, like, I can tell by the way a business person answers the phone if they're the owner or not. I can just tell. I used to walk into restaurants, right? And because when I was selling POS systems, I could just scan and I could tell, like, who was in charge, right? Maybe it's a little bit of a sixth sense, right? But it doesn't have so much to do with your reputation as, are you the prize or not, right? Do you consider yourself the prize? And then you can't be the prize to everybody, but you know who the hell you're the prize to, right? And you're totally okay with them not seeing that, right? I think it's the same thing with tapping too. It's like, it's cool if, like, you don't want to do this. There's no pressure.
Where does that spill over into indifference, where you're like, where does it spill over into arrogance, saying, I don't need anybody, I'm so goddamn important? That's the tightrope, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I probably have been called arrogant, maybe.
No.
Maybe behind my back a little bit, I can't think of anybody that's ever said it to my face, right? But I try to hold enough space to where I can be wrong about something, where I'm not completely like that. But I don't try to make them wrong. I just say, here's the way that I work. You're free to work somehow other than the way that I work. But I'm just trying to decide if we're going to be like peanut butter and jelly or peanut butter and mustard. Right? There's nothing wrong with mustard or jelly. It's just a matter of if we're going together or not. Like, it's going to be a good combo. Right? So I think maybe I can let some of that, I stop some of that from happening by not making them necessarily wrong. Right? If that makes sense.
By using your own vulnerability to say, this is my operating system and this is how I do it. I acknowledge that it's not perfect, but this is me. And
yeah.
Your nice guy negotiation stuff is so brilliant. So brilliant. I think I foobarred it, but it's still, there was somebody that just kept changing the date to have a coffee chat.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, they're not telling me, they're just changing it, because I used their calendar link. I was like, whatever.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. So I just did hey, it's a perfectly reasonable, I didn't use the word request in that case because they weren't asking, but I just said, hey, it's perfectly reasonable to change the date. We all get busy. I get it. And I think I messed this up, but I said over here, we just have a tiny little rule where if we're going to change the date, we let both parties know so we can agree on a new date. And what would you like to do? And we actually ended up having our call.
Amazing when you. That's I'm glad you brought that up, because I think part of it is like, who makes the rules in your life, right? I make the rules in my life. Now, I'm not saying that other people have to follow my rules, right? It's like, now that, I work Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, right? You're free to PM me anytime that you want to, right? More than likely, I'm only going to answer on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, though, right? I just don't make the other person wrong, right? If you're the type to have a lot of emergencies, right? That's okay. But we're not going to be a good fit, right? So I'm either going to help you manage your business and life so you're not having emergencies all the time, right? If that's appealing to you. Or you can keep your emergencies, right? And we just won't work together. Where do you think we should go from here? But yeah, I think that's what it is too. Like when you're the prize, right? I'm using Warren Claff's terminology, right? Who makes the rules, right? You can just say, it's like with our links, right? I have a rule. I don't send out a payment link, right? Unless you're 100% sure you're in. Are you saying you're 100% sure? Yeah. Perfect. Because people will say, yeah, send me a link to get you off of the phone, right? Or get you off of the chat. But saying send me a link is not the same thing as I'm going to buy now, right? So I just want to get to the truth on the table, right? We're doing some follow-up taps with people that have previously said they're out, right? But it's a new thing we're trying, but we're going to use some follow-up taps, people that said they're out. I think the first tap that we're going to use is, hey, Sue Ann, enjoyed talking with you 3 or 4 months back, right? I was just looking at this last conversation. I'm wondering if I should close the file on you forever. I don't want to be a pest. And then she can say, yeah, close I don't like you. Get the hell out of here, right? Or she said, no, don't do that, right? I was just kind of waiting for this, right? Well, the things open back up again, right? So I'll let you guys know how that goes, right? But making it okay if she wants to close the file for good, right?
Travis said earlier with the T2s being not just for a selling tool, but for you to get people out as well. If you let in the wrong people, it's your time to use it as a qualification for yourself. But it really does what he's saying too, is it really makes them scratch and crawl and try and sell you to let them back in. I mean, I've had people go in after me telling them no, that they're not quite a good fit to go to my partner and beg their way in back that way. And they're asking, why aren't we letting him in? He has the money. Like, it just doesn't look like it's going to be a good partner to work with. And you know it. it ended up turning out, we let him in, and that was probably the worst customer we've ever had.
Yeah.
So.
Good point. Yeah, I consider myself to be, I don't know, fortunate's not the right word, but I'm in a good position, right? I understand sometimes, as much as I like to be enlightened, right, there is a physical world out there. So, but like I haven't been too motivated to teach new people recently, right? And I've been kind of like planning a new phoneless sales machine campaign. I just been kind of putting it off, right? I just enjoying what I'm doing, working with you guys, right? Running the firm, making the breakthroughs I'm running in the firm, right? And so I've got a campaign, like I won't say campaign, but I've got stuff all kind of locked and loaded, ready to go. Like people got some mojo bucks that they can spend and all kinds of stuff, right? But actually, I'll credit this to Troy. Like when I saw Troy make his post, it's like, like that. Those kind of things motivate me, right? Maybe I'll take a few more new people on, right? Because like how many other super guys like Troy that has magic and leadership to share with people, right? And people that really need them, right? So that kind of motivates me, right? But it also helps the tapping, right? When it's like, I don't have to have new people, right? I don't have to have them, right? And sometimes, it's depending on where your cash flow is at, and it can be more challenging, right? If there's somebody that you'd really like to sell, right? And maybe your cash flow is taking a dip or something, right? But it's the most challenging part is living your life. I gotta be careful how I say this because I don't want to give you guys the wrong idea. Saying yes to the wrong person, right? Even if you need the capital sometimes can set you back farther, right? Capital wise than, right? So I'm not saying to be inactive. I think you want to be even more proactive generating opportunities, right? You just want to be super proactive generating possible opportunities, right? So you can do the picking and the choosing, right? I think what happens though sometimes is people become less proactive. So they just kind of wait whoever comes along, right? And then they're just going to try to convince that person, right? So I just want to be careful. I'm not saying not to do anything, right? I'm a big believer in action and even over action to figure things out, right? But the more I think that you start living like you don't need the money, the faster you get to that position, right? Or whatever the next level of the money it is, right? Wherever you live up to that next level of, and I don't mean like just going out and buying a Rolls Royce, because Travis told me to live up to, that thing, right? But more of the, like, hey, very often I've told you guys, like, it's the first thing you need to change a lot of times is not what we do, is who we do it for, right? And we got to change who we do it for and change the whole thing, right? And we can change the when and the where that we do it, or it can make a big, big difference, right? So I was picking great who's, but working on their prospect lists, right? Just working so much harder, right? Start working on their customer databases, like, same who's, different wins, right? Now the closer and closer I get to the moment they just bought the last thing, like even the better that works, right? But a lot of it is about not changing what we do. It's changing the who we do it for, right? What gets in the way, I think, sometimes is we say, well, my status is a 3 and their status is a 7. No, we're all 10s, We're all tens. Status, like, shouldn't be like, I am super good at the narrow things that I do. I'm shitty at other stuff. But it doesn't matter. Like, I don't look at somebody and say, oh, this person is making this much money, or he's got this much notoriety, right? Or his authority card is higher than mine, right? It's not that that's what's preventing us from making the leap that we need to make, right? Is we're like, oh, my status is some number lower. And we end up just working with people that are our status, or in our mind, our status are lower. Right? Does that make sense? And then what happens is, I'm just kind of shooting off the cuff here, right? Then what happens is like, oh, I really don't like working with these guys. Right? Like, oh, they're still beginners. They're doing all this beginner stuff, right? Sometimes because we made ourselves too responsible and too big of a promise, right? I'm going to turn your whole business around. I'm going to turn your whole life around. I'm not saying some people can't do that, right? But, oh, little babies there. But just like that fighter said, what do? Right? I just knock some motor voters out, right? What do? I just use my email, direct mail, and tapping team, right? To make sales miracles happen. Like, we get on the phone, we do an offer call, right? I go do my thing. Next thing you know, right, you've got another $100,000 sitting in your Stripe account, right? It's just a miracle. Right? It doesn't have anything to do with how good of a person I am, or how good, because the reality is we're all tens as far as value as a human, right? I'm not saying some of us are more skilled than others, right? Or maybe our skills are more valued in society, right? But that's our role. That's not our identity. Does that make sense? I think this all applies to tapping, right? It all applies to tapping, right? If we tap and we're like, oh, well, they're always right, and I've got to like sugarcoat everything, right? And be syrupy and overly enthusiastic, right? And it just doesn't feel real either, right? You get the what I call white knuckle tapping, like white knuckle driving, like, right? If you're not having fun tapping, if it's not nice and light, and you're bumping around a little bit, right? And being light and having some fun, right? Because what keeps us all bundled up is like, oh, I gotta hide something from them, right? Somebody says, man, I'd really like to see all the modules, and I like to see all the step-by-step stuff that we do. I'm like, dude, that's a great question, a great thing to want to see, but I have a concern. I'm going to drive you bat poop crazy because I don't have any of that. Here's the way I work, right? And for some people, they're like, no, I just need to have that. Perfect. But a lot of people say, well, you know what? Like, I overanalyze things a lot, and I see where it's really, really stopped me in my life, so this is probably what I need. They'll tell me that, right? I'd be like, are you sure? Right? Because we're probably going to push the envelope, man. It's not always going to be comfortable, right? Oh, man, that's what I need. Well, if you're okay with that, right? I like what you got going on over here, right? You got these assets. I think we can make it work. I can enroll you now, but you tell me where you'd like to go. Let's do it. Perfect. Right? Does that make sense? Kind of all those things, right? had a big person reach out, right, to me, and I'm like, hey, this is by PM. She's wanting to get together. Hey, like I was talking to somebody about you. You did X amount of business for them. I wanted to see how we look working together. I'm like, hey, I'm always happy to see you, right? I'm always happy to see you in my PMs. I'm kind of a pain in the butt to work with. I have a waiting list that goes out till the beginning of next year for my firm, right? I said, but I'm always open to jumping on, doing a Zoom with you and seeing what you're up to, right? And see if we can maybe work it in for the beginning of the next year. I'm bringing that up because what would a lot of people do? And I'm not trying to be arrogant, but what a lot of people do? Oh yeah, let's do it, right? Yeah, good thing, like, and they'd get on the call, right? And they're trying to squeeze it in, or I'm not saying I'll say I've never squeezed in something as a favor, but I was going to tell them, I'll just say like, hey, we're going to squeeze you in, right? In between things, right? Because the choices are either we start in 2021, right? Or we just do this very relaxed when we have some openings and we squeeze this and we squeeze it in there, right? And they're like, oh, that's okay. I'm in no rush, right? Or they'd be like, yeah, that doesn't work for me. Like, I really want to get it going. Okay, cool. The advantage I have is like nobody else does it though, right? So they kind of gotta wait on me, right? Which sounds arrogant, right? But I put myself like, how can I be the only person that does this in this specific spot, right? Call it the mini monopoly, right? How can we work out a mini monopoly for ourselves? Awesome. Anybody got a question? Go ahead, Troy.
All right. So I got this guy who, he said he doesn't like the fact that he has to commit to something for 12 years or 12 years, yep. 1 year. And, but then later on in that same conversation, he says he has the time. So I'm kind of confused. Have you ever gotten that before?
Come in and say, hey, I appreciate that. Not everybody wants to commit to a year-long thing, right? Totally appreciate it. We're going to have a little bit of a challenge because that's the only way that I work for this, right? You can come in for 12 months, right? Or we can just put this on the back burner, right, until you have 12 months. Where do you think we should go from there? You might swing the pendulum back and say, can you remind me again why you were considering this at all, right? To go back to and let him talk about that, right?
Okay.
But if the only way that you're open to working with him is over the 12 months, which it sounds like it's a smart thing because he's never been in the painting business before, right? Then I would stick with that wisdom and let him decide what adventure he wants.
Okay.
If I go to my doctor, right, and it's not about being a dick, right? If I go to my doctor, I just can't not do dirty words. I'll probably have to make a rule, like if you don't mind your kids talking dirty, like, because they're gonna probably be foul-mouthed sailors by the time they've been set through a few dojos. But if I go to my doctor and I say, "Hey doc, I need some penicillin," right? The first thing he's gonna do is ask me some questions. He's not just gonna give me penicillin, right? Hey, what's going on? Well, I got an earache. Oh, okay. Let me take a look, right? And then he writes me up a prescription for penicillin. If I say, oh, this is for 30, I only want one. I just want to take one. He's like, it don't work that way. Like I'm not going to write you a prescription for one. You can go try to find a doctor that'll write you a prescription for one penicillin pill. But for penicillin to be effective, you have to take the whole dose. So I don't know what to do here. You need to take this prescription, and I guess you could just not take it, right? You just go take one, but like you know, so it's kind of the same thing here, right? It's like, hey, I hear what you're saying. You want one penicillin pill? That's not the way we work over here. It's not going to be, the worst thing I could do to you is give you one penicillin pill, because like you're still going to have the earaches, right? It might even come back worse, right? So the only way it's going to work for me is for me to give you the whole dosage, right? You want to try to find a doctor that will just give you one penicillin? That's up to you.
Is it okay to do like an analogy like that in the conversation?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah.
Okay. But sometimes I feel like that might help them understand what you're saying better.
I use analogies and metaphors all the time, right? Usually with pretty good success. Sometimes you're like, screw you, Travis. I just want one penicillin pill. Okay. I just want to be famous. Okay. Cool. Right. Just want to make lots of sales. I don't care how long they stay. I'll just buy more ads, right? Cool. That's not what we do over here. My fuel up, or my mojo moment, is this fuel up today. So I've been pretty excited about it. I've been chomping at the bit, actually, to get this out of beta mode and share it with you guys. We've talked a little bit about it. I mentioned the love letter a little bit to you guys, but let me see if I can share my screen here and bring this puppy up. All right. Can you guys see that? It should say $1 Million Offer Dojo Special Founders Invitation. Awesome. Okay. So this is the actual love letter, but there's some stuff that happens before the love letter that kind of makes us effective. The first time that I used this actually was when Sarah came down in January to Arkansas. And it was the invitation after the event, right? So after we do these events or we deliver our group coaching or whatever it is, it doesn't have to be group coaching. I've used it one-on-one, but typically I think part of the problem that we're having is we don't make the ongoing offers because nobody really wants to pitch, right? And it's uncomfortable, especially in social programming today, when we're asking 10, 25, 50,000 or more to kind of get those words out without having cotton mouth and those kind of things, right? So I've been playing with this, and it's been working amazingly well. But I need to back it up before we actually talk about the love letter. And it's kind of something that Sarah was talking about today. I think I know who she's working with, and he's actually in the Mojo group. So, and that's totally cool. When you bring somebody on a first date, right, that date going well has more to do with your conversion than all the fancy words that you can pull up from China, right? I did a call recently. My mind's going blank. I got too many things spinning around in it. The 3-day 100K Zoom workshop, right? Where we talk about if you're having a wedding, one thing better happen. That better be 2 people get married, right? And we want to design our front ends so there's only one thing that's going to happen. I was just talking with Aaron today. And so he teaches people how to outsource their Amazon thing, how to get things off of their plate, right? But that's too big of a first date. So what he can start with is how do you outsource your customer service, right? If you can just do that on a first date, if you can just get that off of their plate, hiring a VA and have their customer service outsourced, then he can naturally say, hey, there's other things, as you know, on your plate, right? You've got inventory, you've got bookkeeping, you've got your paid advertising, and that can be the second date. Does that make sense to everybody so far? What's going to be hard is to say, come into my 9-week program or 8-week program. I'm going to dump 3 tons of gigabytes of stuff on you, right? And then hope that you that you move forward past that point. Inside of your first date, though, and on your first date, you do not want to hide your intentions. You do not want to hide that you would like to go steady or that you would like to get married. And it sounds ridiculous when I say it that way, but this is kind of exactly what we do. I've noticed in a lot of our front ends, we never talk about what's next. And, we just kind of like, well, maybe hopefully if this goes well, then I'll just surprise proposal them, right? And surprise proposals, while they're all romantic and movies and everything, probably get more no's than the proposals where they know it's coming, but they just don't know when it's going to be. Does that make sense? You also don't want to surprise them with the big particulars, right? Like if you know that they're not ready to have kids yet and you want to have a Brady Bunch, probably the wrong time to bring that up is any time around while you're on your knee, right? That's going to give them a lot to think about, right? You want to have these things inside of your first date, like when you're delivering your insight and your training and such. Along with that, give them the investment. Now you can anchor them to a higher investment. You can anchor them to so on this level that we're going to talk about, I actually anchored them to the Mojo Mastermind investment, which is $48K now. So they're all thinking $48K for the whole time that I work with them through the pre-training, through the 3-day workshop and the Q&As. They're thinking $48K this whole time, right? If you're going to make a special offer and credit them money, you can anchor them to that higher thing, right? Then it'll be lower when you credit them the money. But you don't just start talking about it on day one, right? Talk about your ongoing and how that works and what people pay and why they pay it, right? And the results that they get interspersed throughout your training, right? So what we're trying to lead up to is a point of kind of no surprises, right? When you hand them the love letter, which is kind of a proposal, right? So then the day comes, you've delivered your first date. They've gotten a result. They've had a fantastic appetizer. They've had a fantastic conversation. They've enjoyed the meal. They're finishing up with dessert and they bring the espresso out, right? And around this time is a time that you can start to begin to propose, right? Or at least let them know maybe a proposal is coming. So I've started basically doing live T3s. Instead of me like going out and pitching for 20 or 30 minutes about all the reasons why they should be in the ongoing support, right? I T3 it out. So in the live setting, the reason this is in Word and not Notepad is because I print this out, right? So if you're going to hand it to somebody, Word makes a lot better printouts than Notepad. But I print this out on fancy paper, and I put a big gold paper clip on it, and then I put it inside of a fancy leather-bound folder. And this is kind of the way that I present it live, right? If I'm going to present it in a virtual setting, I do it by private messenger, right? By Facebook Live, and I'll tell you more details on that here in a second. Here's the way I typically do it. So you have a group, right? Whether it's a group on virtual or a group on Zoom or a group live in front of you. And prior to this point, you want to have set up what's the next challenge, right? If this is the first time they heard about this challenge, they're not going to be open to it, right? So if I'm Aaron, as I'm helping them outsource their customer service, I'm going to be talking about outsourcing. It's amazing when you can outsource your paid ads, and even better when you can outsource your inventory. As a matter of fact, a true story, he was just telling me today, somebody just got stuck with $100,000 or $50,000 Amazon overstock bill, right? Proper inventory management will help you eliminate those type of charges, right? That's not what this is about, but you can tell those stories, right, about the challenges of the other stuff that is coming up after the first date. So what I typically do is I'm getting ready to go into, quote unquote, the pitch, which would be basically a T3. I say something to the effect of, I know that you need more details, but how many of you would be open to working with me on tackling this challenge? And I don't say tackling this challenge, but whatever that thing is, how many of you guys would be open to working with me on coming up with your mini monopoly offer and your ongoing offer and making sure that that worked, right? And it won't hurt my feelings if you don't raise your hand, but just give me a show of hands, right? So I'm T1ing them now, right? I never had it where people didn't raise their hand, but I have my plan B. If they don't, I might ask, well, what are you open to working with me on, right? I may not roll there, right? Or I might change my positioning. But I haven't had that happen yet. I don't think you will either, because as you go through your thing, you're going to kind of understand like what the pain points are, right? But you have them raise their hand on Zoom. I had them do it on Zoom. Let's just go ahead and keep your hands raised. Keep it raised so I can see. I got to scroll through this, right? And I think I had a group of 8 there at the time, and 7 people had their hands up, right? I said, thank you. I really appreciate that. Then you roll into the T2. And the T2, basically and I start out with who this won't be for, who I'm not good with working with, right? And I make it more about me than about like they don't qualify, right? I drive over analytical people, or I don't try to say over analytical, but really analytical people, batshit crazy. We are very much, here's the strategy. Let's do it. Let's roll off the curb, right? If you want to go to fancy places like Bali or Honolulu or the Philippines, I am not your dude. Like I don't prefer to travel at all. I say take your family. They're a lot more fun and exciting than me, right? So tell them all the things, right, that you wouldn't be a good fit for. And then you tell them like the people that you notice are good fits for you. So I just say usually I attract people that aren't trying to get famous, but people are more into financial security. They have to know that their business is going to be here this year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. They're more interested in putting foundational principles in where they can grow and keep their families safe regardless of what the economic climate or the economy does, right? Or what Mark Zuckerberg does or what Jeff Bezos does, right? So I'm T2ing them right there, right? Is all I'm really doing. And then I give them my big vision for what we would work on. I don't make it very long, right? So if you guys decided you would want my help, what we would do is come up and help you with your trifecta, which is your ongoing offer, your front-end offer, and your opt-in offer, right? The reason most people have such a hard time is because they start backwards. They start with the opt-in and the tripwire, and they try to go to the front end, and they try to go to the back end. If you start in reverse, it's so much easier. This is nothing new because I've already explained all this to them before, right? So I'm going to help you come up with your ongoing, your mini monopoly, front-end offer, and your opt-in offer. There's a bunch of other stuff that we can do. One of the things I'm excited about, and I'll tell them one thing that I'm excited about that I know that they'll be excited about. So in this last particular case was my tap-offs. 4 times a year, we're all going to get together over Zoom, and we're going to tap in deals together. Right? I knew they were excited about that. I already pre-tested that. Other than that, I'm going to get with you over private message, or if you're standing in a group, this is when you would pass out your invitations, right? I decide, if you're passing these out, I would say, I don't want an answer today, right? I do provide a credit if you want to do this before tomorrow at noon or what have you. It's all the information is inside here, right? And I pass those out. If it's in a virtual, I didn't even do them all at the same time. You don't have to be under pressure like to do them all at the same time. I picked the people I thought would be the most likely to come in so I could tweak my love letter if I needed to tweak it. But basically the messaging goes like this. And you can do it differently. I'll give you some alternative stuff. But the way that I did it was, hey, Grayson, thank you so much, again, for coming through, the Phoneless Sales Machine, Tapper Edition. Man, you just really added a lot to it. I really appreciate it, right? And they'll get a little conversation going. And I'm like, are you considering going steady with me? You might want to do something different, right? You might say, are you considering getting my help on whatever those challenges were, right? What you do not want to say is, would you like the information? Would you like the details? Because everybody's going to say they want the details of the information. That's not what you're asking for. You're basically asking them to go steady at this point, right? So you want to say, I kind of joke around with it. I say, are you considering going steady with me, right? And they'd be like, haha, yes, I am considering it, right? I'll be like, terrific. Would it be okay with you if I just attached my proposal, right? They'd be like, yes, of course, that's fine, right? And it's kind of fun. Then I say something to the effect of, I want you to take all the time that you need, but don't leave me sitting here on one knee forever, okay? So you might say, there are alternative ways, like go ahead, read through it, take any time you need, but just let me know if you're in or out. And they'll be like, perfect, or thank you, sure. And then that's when you attach your love letter, which we're going to go over here in a second. The typical thing is, I don't know what the percentages are, but I would say a good half of them just come back within an hour or two and say, I'm in. The other half will have a question or two. And then they'll be, I'm in. And the other friends usually just won't say anything. And usually that's not a good sign in this particular one, right? As far as continuing. That's okay too. That's totally fine. The way I usually follow up is like, hey, did you have any questions? Right? And that's when they will let you down and say, oh, I don't think this is for me. Everybody, this makes sense to everybody up to this point. I'm going to kind of scroll through and make sure that we got thumbs up and stuff happening here. Mm-hmm. Awesome. So you can leave the pitch. This will take place of your pitch, right? I do the way that I've done it, T1 them, T2 them, give them the main points, and then you can just give them the love letter. So let's take a look at the love letter itself. So $1 Million Offer Dojo, special founders invitation. Now, I would encourage you, even if it's not your founder's invitation, to figure out something special about this, right? You don't be like, oh, the normal everyday blah, blah, blah offer, right? Could it be the special New Year's invitation or the special, if you did it special in Las Vegas, right? The special Las Vegas invitation or something like that. But make it special somehow, This happened to be the founder's invitation. And what you'll notice, this is a mix between the G3 order form and a T3. So this is kind of like taken from the G3. And most of this is written in the, I guess we call it first person, right? We're writing it as they would say it. Yes, Travis, I don't want to do this alone. I want your support in getting my mini monopoly offers and phoneless sales machine pumping out cash without me having to crank the handle it myself. Our goal is $1 million in new income, much of it recurring, without being chained to the phone, making my wife or husband a webinar widow, or fighting with tech to build complicated Frankenfunnels. I understand over the next 12 months, together we'll produce or make over existing 3 key offers called the offer trifecta, likely in this order. And again, this is nothing, I'm not laying new shit on them, right? I might be adding a few more details, right? My ongoing income offer, business without an ongoing income strategy, grind until they croak and die. Family men and women who depend on their business living and pumping out income for the next 10 plus years find this is the heart of their business. My irresistible mini monopoly front end. I'm going to read every single word, but you guys kind of get the points right here. I'm going to give you guys this letter too. So this is the big crux of it right here, right? This is what we're going to be working on together over the next 12 months. Together, we'll not only produce these 3 offers, we'll also get them cash flowing. And so I'm swinging the pendulum back because this sounds like a lot of work on some essence, right? So I'm going to swing the pendulum back to some benefit. Together, not only produce these 3 offers, we'll also get them cash flowing using our phoneless sales machine over the next 12 months. Once my T1s, T2s, and T3s, producing sales, you don't have to be perfect grammar, are producing sales and my cash is flowing like clockwork, we'll work to outsource and train a tapper to tap in sales for you, whether you're working or on vacay. I understand I'm getting your support through 9/1/2019 in structuring offers and campaigns, retraining customers and clients, campaign triage when things don't go as planned, and don't make it all shiny and rosy. Like, let them know, hey, stuff might, hit the fan, right? And other aspects of running my phoneless sales machine, including hiring copywriters, project managers, and more. I'm excited to meet every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Central and get your support as well as the help of others in the dojo. See many more benefits below. As an Offer Dojo founder, and because I'm saying yes before noon on September 7th, I think I gave them 4 or 5 days. So I kept changing this depending on when I was dropping it. I'm entitled. I chose this word carefully. I'm entitled to the founder's reduced rate. The target investment. Now, this was the first time I offered this. So what I did to anchor is a target investment, and this is true, is of $30,000 is reduced by $5,000 plus I'm receiving an additional $11,000 credit, $5K what I've already paid and $6K balance for the phoneless sales machine. The way I set up the first offer was a $5K deposit and then a $6K after they made $50K. So I'm just assuming that they're going to make the $50K and crediting that back, right? Leaving a one-time investment of only $14,000 or 3 payments of $5K. And then here comes the conversational IBQ, right? Heck, if all I did is run one successful campaign for one offer, it wouldn't be unusual to make my entire investment back. Double heck, Travis, with your help, if I created a 10K, 20K, or 25K offer, I just need a sale or 2 and we'd be golden. If I elect the payment program, I can start with a deposit of $5K and promise to be prompt with my payments due on second payment, November 1st. So there's 60 days, right, to generate income from the September 1st payment and the final payment, December 1st of 2018. Now I purposely saved a lot of benefits after the price. Anybody know why? Why am I saving benefits till after the price? Swing that pendulum back. That's right, Grace. I saw your sign language there, right? Most people would like give them all the benefits again first, right? And then put the price at the bottom, right? But what's happening here is, where did I anchor them? I anchored them at 48K. And then the target investment is 30K, right? And now we've got them down to 3 payments of 5K. And they came in on a 5K payment. More than likely, they're going to pay the 5K again. It's just human psychology. And then we go into more dojo benefits. We don't go to fancy places like Bali or Maui. I believe if you want a vacation, you should take your family. You'll have more fun with them than me. With that said, here are more benefits sure to get your mojo rising over the next 12 months. And then I list some of the stuff. The 4 Zoom tap-off calls, I knew this was going to be the biggie, right? And again, it helps justify the price. So we have that. We have an optional 1 VIP weekend with me at my home. After they've hit 100K, and with the phoneless sales machine, they can come out to my home. And then I did a little testimonials here. John Tarr, Tony Teagarden's in this, Lynn Schwartz, Ben Owen, Aaron O'Sullivan. The rest of you guys better get cracking so I can put you in here too. I'm just messing with you guys. I'm a very practical dude, but many people have said in different words that their time at the Mojo Shack was magical. So I have another strategy with this as well. If they've done 100K in sales and we've spent time together at my house, more than likely, I'm going to want to invite them into the Mojo Mastermind. So then I can have that up level there too. Access to all past and future Mojo online training. So we got back-end agency, phone sales machine, big ticket, email Mojo, my brain bandwidth, collaboration with other dojo members, right? Where we talk about sharing train tappers. And then I want to show you guys something. Had several members comment that they really thought it was pretty intelligent. But part of the reason I started this group up was I really want to work with some more people, but I didn't want to work as closely. I can't work as closely with them as I do with you guys, right? So I spend a lot of extra time with you guys, which I love doing. But I just can't do it for all these people. So I didn't want to say, and this is all you get. Don't reach out to me, right? Don't reach out for me for any extra stuff, right? So I didn't want to say it like that. So what I did is made it a benefit. You get a reduced rate for one-on-one consulting. You're receiving 3 intensive calls, typically over Zoom. So I tell them what they get. We are going to have 3 intensive calls over the year to accelerate your results as part of your membership. Beyond that, any calls, PMs, or other engagements at my $5,000 an hour rate will be reduced to $1,000 per hour or $500 per private messaging session, which doesn't go over 30 minutes. One of the things I mentor is running your business without emergencies. We focus on the important and not the urgent. Because we focus on the important, it's rare my mentees have fires breaking out all the time. It's likely you'll get all the support you need and more in our dojos or Facebook group. However, if you do have a fire that breaks out, you'll enjoy my drastically reduced rescue service. So that's how I position that. I have had a couple people already reach out and say, hey, how can I get I'm happy to pay you $1,000 an hour for whatever help that I need, right? So I'm not saying that you have to charge them $1,000 an hour, but at least they're not expecting it all at no charge, right? If that makes sense, right? And in the $1 Million Offer Facebook group, you'll start posting the group together. We'll get you unstuck. We'll also celebrate our wins and have a shoulder to lean on when the poop hits the fan. And then don't send me any money now. PM me, I'm in. Step 2, we'll get you enrolled. Step 3, we'll set up our $1 Million Offer kickoff call. Now, if this is a hand-delivered love letter, I have another one. It just basically says, put your credit card, what's your name, address, put your credit card here. It's just another page, right? So it'd be step 1, fill out the form. Step 2, we'll get you enrolled, so on and so forth. ladies and gents, this has been working fantastically well. 70 plus conversion percentages. The last class was 80% conversions. I do just want to remind you that the Magics, this is, I think, a well written and good way to present it. But if they don't want to marry you, there's probably going to be no words that's going to turn that around, right? So a lot of it is about making sure that first date goes well, not hiding your intentions. Pre-framing is the most potent upsell strategy I've ever used, whether you're upselling from $47 to $100 or whatever, but letting them know what's going to happen before they get there is the most potent upselling strategy that you can have. But this does prove that you don't need a fancy pitch to tap people in at the end. And this was just so easy, especially PMing it, and just such a joy. It's like you attach it, I'm in, woohoo, right? Rather than saying, hey, let's catch up and let's see, like, let me give you your next level call now, right? Which is like, basically, I want to see where you are and hopefully convince you to try to come into the group, right? It's just so simple. They enjoyed it and it worked. So I'm going to post this for you guys. I'm hoping that you guys this will make it even easier for you, where you'll have more ongoing stuff. It also helps you encapsulate what is it that I'm offering here, right? What is it that I'm offering in the 12 months or your 6 months or what have you?
I think the key here is the relevancy. It's so relevant to their current experience. It provides a very smooth transition. It's like already greased, right? There's very little friction. It's not something new. It's something they want more of what they already got.
Right.
So I think that's great. Just clarification. So you T1 them on the call, and you didn't T3 much, right? So you didn't go heavy on the T3, and here's what you get, right? Probably you teased it a bit throughout the sessions.
Yeah.
And then you finished the last session, right? And you said, I'll be reaching out to the folks who, raised their hand. You did this, and then you send it over. It's like, hey dude, like, here's your invitation, special invitation.
That's right. On the virtual, I'm like, so just keep an eye out for me. I'll be swinging by and filling you in on the rest of the details, right? So
that's interesting. So the ones who signed up, so I mean, you said 70 plus conversions. I'm assuming a lot of them.
Yeah, this last go around, I gave it to 10 people. 8 people signed up.
Right. Where there was your most successful students, or did you find that? So what was common among the ones who continued with you?
Yeah, well, throughout, pretty much, yeah. If they got the result, right? That's the key thing. Did they get the result, right? Now, I had some people that got the result, but I think one of them was like, hey, I really don't do a whole lot of high ticket stuff, so I mostly run my agency, so it just wasn't the best fit for him. And the other one did get a result, but he really wasn't, I think he made $3,000 or something, but kind of like he just made the $3,000. He just really didn't do a whole lot more with it. But yeah, the big thing is just if they got the result, right? That I noticed. Now in the live, there may not be a point where they're getting, a result because you're there and they haven't had a chance to go do it yet, right? But I had pre-training before the live, right? And some of them had already, before they ever got out to the live event, they're getting people to contact them or getting some results, right? But I would say by and large, the people that get a meaningful result is the ones that say, yeah, let's
so
roll.
really there's a lot of magic in the front end, right? And the front end is a setup.
That's right.
I mean it in a very respectful way.
Yeah.
it's a pre-frame to what's coming next, and it's very engineered in a way to get them to get that buy-in before they know, they want to continue. It's creating demand for whatever is coming next, really.
That's right. And I'm sure we've all seen I'm not trying to beat up on anybody, but we've all seen the business coaches that say, I'm going to help you get to 7 figures, or I'm going to help you get to 8 figures, right? And that's their front end, right? And it just ain't going to happen. I mean, it could happen, right? But by and large, what they're saying is, I'm going to give you a shit ton of videos and all kinds of audios, and I'm going to put all the onus on you. Like, well, if you didn't get to 7 figures, that's your problem, right? In 6 weeks or what have you, right? I'm being a little bit over zealous here. They're not really saying it like that, but that's kind of like reading in between the lines, right? It's like, oh, hey, we're gonna come take my program. We're gonna get you to 100K months, right? Rather than just what's one saying, like, hey, I can help you get off the phone some, right? And make some big ticket sales, right? Or instead of saying, let me get everything off your plate in your Amazon business, like, let's just tackle your customer service. You could just get customer service off of your plate. Would that be worth $2K to you, right? And then they go through, they get the $2K, they pay the $2K, they get their first VA, they get the SOPs, they actually get the customer service off of their plate, and they're like, holy crap. But now their mind's like, what else could I get off of my plate, right? How would I do that? Like, how do I get the SOPs for the inventory management, right? So it's got to be that natural progression for sure.
I have more questions here, but I'll jump back in the queue about this specific topic. But this is amazing. Thank you for sharing with us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a breakthrough, right? This is huge. So,
yeah, I think
right now it's like rinse and repeat for you, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, and you don't have to wait for an event. Like, there's somebody that you've already worked with in your past, and I'm always talking about right fruit, right? You can reach out, and you might have to custom tailor your love letter, right? But you can reach out and say, hey, I've been thinking about you. We got this and this result. Like, what do you think stopping us from moving forward and working together, right? And kind of like just killing that shark. And then once you got the shark, he'll say, well, I've put all the details here. If you're seriously considering moving forward with me, may I attach them here with you, right? Just don't give them information, right? But that works amazingly well too. I've enrolled people in the Mojo Mastermind from a T3. I didn't call it a love letter, but I basically went in and tweaked the T3 to be custom tailored for them. Just that one person, right? And then just delivered it.
Can I ask a question, Travis?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the relationship between what you've just done here and what I need to do with my pharmacists, actually. Like, yes or no, do I want to even own a medical clinic and then move up from there for the back-end services, et cetera, so I can see, first day, on and on. Versus the model where they say, okay, we only talk about and advertise your one big deliverable. That there's a business model that's doing this, one big deliverable. And then what's different is the various levels of access and help as to how much they do self-help first, so that it very much simplifies your business and it's automated. It's almost like it's two different businesses. Or that you do all of your marketing from that big perspective of what you're offering, but then once they're in the funnel, you're baby stepping them up into the higher level services by segmenting out pieces of what you're offering of the big benefit that they're seeking. So they're getting more access, or they're getting personal service on some aspect of, like, for instance, in owning a medical clinic, maybe they need all their compliance done first. Maybe next they need somebody who knows what the heck they're doing for customer service on phone sales that then sells. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how those two models work together, but it seems like they can.
Yeah. So, you have your marketing and you actually have your sales, right? So your marketing may very often sometimes talk about your bigger vision, right? But usually like what I found works way better is to bring people in your tactical front door, like email, because people you can point to email, right? But I'm really way more than just about email, right? But that's what people can point to, right? So you bring them in there, right? And you can talk about how email fits into the bigger, broader picture, right? So you do talk about both of those, but what you don't, I'll say we don't. Some people probably made it work, but it's a lot harder to bring people in to, hey, let me show you how to add 7 figures a year to your medical practice as a first date, right? That's really hard. That's like a marriage type thing. But to pick one thing, and what I like to pick, it's usually a combination of stuff. Like I was just grilling Aaron on this, but if like somebody put a gun to your head, I'm trying to move away from the gun thing, but somebody hold a bucket of poop over your head, right? So you had to get somebody a result, right? And 4 hours, like what would you give them? What result do you know that you could, like if it meant a bucket of poop over your head, right? That you could get them in 4 hours, right? I even like flex myself, like what could I do in an hour? What could I do in an hour that would get them a meaningful result? It doesn't have to be a big result, but it has to be meaningful, right? And usually those breakthroughs come because we have experience and insight, right? We have a different way of looking at things. I was talking to Joel Urwe, and we just PM'd for like about 5 minutes. I'm like, do this, right? Do this. At the end of your campaign, you add another 50K to it, right? And we call it a second helping campaign, right? Like it's like after they come in, just give it. It's so simple, but people don't think of it. They don't think it would work to offer a 10K thing to people that just bought a 2K thing, they would need a phone call, but we have the insight. It's almost like a magic trick, right? What is the magic trick that we can do? Even like on the phoneless sales machine, which is the T3, right? I know part of the magic trick is if I can get them to send the T1, we're 90% of the way home, because part of the magic is that they already have pent up demand in their list. People probably already like them, and all they're waiting for is an offer. So in some aspects, it's like, I'm really not doing a lot of geniusness other than just capitalizing on what's already there that they don't see, right? Because I've seen it, right? But like the wedding, one thing better happen at a wedding. 2 people better get married. There's only a couple of things that need to happen to make that happen. The bride's got to show up, the groom's got to show up, and somebody got to marry him, right? Same thing with so what's the first domino to my magic trick? Because you have the magic trick and then you have the first domino. For mine, the first domino is the T1. If I can get them to send the T1. So everything is set up. Hey, Sarah, did you send the T1 yet? Hey, Bob, did you send the T1 yet? Hey, David, I know you got lots of things to do and you're probably holding off on the T1 until things, are all perfect. I recommend you not do that, right? Take the standard template that I've got. Just use that if you have to do, but get it out there. Press send, right? On the T1. Then people will do it, right? And then I'll start posting the results that they had. Oh my gosh, Sarah just had 12 people reach out for her program, right? But I know that's the first domino, because then what's going to come next? The sales are going to come next. People are going to start replying and they're going to be excited. Then I can say all of a sudden, oh my gosh, Aaron made the first sale. Aaron got the first 5K sale, right? And then that gets everybody else motivated. All of a sudden, everybody's sending T1s, right? Everyone's sending T1s. And now I've got the ball rolling. Does that make sense? So it's about like figuring out what's the magic trick, and then what's the first domino that we need to make happen to get those other results.
So Travis, this is great for a group setting, and I'm been thinking about there's definitely a lot of applications for it. For someone like me who's more in a service, delivering a service rather than live sessions. And so I had, for me, I think, so my current client, agency client, they added me to Slack. And that helped a lot in continuing that conversation and pre-framing him. It's like, and, more or less teasing him about, because I'm seeing the conversation in his organization, like what are their challenges. So that gave me a lot of insight into what they're struggling with. So I knew going into my conversation with them yesterday, what needs to happen for us, like, to keep continuing together. So how would you sprinkle it, I guess? I'm trying, I'll be now rinsing and repeating the process with other agency clients, but I don't know if I'm going to have that same access to them or that much contact points. How would you sprinkle this conversation? Here's what's coming up in a situation where you're running T3s or Rainmaker for a client and you're not in contact with them every single day.
Yeah. So just from a meta standpoint, your biggest challenge is going to be how to tell them no when you don't want to continue with them.
Right.
That's a bigger challenge. But what I usually do is I wait for some type of results, right? And then I message them with the results, right? And then I'm like, boy, and we can do this and this later on down the way, right? So I start sprinkling that in, right? Along with the result, because they're already excited anyways, right? So I might say, so if I think if we're 25 sales in, right, before we even hit payment deadline, I'll be like, I think we're probably going to hit 100 sales on this, right? Now there's an interesting thing that we can do after this that typically brings in a lot of money called a second helping campaign, right? I'll be happy to talk to you more about that after we finish this.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's kind of the way that I may sprinkle that.
I think this question is coming from a point where I don't have my second offer figured out and that ascension. I think
your second offer is to continue doing what you're doing already. That's your easy second offer. Yeah. And it is the big thing is if you made them money and they feel like they look good, that's all. For back in age, that's really all they need.
Yeah.
I mean, made the money and they feel like
that many sales. It was very surprised. It didn't like me, I think, at first that I can bring, because he has a sales guy. It's like, my sales guy is closing these people. How the heck are you going to close people over email? So he was shocked when I brought in $60K in total revenue in 2 weeks.
Right.
So it's like, I didn't expect this is going to happen.
That's typically the result.
Yeah.
Unless you really having a hard time or something, but even the ones I'm not very happy with, they're like, dude, this is great. We made 50K, and it's like, or, we made 30K, it's like, and those are the ones that's hard to say, hey, I really like working with you. What you're doing is great. But we're not going to be continuing on, right? Those are the hard ones, right? That's the bigger problem that you have. Yeah. Bob's chewing me up here, man. He's asking me so many questions.
Actually, I do have a question as you're saying this. I know, because I've always done a 6-week, 7-week program, but as you're saying this, I've got the idea of what if I just offer a 4-week, but just had something smaller, or, what can I solve for you, or just something more, and then that might lead to something else. I never thought about making it shorter, but maybe it's easier for them to see and easier for them to digest that we could do that, because we've always done to a secure man. But as you're saying this, I can see how that just seems bigger versus actually something of, I don't know what it would be, of whatever you're stuck with, or.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you get them 1 date? Or maybe a response? Probably, I think a good meaningful result would be some responses maybe on, if you're using dating sites, I don't know if you are, but responses back that aren't from complete meatheads, but I would say maybe get out on a date would be, especially if the girl hasn't been on a date, first date with a secure man. Date one with a secure man, something like that. How to get on a date with a secure man.
I was thinking of, and I can brainstorm with you this later, but I wouldn't say it this way because it's a terrible copy, but because usually there's something they're doing that's getting in the way. It's not they're doing wrong. They're doing something that's getting in the way.
Yeah.
And when they get out of the way, those are those moments when it's just effortless. All the guys want to date them and stuff, and they never can figure out what it is they're doing.
Yeah.
And to be able to identify that and maybe call it something magical, or I can play around with it more, but I'm
Would they be able to self-identify with what that is, but not know how to solve it? Like, I know like a lot of business women, they're like, I come off kind of masculine, but I just don't know how not to come off as masculine.
Actually, I think it's something, I think they will, but they view it as this kind of hidden magical something. It's beyond, it's like this, it's one tiny thing that they just can't figure out, like that spot in the back of your head or just something like that. And all I need is someone, fairy godmother, someone just to point it out. If I can just point it out, and then that makes sense to how they're tied into, that's why it worked before. Then, at least that's my impression. I may have to play around how to present that, but at least one-on-one, that seems to be what happens with them is once they hear that, it's different for each one.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to be clear, Bob, like, I'm going to post it. So I've just clipped out just the fuel up section and I've actually transcribed it. But I've got a training that was here on the Mojo Mastermind, that the 3-day 100K Zoom workshop. But you can have pre-training. You're going to have pre-wedding day, and then the workshop is the wedding day, and then you're going to have reception. So they may not get that result in that 3-day period, but you sell it as a 3-day, right, with pre-training, and then Q&A as needed, right? Mm-hmm. The Q&A gives you, especially if it's like a first time you taught it, gives you a little bit of leeway, like if you couldn't get it in there, right? But then you just do the Q&A as you need it to get the leadership, to get them to get that first domino down, right? To get that first domino down, right? So like some of my folks did in that 3 days, they sent out their T1s in that 3 days. But most of them, it was like Q&A 1 or Q&A 2 before they'd start. And me just like in the Facebook group, like, hey, if it's you, hey, have you set up your profile account or whatever that domino is, right? Have you done the exercise I told you to do with all your best friends about like what's right? Mm-hmm. Whatever that first domino is, that gives them time to do that. Now, I think all my Q&As were done like by week 2 or 3, right? I had 2 right after the strategically after the 3 days. I knew they'd be sending out T1s, right? So I wanted to be there when they started getting responses back. Then I spaced one out like 3 days. And then the next one, was like the week following. And then I had one more the week.
So is that group, Q&A?
Yep. Group Q&A. Okay. But all it was Q&A. It was just like, and then I would talk to them about like where I see them stumbling at or some of the stuff, that's been coming out, right? But a lot of the magic happened in the Facebook group. And I'm probably going to do a separate training on this, but guys, the Facebook group is not there for a sense of community. This is the biggest thing that I've learned this year, and I'm going to take it more. But the Facebook group is there for your leadership. And Yasin was saying the last group that he was in was probably the most exciting group that he'd ever been in, but it's about getting that first domino down. And then when somebody does it, like, hey, Bob just sent out his T1 and had 30 responses, right? Everybody give congratulations to Bob, right? But what that does is gets other people motivated, right? And then, Elijah just sent his T1 and he had 20 responses, right? Boom. Tony said he's already sent out 4 T3s, right? Wow. Ron just made his first 5K sale, right? And so you just like pound. Like if you're going to pound them so much I'm using pound is probably not the best word, but you're going to pound them so much to buy, why wouldn't you pound at least that much to get them the result? Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. So the Facebook group, really, even I had an epiphany this year, is about leadership and allowing you to, it's really what makes a group more powerful than one-on-one, because now we've got each other to inspire us. And if you have a leader that can take that, right, and use that group to help inspire each other, and maybe even pick people up when they fall down, right, and do those kind of things, everybody gets more of a result.
That's what I noticed about Harlan's completely keto group is, I mean, he is not the paragon of, muscle and all of that yet, but he exercises extremely overt leadership and is constantly there on the Facebook group. And then there's user-generated content, and then helping them to discern when are you being spammed versus when is this real results, and what is not keto. It's almost like he asks or answers those questions and provides those guidelines so that people can feel like, yes, I've got a plan that will work. Although I don't ever remember seeing any before and after pictures from Harlan yet. There's more. But you keep saying that leadership is the number one thing that watching him run that group has been very interesting. It's like, what is this group about? He's not warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, I was making 4 or 5 posts a day, getting that ball rolling, right? And this is the paid part. It was when the free group was after they paid, right? And just encouraging. And that's the thing. It's like, I could spend a long time talking about this, but these people are buying leadership. They're buying your insight. They're not buying 50 hours worth of MP3s or 9 weeks worth of video content, right? And we say this intellectually, right? But then we just like, oh, they're in my program and here it is, right? Like, and we don't use like the group to motivate everybody, right? Even I'm guilty of it. Like I'm like had the big epiphany. It's like, holy crap. It's like the group is not about for you guys to ask questions to each other. I mean, it is, but a higher and better use of it is for me to rally you guys all together, and help lead like through challenges and, the results and everything, right? Because what this is all about at the end of the day is getting that result. Like if I could just say, when you make your offer, be really, really specific. Be specific about their hell, be specific about their heaven, and be specific about the bridge, right? Thank you very much. Now you know what you need to know. Now go do it, right? But that's not the way that it happens, right? We'll say like, oh, we're going to get you in peak fitness. No, that's too general, right? Hey, we'll help you get leads. No, they don't want leads, right? And that's common for the learning thing. They don't want leads. They want confirmed appointments, right? But that's part of what we do on the leadership, right? Like if we could just put this all in a PDF and everybody get the result, we might as well just do that, right? But this is about transformation, not information, right? The diabolically interesting thing is, it's easier. It's easier to come up with a 3-day Zoom, right? That only focuses on one problem, one solution, right? One problem, one solution, right? And then saying, here's what you need to do, right? And then pounding on them for 2 or 3 days until they do it, right? Now, I'm being a little bit overly simplistic, but that's the thing, right? I did say, here's how to groom your email list, and here's how to, get opt-in. Like that's what I want to do. I'm going to show you how to build your email list. I'm going to show you how to monetize it. I'm going to show you. Oh my Lord, that's like a 2-year-long course if you're going to do all that, right? So you got to be real specific on who it is, right? And you better like, here's the one thing that I want you to do. And in those 2 or 3 days or whatever, helping them actually accomplish that and do that with leadership, rather than more videos or whatever. So.
Travis.
Hey,
this has been fantastic. So, I guess the biggest challenge for me, and this is something that I have to figure out, is what is the magical moment that I can give that group? Because I have so much that I can do, and I'm just kind of like, I'm just brainstorming with you right now, more so like explaining what I need to do. But there's so many things that I can do in my group, in my workshop, and so many promises that I can do. And some of them are like delayed, like after a month you start to see the results. So the question for me is what part of my program, or what can I do to get my clients a quick, meaningful result, right?
Yeah. And so I would just change your focus on what could you do to what can you do. If somebody put you in a room for 4 hours and said, dude, like, and again, it's not to make you feel bad. It's to exercise your brain. Like, what is it I can do? To boil it down to the simplest thing. If somebody put me in a room with somebody, a SaaS person, and I could pick them, right? I could pick whatever assets they had, but I had to be able to tell them what to do and have them get it in like 4 hours. Like, what would that be? Right?
Do you think it's possible that in that there isn't anything that I could do to get them a result in 4 hours? Is that a possibility? Or
I would, even if it is a possibility, you will never get to the moon thinking it's impossible to get to the moon. But I would probably say it's not.
Okay.
People said it was impossible to sell 10K, 25K, 50K things without a phone call. People said it was impossible. Lots of things were impossible at some point, but that's where the magic of innovation happens. But I think sometimes it's just about trying too hard. Like if you put yourself in that position, like what would you do? Like I think there's probably something that, you could do, that would get them a result they'd be happy about. Now you have to cross it with, well, what would they pay for that result? Now that might be some of the back and forth challenges that you do, right? For sure. This is an internal question, like what is your magic, right? What's the magic trick, right? And it's challenging. Some of it comes just the way you're coming about it. So you're not doing anything wrong here. Some of it comes with just working with people and working with them. And sometimes it's just listening to them. But usually what happens is we end up poo-pooing like our magic. We end up poo-pooing it. They'll say something and we'll be like, whatever. Okay. Like I remember my copy coach telling me, it's like, I don't know why we make such a big deal about this copy stuff. It's just about like, what are they thinking about? What are they feeling? Like, it's just applying some empathy. He's like, dude, you don't get it. Like, that's your gift. like people they can't put themselves in other people's shoes sometimes. That's not something that everybody can do, right? When I was in grade school, I've probably told you this story before, but when I was in grade school, I wanted to learn how to play guitar really well, right? Jeff Hop was a great guitar player and Tom Ward was the star kickball player, and somebody else is a star football player. My skill, solving problems. If the teachers would say, oh, you're really good at solving. Yeah, the chicks really dig that, in fifth grade. Yeah, they really dig the problem solvers, right? So we have a tendency, because it may not be like the Michael Jordan skill, right? To kind of poo-poo our own talents, right?
Aaron, just to kind of add to that, I was kind of exactly where you were at. I still sometimes I get my head there, but Travis helped me with a lot. Cause I kind of have like a 6 or 8 week program, and it's like I can help them do all these things. But really what helped me was so you have your program, what's that first thing that you walk everybody through? And that's what I chose as that's what I could do in the couple hours, and kind of use that as my front end. For me, it's no matter who I'm working with, even if they say they have a great offer, we always start with kind of identifying who their perfect buyer is and then crafting what we call like their perfect solution to it. So basically just offer creation, but really we're defining who that person is. And I was like, that's the first thing we do in the course in general, right? In my long-term program. So that I use that and I just separate that now as like my front end. It's helped a lot. So, cause I was like exactly in your mindset, like, man, I don't like, there's so many things I don't know. And, like Travis kind of beat it into me a little bit. And so, yeah, that's where I am. If that helps any, it's just like that first step you do with like all your clients and they love that part. Like, I know for us, it seems so simple, but I found like for me, like since I'm making that change, like they're like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. Even though I still feel like it was so small.
I think based on what you told me here, and this may be overly simplistic, but I don't think it is. I've known people that run really big companies like this, but you could say, there's one page there's one page is the most important page on your website for your brand new visitor. It's your money page, right? A few changes that you make can, add 50%, 100%, or 200% more conversion, right? Come on a workshop. I'm going to show you how to set up, your page in VWO, show you what elements to change in it, right? And then we're going to turn on the traffic, right? And then you can just let the results, and it's going to happen naturally, right? Like if you can get them to do that, like if you help them with the elements, they're probably going to get something that beats their control, right? Because most of them are horrible at, they talk about their product, right? Not the problem. And so when you change those things, even change the button, you can say, wow, look, we just, improved your control by 50%. You just got them a result. Right?
Okay.
And you may know how to set up BWO or whatever you're using, but they probably don't. Right? It's like I always told Matt Morris, or Matt Minster, like a great front end is just helping people get set up with their trading accounts. You know how scary that is for like the average Joe to set up their trading account and to get options, qualified and all that. Like that's a great, I'm not necessarily mean you would charge them money for that. That'd be a great front end. Here's how to set up your E-Trade account and get approved for options, right? Because they're always worried about how can I get approved for options, I'll show you how to do it, right? That'd be a great, like meaningful step. So for you, let's get on a 3-day workshop. I'm going to show you how to set up your tracking, right? Or VWO or whatever. Like the more specific you can be, if you're using VWO, like, hey, let's use VWO, will be better, right? And then I'm going to show you the 3 main things to test. We're going to do variables for all of them and watch your conversions go up. By the time you're done, you're going to have at least a 25%, conversion, or I'll work with you until you do, right? That's it. That leads you to a nice next step too, right? Hey, it takes a long time to figure out these things and watch them, right? And there's other important pages on your site and there's other important places. So if you'd like to come on and, get my support, and the next thing that you should know, I don't know what the next thing is that that you're onboarding, email sequence, right? We can work on that together, right? But don't do it in the beginning, right? So if they have that money page that, let's optimize your money page for 10%, 25%, 100% more conversions, right? We can get that done in 3 days. And that's going to be a great result. I think that's something that's natural to you because you're great at copy. You're natural at, kind of the tech stuff, or you're better at it than you may give yourself credit for, but help them get it set up, right? And then help them with their words that they use. That's the thing, that you're good with words. That's a magic skill, right? You're good with words. Most people are not, right? So if they could just get their tracking set up, like how many SaaSes probably, they don't even have tracking set up, right? Here's how you set up the tracking. And then we're going to do your money page, right? And then you could use your post or your reception, right? To let traffic flow through, and you come on Q&As that say, let's look at your results. Post your screenshots of your variants in the Facebook group, right? And now you got something that, oh, look at this. I got a 50%, like bump. Oh, look at this. I got a da-da-da-da bump, right? And now like, oh my God, now I want to do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
It's really working. Part of what makes it work too is, like Yassine was saying, it's fun. I say, like, if you can put some fun in what you guys do, that's part of making the day. It's like, because you're talking about boring optimization, blah, blah, blah. But like, if you can make it fun, like, okay, let's all post when you start getting numbers, right? Let's post your results, right? After you have 400 visitors or whatever, like, let's post your results, right? In the group, right? Then it becomes something you guys are all doing together. Now you make the group work to be more than the one-on-one, right?
Right. Thank you, Travis. Super helpful.
So we're going to start this off with something that was maybe a little tactical, but also strategic as well, but with a very much deeper lesson inside. So kind of my post was the T1, right? And hopefully everybody here knows what a T1 is. Yeah, everybody here knows what a T1 is. The T1's probably made me the most money, right? And I think it's probably the best ever, right? But how many of you guys think this is because of magically worded copy? No, it's not magically worded copy. But I'm going to read it out to you, right? And you guys can use it as a template or whatever, but it's not the copy that makes it work. With the deeper underlying strategy that we're going to talk about, right? So the T1 simply, hey, and then you personalize it. I usually like to start out with thank you, right? Hey, I hope you're not freezing to death in Canada or whatever your personalization is, right? And thank you. And this would be to individual T1, which we're going to get into the how and when. We did great, or you did great, getting you A and B. The A and B is whatever result, right, that you just worked together on or have maybe helped them get. Our real challenge, now the way I see it, is X and Y. So you can Z, right? So X and Y is the challenge, right, after they've gotten that result, right? So you don't have to use both. You can use one or two. You can use one. You can say A, B, and C, X, Y, whatever, right? So you can Z, right, is typically the thing they want to do or be if they have what they just got, right? So, and a lot of you guys are here off of this T1, right? So it could be like, hey, Nate, you did, I hope you don't mind me using you, but hey, Nate, you did super great in enrolling a few people into your first day offer mojo, right? I love your energy. The real challenge, the way that I see it now, is getting those people from the first date into your ongoing, and maybe even adding more people to your audience so you have more first dates. That way you can spend more time serving and less time selling. Then the end of it is, are you considering, right? And you can change this up, continuing on with me, doing this with me over next year. Going steady with me is the one that I like to use because of my junior high sense of humor, right? You can also change up the call to action if that's too big of a step. Maybe like this isn't coming off of a first date, right? Maybe it's coming off of a coffee date, right? And so you can change that up, or maybe it's an old, I had Nathan do this, and it's a thing that, and I'm going to have Irene do it as well. Maybe it's somebody you worked with in the past, right? It's like, hey, just wanted to check in with you. I know we got A and we got B, right? And I remember the challenge you were having was X. This is something I'm working on with people this year, Would you like to discuss it? Would you like to jump on Zoom and discuss it? Right? So you can change your call to action to be a smaller step. You can also change it to be invite into the group, right? Say those people that say no to you right now, how dare they, right? How dare they say no to you? But it's going to happen, right? But you can say, hey, that's totally cool, right? We got this A and B, right? We're working on these things in our group, right? And if we don't do this together, like, how about we come into the group, right? And we can work on those things. Would you like a link, right? So the deeper lesson here is you don't write a T1, you live into it. You already know this T1's coming, right? So the thing is like, what's the A and the B that I have to get them, or the A? And then what is the challenge that they must experience? Not you telling them, right? But the challenge that they have to experience, right? In order for them to be like, yeah, okay, right. That is my big challenge right now, right? And so doing what I do, I'm going to take this back to relationships, right? A marriage proposal. What's the simplest, shortest marriage proposal? When the guy gets down on the one knee, like, what's the thing that he typically says?
Will you marry me?
That's it. Will you marry me? And that is just as effective as maybe even a more thought out one, right? That's a little bit longer, right? But is it going to matter? Like if he went to copywriting NLP school, right? If what happened before this point, like, is he going to say something magical? Is he going to like kill a shark or kill an objection like inside of the marriage proposal? No. It's about living up to that point, right? And they've gone through challenges together, right? Almost every relationship, are they going to get through challenges together? So there must be a joy of getting through a challenge together. There must be a joy of getting through a challenge together. I'm going to say it again. There must be a joy of getting through a challenge together. And then there must be experienced pain about having to go through the next challenge without you. There must be experienced pain about having to go through the next challenge without you. If you tell it to them, it's not the same. And there's a little add-on to that is, do they understand or have they come to grips with the stakes of going through the challenge on their own or not getting through the challenge? And the rewards internally and externally about if they get over that challenge. So I was having a discussion with a couple of you guys today about being copywriters and service providers, right? And kind of the personal reward, making the shift into an investor, right, is not having to take orders from somebody, right? Not having to have the client underling relationship as much. And again, I'm not trying to beat up anybody. I was in the service for 8 years, right? I've worked for somebody for a lot of years. It's okay, right? I'm just saying that these are the things if somebody wants to get out of, right? So it's a little bit like chess, right? Like we know what our T1's going to be. Our T1's going to be. We did great getting you A and B. Our real challenge now, the way I see it, is X and Y, so you can get Z. The magic is in what happens before that, right? And filling in those A's and B's, right? So we can just drop down on one knee and say, will you marry me, right? if there's got to be a lot of convincing going on, right? Probably not at that point, but we're proposing too big of a step too early, right? As that T1 has made me more money than any other T1, more flexible. It's opened up more conversations with people that I've even known a little bit, even with strangers, right? If you haven't got them a result, you can kind of still use this. Like, hey, I see you're the #1 chiropractor in Los Angeles. That's amazing. You must be super, super busy, right? If you're like some of the other chiropractors I worked with, right, you're trying to figure out like how to get more, I don't know what the big chiropractic high margin thing is, how to get more people on a program where instead of coming in 1s and 2s, right? Would it make any sense for us to discuss this, right, over coffee and a Zoom, right? Even a stranger, it works with, right? If you can say, here's the thing that you have this thing and this thing, here's the thing you might be missing, right? Would you like to discuss it? But it's especially powerful when you can live into the T1 before you deliver it. Cool. Any questions on that? And I'll post that for you guys if you want to. Again, it's not the words that are magic, right? It's what happens before that point. And it doesn't have to be like, again, this will be from first date. It can be if somebody's in your group, right? You've helped them get some results in a group, right? Or help them see some insights or something like that. And you can lead them into, you could lead it into a T2 and a T3, right? Hey, I'm putting a few people together. We're going to work on this. Would you consider joining us, right? If you haven't brought it up, right? Yes, I would consider joining you, right? Perfect, right? I've put all the details here, right? And you just deliver the T2 and the T3, right? Super simple. Almost diabolically simple. People can't wrap their heads around that it's going to be that simple, right? Leadership based conversion over pressure-based conversion, right? Pressure-based conversion would be more like you're getting ready to marry her and you do a 60-minute VSL, right, with a 30-day follow-up sequence, right? And then you discount the wedding, right? And then you give her a certain deadline to her to buy. And if she doesn't buy it by then the whole price of the wedding and now she's got to have an open relationship if she doesn't decide by this point in time, right? And all those consequences is more pressure-based conversion, right? It's more up here, right, in the head rather than experience. So any thoughts on that? Anybody? You probably take a while to process, but can you guys see ways to use that? Some of you guys are already using
I got to tell you, that was a great explanation of leadership, man. You are the man.
Well, thank you, sir. You're going to make me blush.
It is so diabolically simple. I love that word, diabolically simple. It's just, when you give the examples, it drives it home. I think it makes it so much easier to apply. And when you give those examples, I think, well, of course I can just do that. Like, of course. That makes me think of people right away that I've helped even just in my free Facebook group, and I've never worked with them. But of course I could just send a little note like that.
I'm glad you brought that up because it triggered a couple things for me that I wanted to talk about. One is the how and when you do it. So this is more powerful on a one-to-one reach out, right? Certainly more powerful. It's intimate, super intimate, right? And then the when, it's much more powerful after you've gotten somebody a result and they felt a little bit of longing for you. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? They're missing. They've tried to do some of this on their own now. They're like, oh my God, this is not as easy as I thought, right? So the timing can be important, right? If you go too long after the result, don't try to just enroll them into the thing, right? Then you might have to have another discussion or talk, right? Or a little bit of back and forth on the PM, right? To make sure that you're both on the same page, if that makes sense, right? So the timing and the how and the when does matter a lot. This really opens up things. Like if you have a Facebook group, you can do it in email too. If you see depends on what autoresponder you're using. Sometimes the autoresponder, you can see how many emails they've opened, right? So somebody that's opened like the last 10 out of the last 12 emails that you've sent, you can send out just one email to them. Like, hey, like, they're probably your more hyper targeted people, right? But in a Facebook group, if you see somebody that's been liking your stuff, but they haven't reached out, I call that masculine mojo, right? And masculine mojo is not better than feminine mojo, but they both work much, much better together, right? So the attraction part is where it's kind of the one to many, right? And we're trying to get them to reach out to us, right? That's the attraction part. But some people just need you to do that reach out. They need you to connect with them, right? But you want to do it at the right time. If you do masculine mojo without feminine mojo, it can feel pushy and pressury, right? If that makes sense, right? It's like, who the hell is this person? I don't know, So you gotta kind of know who you are and have some feminine mojo in there.
Got a question for you, Travis.
Hi, Irene.
I think it's great. Thank you for clarifying that. And I know I'm going to do that with the list of people I just made.
That's right. Yeah.
3 things you said. There must be a joy of what we did together. Number 2, there must be an experience of pain of doing it alone.
Yeah.
And then the third one I missed. Have they seen the...
So the third thing, think about so let's say there's a small wall and a big wall, right? So we get over the small wall together, right? Then we come face to face with the big wall, right? But on the other side of that wall, there's reward for getting over the wall. There's also a pain if they don't get over the wall, right? So we want them to understand what is the reward if they can get over this wall, right? What's waiting for them on the other side of that wall?
Is that the same thing as the without?
No, it's more like it can be several things, but usually the most powerful play is to talk about if they get over the wall, here's what they can do now and here's what they can be now, right? So you have, do, be. It's in the Eastern world, it's be, do, have, right? But we have it backwards in the Western world. So we typically talk about have first and then do and then be, right? But if they get over the wall, right? So if we can get your recurring income going, right? Then you won't have to be on the phone all the time or doing sales all the time. And you can spend more time serving your people like a leader rather than more time on the phone selling your people like a salesperson. Now, if I'm talking to a group of salespeople that love sales, right, that's not going to be a very compelling, after, right? But for most of my people, it's pretty compelling. And you see that in lots of different stuff too. I was going to do this example one of the examples is with I forgot the name of it, iPod, like the iPod Nanos. You used to put your music on. Everybody puts it on the cell phone, right? But put 1,000 songs in your pocket, right? It's like, whoo, right? Put 1,000 songs in your pocket. But there's something else. All that stuff is really great. But the other thing that Apple does is they make you feel cooler if you use their stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys know this right now. I didn't figure it out until a while ago because I'm older. But these things are a status symbol to the younger generation. If you see this white in your ears, right, you're cool. You're hip, you're with it, right? So they're kind of a status symbol. Apple's really, really good. Like, if you're cool, you've got our stuff. Like, if you're And they even use like the PC guy or somebody at one point, right? We're going to talk a lot more about leadership based conversion because it's a complete game changer and different than the pressure based conversion. And it's really it's where Phone Sales Machine and what we do in Facebook groups and love letters, all that is born from leadership based conversion, which is far simpler and requires far less copy and stuff, right? But we actually have to do stuff and have people do stuff, right? So that would be the drawback to it. But we're even starting to do this more with our partners, right? Instead of like all this copy, let's find something that we can do this on a leadership based method with them. There we go. Cool. So, Kevin, thank you for being my guinea pig on this. So over here at Big Mojo, we are moving most of our campaigns to what I call thank you campaigns. Sometimes we'll call them a second helping campaign. But there's a lot of advantages to them. There's a heck of a lot less copywriting. We get to take advantage of the partner's flow. What I mean by that is the sales that they're already getting, right? There's only two ways you can make money. You either get assets flowing, right? You take a dead pool of assets and you get them flowing, right? Or you tap into the flow. If you don't want to provide all the energy all of our life, let the partners, let the clients provide the flow, and then it's almost like them working for us, right? These campaigns are super simple to explain to people, and it gets them focused on the thing that they want most, not the thing that they value the least, which is people don't value the copywriting. They don't really value email marketing or direct mail marketing. What they do value, though, is the idea of having a salesperson or a team of salespeople, which is our virtual, what we call tappers, right? Our virtual sales team. So let me just give you an area view, then I'll slow down a little bit. So there's lots and lots of companies out there. They're doing lots of transactions every single day, right? And then they have another thing to sell them, right? We want to try to focus on $1,000 things to $3,000 things-ish, right? But they have other things to sell them, but they don't sell a lot of them for two reasons. Well, there's more than two, but here's the two big ones. One, they don't have a sales team, right? So it's like, sure, they might sell 100 free plus shipping things right now. They take them through their funnel, right? And that's about it, right? Because they don't want to have the sales team, right, on there. The other reason is, like, how many times can you run people to the same webinar? So even if they brought in these people, right, and they have a great webinar, they're going to run that webinar once, maybe twice, those same people, right? And they're never going to run that webinar again, or they have to come up with a new webinar, which creates time and everything, right? So the main idea of this, and I'm not saying just to start it out the conversation with your partner like this, but it's like, Kevin, awesome. So you've got 50 people coming in a day off your free plus shipping offer or your $47 info product or whatever that is, right? What do you think would happen if we mailed them a letter and thanked them profusely? And inside that letter, we say, we also have our advanced version or this thing or our next thing that we have. Would you like to hear more about it? And then they got to talk to a salesperson. Do you think that you might make some money with that?
It sounds so simple.
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, of course I'll probably make some money. Just from a side note, there are multi-million-dollar companies, and this is a billion-dollar industry, but we've all probably been on the other side of this, right? We buy something from Russell Brunson, right, online, and next thing we know is somebody's calling us and saying, hey, thank you so much for buying Russell Brunson's ClickFunnels, right? We're so glad to have you. I don't know if you know it or not, but he has a mastermind program to help you get up to speed faster. Would you like to hear about that? Right? They just do it on the phone, right? There's all kinds of companies where people just take their customer databases, they send it to them, and they do outbound calls to everybody that had bought the lower ticket item, and they sell them into the next thing, right? In essence, this is what we're doing. We're just using our tappers to do it, right? We're just sending out emails or direct mails and letting our tappers tap them in, right? The magic of it is they already have flow, right? So once we write the emails, once we got the T1, T2, and T3 working, right, we let the flow do the work, right? So if they're bringing in 100 people a day, and we're closing 5 to 10% of those in the first week on a $1,000 program, right, or a $2,000 program, right, that's some pretty good money right there in the first week. And we don't have to keep writing emails, if that makes sense. I'm going to slow down a little bit and see if we got the main concept down.
I had a quick question, actually. So with the Free Plus, what they're doing right now, I was actually curious. Are they the most common Free Plus shipping offers? Do they have any sort of inserts right now, or is it just the button?
I'm not talking about doing inserts. I'm just talking about taking the people that have bought and saying, thank you so much for buying this widget, right? So wonderful to have you. We also have this advanced widget or this next level widget. Would you like to hear about it? Yes, I would, right? And they raise their hand, just like the rest of our T3 funnel.
Right.
Raise their hand. Awesome, right? Nice to get to know you. Would you be okay if I ask you a couple of questions and make sure that this next program would be a good fit for you, right? Awesome, perfect. And then we just T3 them. It's just a regular, we're just not sending a gazillion emails every day to their list. It's not moving, right? We're taking advantage of their flow that they already have, right?
And are you sending it with their book, or would it be a second mailing?
No, it's a second mailing.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yep. And it doesn't have to be Free Plus shipping offers, but right now there's a lot of people teaching that and a lot of people out there doing that. But any digital product, whether on ClickBank, where they're selling $47 things and they're selling 30, 40 a day, right? But they have to have we want them to have that next thing, which is the $1,000 or $3,000 program, right? Maybe they're just not selling a lot of it because they don't have the phone team or what have you. We don't want to have to create that for them. So these are the things like, tell me about your flow. Tell me about the next thing that you have for sale, right? What do you think would happen if we sent out, a letter to everybody and we thanked them, right? Profusely. And then we said, hey, would you like to hear about our next thing? And we just took any of the responses and we closed them for you. So that's the main function of it. Now, your test, when you do your test, of course, will you tap in? So perfect. I'd like to send that mail. We want to test it on your email first. Like, how many past customers do you have, right? You'll use your past customers to get your T1s dialed in, right? Make sure it works, right? It's like anything else. If it's not working, we're not going to sweat the load on it. You're going to know with your first T1 or a couple T1s, if they're like, fuck you, asshole, like everybody that hates them, right? Get the fuck out. Right? If they're like, hey man, like I didn't like your last program, where's my refund, right? Like, don't keep on trying to put lipstick on a pig, right? If it goes silent, right? If it's just silent, that's another thing. They're neutral to them, right? But most of these campaigns that work, like, hey, yeah, I would love to know more about your next thing, right? And you can kind of troubleshoot it through that, right? But we're not trying to do these campaigns where we've got to bring in $100,000 for them, or all we're doing is we're getting our messaging dialed in so we can tap into the flow. We can either put it in their email autoresponders and ideally put it into their direct mail, so that once the buyers come, then it gets triggered, to go out, and there's different ways of doing it, right? But so it gets, ideally we'd like it to be triggered, like using Postalytics, right? So every time some people buy, those letters get to them as quickly as possible. Do you know why?
Why?
Because recency will fucking make you rich. like your best time to close these people is minutes after they buy, right? After that, every day that goes by, like your closing ratio will get lower and lower, right? But that's how we're getting these responses. Part of it's just that they just bought something related to that, right? We want to get those letters out, right? Or that email inside of the autoresponder, right? And start tapping those people in soon after they've bought that thing, right? We want to let the customers or our partners' energy do a lot of the work for us. We want to take advantage of recency. All these things will take a shitload of effort and energy off of our table, right? If that makes sense.
Right. So what I'm hearing is you do the first aid offer with email.
Yep.
Just to test out the T1s, just to see what kind of angles work, what sort of symptoms work. And after that test here, if you're
let me pause you because you're right, but a good or a simple one is not going to be, most of the time you're just selling what they've already bought on the previous one. It's just an advanced version, right? So it literally is thank you for buying this, right? We have an advanced version or a speedier version or some things with some extra stuff. Would you like to hear about that, right? So yes, we can test angles and stuff, but like if it doesn't work just offering them more of what they've already purchased, right? We don't want to probably sit there and try to figure out 50 million angles. Now, if it's working okay and we're making some money with that, then we can try to tighten up the angles or do what have you. But we want to get the fuck in and we want to get the fuck out if it's not working, right? The test should be like 5 to 10 emails. I tell my partner, let's do 5 or 10 emails and see how that works, right? I've left some of these after 2 emails. I'm like, dude, it ain't going to work, right? But there's no like big drama. There's no big like, and we're not putting the focus on the copy, right? Putting it on the virtual sales team. I don't call them tappers to my partners, right? But the virtual sales team. Oh my God, if I had a salesperson, right? That's what we're funding for them. And we're just going to be driving leads to our virtual salespeople, right? By thanking your people, right? And offering them a second helping or offering them your next thing, right? Once you've got it up and running, then if you decide, hey, let's figure out some more angles, right? That's awesome, but let's get in the money-making position first. You may decide, like, fuck it, let's just run the direct mail and just leave it alone, right? Once you've got the copy in there and you've got your drip campaign working for your email or your direct mail, they're doing the work. Does that make sense? Like, and what you'll see is like, oh my gosh, like, wow, because you can add, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a day to these guys' revenue, depending on and where do you think they're going to do with that? Yeah, some of them will spend it, but some of them are like, fuck, let's buy some more front end with it, right?
Right.
Right. So typically on digital products, I'm getting 50% revenue shares on these, right? The way I do it is like, I want to partner up with you on this, right? I'm providing the sales team, the postage, right? All that kind of stuff. So I don't want to make this about percentages. I want to grow both of our shares as big as possible, right? I'm sure you'd rather have 50% of $1 million than 80% of 100,000, right? So the worst thing I could do to you is to take a percentage. It would be too small, or it inhibited me from growing both of our sides on this, right? So we're doing 50-50 deals on products that have the margin and the digital side, right? There's so many people teaching courses right now and coaching, right? Obviously you could do this with any type of business that has lots of transactions, right? A roofer, right? But why not keep it simple and just go look for guys that are selling a bunch of digital products on the front end and they have $1,000. It doesn't have to be 1,000 to 3,000. It can be 5,000. It can be 10,000, right? But we're finding the sweet spot is like between 1,000 and 3,000, right? And then we're putting it on payments too, right?
Right.
All those kind of things we're putting on payments, right? But like I said, if you can convert 5% to 10% of the people in the first week when they come in, right? You can look at the numbers, right? Even if you're doing $1,000 product and you're getting 50%, that's $500 per sale. Even if you have to amortize it out over 10 months, it's still $50 a month that you're adding to your cash flow, right? And you're going to convert about 50% of those into full pays, right? But it doesn't take a whole lot of flow, right, to get those numbers, right? And once you've got the emails working, you don't have to keep on pounding out emails, right? You just stick them in the flow, right? For direct mail, you can use click to mail to get it started, right? Just to test because sometimes the direct mail won't work exactly like the email does and you have to tweak it, right? But there's a service called Postalytics that we're starting to use, right? That'll just allow you to go in there. And as soon as a buyer comes in, right, it will send out a letter, right? And you can either send it out that day or wait some time, right? But it'll send out a letter, right? So all the new buyers, it comes in, you send out the letters, or you might want to wait till if you got your emails in the autoresponder, you might want to wait till those kick through to generate some revenue, right? And then start triggering out your direct mail, right? But then once you get all set up, you just kick back, you manage your tapper or have somebody manage the tapper, right? And just let the customer bring in all the flow, right?
So you're looking for, is there a certain number of front-end offers that you're looking for when you're having these conversations with partners?
That's going to be depending on what is a good income level for you, right?
Right.
I probably wouldn't have anybody get involved in one that's not going to bring in at least $5,000 or $10,000 a month, right? Which is fairly easy to do, right? If they're even doing 10 or 12 sales a day, right? You figure over a month's time, that's 300 sales a day, right? If you're converting 10%, 5 to 10%, that's 15 to 30 sales a month, right? So you just have to back the numbers out, right? I really don't want to mess with things that, for me, I like to have 50 or 100 orders a day. There's people like Justin Goff who's teaching now 1,000 buyers a day stuff, right? So there's people out there, right? And the response to this has been through the fucking roof. I'll give you some copy for it. But people aren't interested in the email marketing. They're not interested in the direct mail marketing, right? We know that. They want to fill their programs, right? But what people are, they want salespeople, right? So we have these, I had a gentleman named Frank send out one just on his profile. He had over 70 responses. Say, hey, if I were to provide a salesperson for you and fund it 100%, manage it 100% for the right person, even generate our own leads, would it make sense for us to talk? And he's got like 140 comments. Of course, half of them are his, right? Because they want the salespeople, right? They just haven't thought about doing the virtual tapper salesperson, right? So you could narrow that down. If you say virtual salespeople, it'll probably throttle your response, right? If you say, hey, you have to have this much flow, that'll throttle your response depending on how many people you want to talk to. But the angle is just getting eaten up right now. They're super easy. I've been closing deals in like 15 minutes on the phone. It's easy to understand. Like, what's your flow? Do you have another thing to sell them? Have you sold it before? Right? How come you're not selling more now? Well, I don't have a sales team, or I had a salesperson that was selling it for me, or I did a webinar, it went good, but I just don't have time to keep developing new webinars, right? Perfect. Like, here's what I would suggest. Let's send out a letter to them, right? We'll thank them profusely, see if they want to, details on your next thing, right? And then we'll close them for you. Like, yeah, that sounds good, right? Say, here's the way I want to do it, so I'm not just blowing my money, right? I want to test it on your email. Like, how many buyers do you have on your email list? We got 50,000. Perfect. So that'll give us time to test the angles, right? And you'll make some money before we even start doing this, right? But that way we can get out with the direct mail and have it all tested out, right? Okay, fine. super simple to understand. Nobody's doing it. The big advantage that we have, right, is nobody's doing tapping. Nobody's doing virtual salespeople, right? And that's what's really appealing to them, not the copy, right? Not the, like people think like, well, yeah, I probably got a fortune sitting in my direct mail, right? So but the big thing is like, holy crap. Because people they don't want to sell, right? They don't want to manage a salesperson, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so a question about the T1, whether it's email or direct mail, are you getting them to respond? Have you been testing with email?
Yeah, we just have them. We might do some, send some of the direct mail to the website just so we can tag them, right? And then only send out direct mail to the responders, right? Which lowers your costs, right? So, but it's nothing different than we've been doing with Phoneless Sales Machine. It's like, hey, we just set up a Gmail address, right? They reply back to the Gmail address. And some just depends on your demographic. Some demographics, they're fine with text. I'd much rather do a live chat or a text because it's faster. But some demographics are just not into it, right? So the email by and far is like always worked for us, just setting up a Gmail account, right? But we might do it a little bit differently where we send them from like the direct mail into a web page that says, hey, get your free report, or it has a little bit of a pre-sale there. And then they text us or message us, right? The only reason I really want to do that is because then I can take everybody, if I send out 1,000 letters, right, and 100 people hit that site, right, and only 10% of those people respond, right, and send us an email. Now I don't have to send out to the whole 1,000. I can just send out to the 100, right, that responded, right? And the same thing with the 10 people that did respond, right? If 1 or 2 of those people buy, I can follow up based on triggers, right? Just with those people. And it's the ROI is like ridiculous, right? Because now you've got buyers and responders, right? It's like when you send out email and you send to opens, right? Like if you send out email and you get like 20% open rate, right? Then you take that as a segment and you send to that, like you're going to get 70, 80, 90% open rates, right? But in direct mail, like it costs you every time, right? Yeah. But you get the hand raisers, track them, right? And then just mail to the hand raisers, then you've lowered your costs by 90% while keeping all the conversions, right?
That makes sense.
Yep.
Now, so a question when you're having conversations with these partners, when you're taking a look at their front-end offer, whether it's free plus shipping or whatever digital product they have, are you finding that you're finding yourself repositioning their high-ticket offer? Just because what I'm hearing is that the high-ticket offer is an advanced version of the, let's say, free plus shipping, right?
Yeah, or whatever it is, whatever digital product is, right? We have one where this is kind of one that surprised me that worked, right? But they actually bought a diet, right? A certain type of diet in a book, but they're so into this diet that they want to coach it themselves. So he's got a coaching offer how to become this kind of diet coach, right? And he sold a bunch of it before we came in. He just didn't have a salesperson to keep selling it, right? So that's what you're looking for. Like have you sold any of it, right? If they're like, no, I haven't sold any of it, it's a brand new thing, then don't do it, right? That's probably going to be your biggest thing. But again, like you're looking for a specific house with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, right? It's in a good neighborhood, right? Those kind of things. So it's really more them qualifying for you, right? Yeah, you want them to have flow. You want them to have a next thing it doesn't have to be selling now, but it has to have sold in the past, right? More than likely, they're probably selling a few now, right? But we don't want to just keep banging our heads, like trying to make it work, right? 5 to 10 emails out to the list. Probably you're going to know in 5. You're going to know in 5 if it's going to work or not, right? If it doesn't work in 5, get the fuck out, right? Because the ones that are working, right, they're going to work, right? If that makes sense.
It does.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for flow. They've got a next thing. Now, sometimes they might the next thing might be like a $500 thing, right? And say, look, let's do this, right? Let's make it. Let's start out, and you can always do price testing later on. But one of the things I'll do is I'll take it and I'll double the price, but put it on payment programs.
Okay.
Right? So if they have like a $500 program, I might even triple the price, right? Just depending on what the value is. But let's do this. Instead of selling it at $500, right? Or the 3 payments of $200 that you've been doing or whatever, let's do this. Let's make it 10 payments of $180. And then if they want to do a full pay, we'll knock $500 off, right? So it'll be $1,300, right? But now, like, look at what they've got now, right? And what do you think is easier to sell? 1 full pay of $500 or 10 payments of $130?
10 pays.
By far. By a fucking long shot, right? So then you've just cut what I call it widening your yes hole, right?
Yep.
But it's by far, and here's the thing, you won't lose any full pays because as soon as they say, I'm in, right? There's 2 things you can do. One, you can say, perfect, thank them. We've got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about that, right?
Right.
You still get those pay in fulls. Or just depending on what you like, if you're doing email, sometimes the back and forth with email is a little bit cumbersome. So you just send them to the shopping cart, right? That has both options, right? And let them choose once they're there, right? If it's more of a text or you're doing like Facebook Messenger, right? Then I would just say, perfect. So happy to have you. We've got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about that? I can save you $500 if you just want to pay this in full. I don't have a big dog in the fight. Which one's best for you, right? But if it's email, you might just say, perfect, that's awesome. Let's get you enrolled, right? Here's your first step, right? And they just choose whatever payment option. Again, 40 to 50%, depending on the niche, right? We'll take the full pays, which is probably a better conversion rate than they had with the 500 or the 2 payments to, or 3 payments to begin with, right? But we're also taking, again, if you get it working even okay with their built up list that they have, it will work so much better when people have just bought.
Right.
When's your open rate the highest? You ever, like, when you look at your customers, when's your open rate the highest?
Right after.
Right after, right? They'll open up like any list actually, right? Like the first open rates are like 50, 60, 70%, right? And then as time goes by, the open rate gets smaller, right? So that's why the guys like James is doing 30 or 40 sales a day, right? And then you get 16 people to reach out to him, right? Because the open rate's so high, right? And so now just out of 30 people, he's got 16 people to tap, right? 15, 16 people to tap, right?
Right.
And he's closing 3 of them a day, right?
And still the same thing. When they raise their hand, you're giving them a T2 qualification.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the price of the pricing program or payment plan, you're only mentioning that to them in the T3 itself, right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
We might do some price anchoring, right? Later on, right? After everything's working, right? But right now, we're just like, hey, thank you for buying this thing. We got an advanced thing or an accelerated thing. Would you like to hear about it, right? Would you like the details on it, right? Yeah, I would, right? Right. So that's all we're doing, right? And then we're trying to make that hole as big as possible, right? Instead of saying, hey, it's $2,000, right? It's 10 payments of $200, right? Or 12 payments, right? I don't like 12 as much sometimes because I get the feeling that, I can cancel at any time, right? And by the way, this doesn't matter if it's a 8-week program. It doesn't matter if it's a year-long program, a 6-month program, 8-week program, or even a 2-day program. Still offer the financing on it. We're still seeing 70 and 80% completion rates on these, right? Your partner may be a little bit resistant to it. Usually if this is a bolt-on though, they're not too resistant to it because it's just found money for them, right? Right. They'll say, wow, this is only a 6-week program. Nobody's going to pay me for 10 months on it. And that's complete thinking and not data. The data is consumers are very, very programmed to buy something, right? It's only going to last a short amount of time and pay for it over a long amount of time. There's just numerous examples, but just a few. One right now, I'm sure there's a woman somewhere buying a Coach handbag, right, for a couple grand. She's going to wear it for a year and probably pay on it for 10, right? College, you usually go to college for 4 years, right? And you pay on it for 10, 15, or 20 years, right? The average wedding in the United States is $30,000. Now, how many fathers of the brides do you think just writing out a check for 30 grand? Not many. They have one day of wedding and they pay on it for 10 or 15 years, right? Consumers are already behaviorally acclimated to that. Get it now, even if it only lasts a short time, pay on it for a long time, right? Now, I'm not saying take advantage of people, right? But what I am saying is, like, the first thing, it's only an 8-week program. They'll never pay me. They'll never pay me for 10 months. Yes, they will. I sell 3-day programs on it all the time, and they pay me for 10 months, right? 80% of the people. Yeah, we have a few people that drop off, and like we had coronavirus this last time, right? But by and large, I trust people, right? Especially if you position it, right, as, hey, this is not a cancel anytime, right? I'm just financing it for you so that as many people as possible can get the benefits of this program. I don't say it like that, right? But so as many people as possible can, whatever the benefit, lose weight, right? Or be healthier, whatever the thing is, right?
And I guess let's say 20% of the people who don't buy it kind of offsets the amount of people who are actually coming inside as well.
Dude, the numbers are just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Have you seen my Millionaire Math numbers? We have a few minutes. I do have a hard stop time, but let me see if I can pull up my Millionaire Math real quick for you. That might be helpful. Yeah, the numbers are just the millions people are losing by not doing this is just ridiculous. Let me see.
And I guess this is how you're explaining it to the partners as well, when
That's
they're
right.
kind of on the fence of doing payment plans.
Yeah, well, try to cover it before they get to the objection, right?
Right.
You can say, hey, a lot of people have a hard time understanding this. Why will people pay for a year on a 6-week program, right? And just go through the examples I just gave you, right? People are
already primed to do that.
That's right. So let me share my screen really quick here. I always say really quick. I don't know why I say really quick. It's never really quick. Share my screen. Screen share. Okay. So here's the part where the owner finance hack. Do you have this document?
This is my first time seeing it, actually.
Yeah, we need to have you guys. This is kind of I view this like buying a house that's in good shape, right? We don't want to do foundational work to it, right? We just want to come in and like can we slap some paint on it? Can we change out the door? What's the minor things that we can do that will give it more value? But the big one is the owner finance hack, right? So let's take a look at it. If somebody's currently selling a digital product for $1K and they normally sell 50 in a campaign, or they want to sell 50, right? Let's say they run a campaign and say, hey, we sold 50, right? At 1K. So they make 50K on that, right? But when we add financial leverage in the payment program, let's say we did it at $220 a month for 12 months. So right off the bat, like we've gone from $1,000 to $2,640, like a 260% improvement. Yeah. If we still only sold 50, right, we end up making $132,000 or $11,000 per month, right? So even if our conversion rate did not improve at all, we're already $82,000 ahead, right? And of course, you can factor in 70% of the people will pay or 30% won't, right? But still, that's right. By a ridiculous amount. And here's the cool thing. You'll still get this 50K. These people that would have paid full pay are still going to pay typically at full pay, right? But here's what usually happens. If we double our conversion rate, right, that's my bare minimum, what I normally see. We'll double our conversion rate, right? What's easier, 1,000 or 220 a month for people to do, right? 220 a month, a fucking long shot, right? Especially if they're a self-milking cow, right? And we're doing this in consumer niches too, where there's not a self-milking cow, where they're not going to make money, but these niches where they're actually going to make some money, like do it, what they're teaching, like, it works even better, right? Right. Let's say we double our conversion rate. Now we've got $264,000 versus $50,000 or $22,000 a month, right? If we triple our conversion rate, which I see, right? Now we got $396,000, right? Versus 50 grand, right? We're making $33,000 a month. So who the fuck cares if 30% of the people don't pay, right? Even if 50% of the people don't pay, right? But like I said, if you're increasing your conversion rate, your IMINs by 3 times, and you say, hey, by the way, we got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about it? And half of the people say, yeah, I want to make a payment in full. So now you got 75 people that just paid you everybody less than $2,640, but let's say you knock off, here, I did the numbers down here. Let's say I can save you $740 if you want to pay $1,900, right? And you're still going to collect more by making that hole bigger, right? So that's why I want to do the owner financing, right? With running this, we all want easier yeses, right? We all want to make more money, right? But trying to get all that money up front, right? And we still want to get it up front, but it's just changing how we make the offer. If we get them to micro commit and say, yeah, I can do $220 a month, right? And then we present the saving on the full pay, like the micro commitment is huge, right? You get 3 times the amount of people say, yeah, I can do that. And then they just say, oh, well, fuck it. Right. But without that micro commitment, that $2,000 is too big of a leap, right? Or whatever it is.
Right. And just a small specific question. If this is a Beamer deal, are you getting 30, 50% on the monthly payments, or are you waiting for?
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. You get 50% of, I mean, it may not always be 50%, right? But that's where I'm shooting for. I've had some really, really, smart, savvy people like 50%. Yeah. Cause it's found money for them, right? They're not making this money anyways, right? The big thing is don't get fucking hung up on a percentage, and don't let them get hung up on a percentage. Right. We've got our arm around them, and we're building something together. Right. So if we're trying to go somewhere, like if you're trying to go, where are you at right now?
Montreal.
Okay. So if you're going to try to drive down to Arkansas, right. And we're trying to work together to get you down here to Arkansas. Right. Is it going to do any of us any good to say, well, I'm only going to give you $100 in gas? No, because you're never going to fucking make it, right? The goal is to get from Montreal to Russellville, Arkansas, right? So we need to make it work for everybody, right? And just yesterday, I did the deal that wasn't 50%. He had actually agreed to 50%. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather see how you have some extra money where you can bring in more people, right? So let's do 40-60, right? So I took a 40%, right? Just because I thought I'd end up making more money at 40%, giving him the 60%, right? Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
So I don't want to get hung up on a percentage because you can't take a fucking percentage to the bank, right? Mm-hmm. And these people would much rather have 50% of $1 million, right? Yeah. Something we could be aggressive with, right? Than 80% of $250,000, right? Mm-hmm. By a long shot, right? So I never want to get hung up on these percentages, and people get too hung up on the percentage. But yeah, you get the payments too, and it's really, really nice. Like you get these payments going, and they're stacking, right? And the next month comes around, right? And you know what you're going to make the next month, right? They're super, super nice. Yeah, they just set you up as an affiliate, and you on their shopping cart, and you just make 50% or 40% or whatever.
Yep.
That's it. That's the, the starting it off. It's awesome. Super easy to explain, super easy to test, super easy to keep running once it's going, right? We're not running into deadlines and all that kind of stuff. We're just taking advantage of the flow that they already have and putting our card, right? We already want them to have the ace of hearts, the king of hearts, the queen of hearts, the jack of hearts, and we just want to come in with the 10 of hearts. We don't want to try to you don't have the ace or the king, let me go out and try to, no, right? We want them to have all that, and we just have a missing card, and they're going to see it. Like, holy fuck, if I had a person to actually answer questions and a salesperson to be a virtual salesperson, that'd be awesome, right? You've got the 10 of hearts. The deals happen pretty naturally, right? If it's not their pie that they're eating from, you're going to have a lot easier time getting a 50% revenue share. If it's a pie that they're planning on eating from, right, rather than found money, right, then it's going to be harder. But if it's just found money, I'm not selling any of these things now, right? Or not very many of them, right? I'm making most of my money. Most of the guys try to make their money off the front end, right? So we just say, look, let's be aggressive with this if it works, right? And let's run out to your direct mail, right? And let's just grow this thing, right? But in order to grow it, we need to do it as partners, right? Fuck it. Yeah, that sounds good, right?
I don't want to get lost in the abstract, but is the 10 of hearts your virtual sales team that you're bringing for them because they
That's it. That's it. It's your tapper, right? I don't call it a tapper to them. We can call it, but it's the fact that we have a process and a system and a person that's actually can take questions, right, and give them an intimate experience, right? Actually, in a lot of ways, we're starting to use this on cold traffic, which I don't want to get into right now, but there's a lot of advantages to being virtual that you don't have with a regular phone person. And some of those is like your phone person can only talk to one person at a time, right? What does that mean? That means that they're not going to have an army of salespeople. So that means people have to wait when they're interested. Now they got to wait 2 days, right? They got to wait 2 days to talk to somebody. Guess that's why show-up rates are so low. They've lost their interest before they ever get to them. But when they say, yeah, I'd love details on your next thing, perfect. We ask them a couple of questions. We shoot them the details over. Well, yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Perfect, right? And you answer them right there, right? And your tapper can handle, depending on how much flow you have coming in, 2, 3, 4 partners at a time. But you can handle 4 or 5 conversations going on at one time, right? Mm-hmm. No, part of the reason we're trying to do some of this on the cold traffic is because the webinar funnels, right? There's just too much delay, right? If somebody's interested, right? It's like, oh, now I got to sign up for this webinar. It doesn't happen until tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Then they got to get through the webinar. And then if they're interested in filling out a strategy session, a lot of times they can't even get on the strategy call for 2 days.
Yeah. Right.
So what's happening is like when somebody's interested in it, like when we just start tapping them in there, hey, like we got the short video. Would you like to, we want you to get to know us. Would you like to go see it first? Right. Yes, I would. Right. But you can watch it right now. Right. Hey, after you watch it, if it still makes sense to talk, message me here. Right. And I'll give you the rest of the information. Perfect. Right. But now they're on their time schedule when they're hot. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. It's like individualized funnel, right? And I'm not saying this to try to turn this into a cold traffic thing, but only if you need to explain to your client or your partner why, and usually you don't, they get it. It's like, hey, yeah, people are, the Ford Bronco sold out, right? You think they had people on the phone all the time? Maybe a few, but most of it was like done by the messenger that they had on their site. Hey, can I get this? And then, hey, can I get this? Hey, it's like, they either see it, they ask a few questions, like, yeah, fucking reserve me one, we're selling hot tubs and stem cell research and all kinds of stuff, now from it, right? So yeah, that's the piece that we have right now. And, probably the next 2 to 5 years, we'll have an advantage that nobody else has, right? Because nobody except our little Mojo verse. There's a few people that are starting to come out, right? Mm-hmm. But are doing the virtual salespeople.
The key sounds like it's, tapping into the flow and taking advantage of recency and how intimate these campaigns can be and how fast they can be as well.
You're exactly right. You're totally right. That's it. And so it just makes it so much easier, right? Because I love Rainmakers, don't get me wrong, right? But they're a lot of fucking work, right? Because you got to take their audience and warm them up and get them flowing, right? I mean, lots of emails, right? And yeah, you can use those emails in other campaigns, right? But much better to tweak up your T3 and get it working really well and just keep it in the flow, right? It's like, and then you just gotta, once you've got all the T1, T2, T3 and your follow-up taps, right? Then you can put a junior tapper in there, right? And just let them tap the people that come in, right? Let the customer do the work on the flow, right? Let your autoresponder or your Postalytics or whatever do the work on the drip, right? And just get people to raise their hands for your tapper to tap, that's it. So that's it, my friend.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great.
So I appreciate you being the guinea pig on this. I think probably in the group we have a template for the start off second helping campaign. I'm not saying you to work on every single one, right? But it's always thank you. Thank you so much. We have this next thing. Would you like to hear about it? Would you like to join us or whatever it is, right? We do have some pre-T1 stuff we've been doing, right? But if nothing else, you can drop that out, right? And if people are like, fuck off or, or like no response whatsoever, don't keep on doing it, right? Like, hey, just tell your partner this ain't going to work out.
Right.
But if you have a lot of hand raisers, they might get jammed up in the T2, but now you can work with the T2, right, and fix that problem, right? And then once you get them to T3, then you can, if it's not converting like you want, then you can fix that problem, right? But a lot of the time these campaigns don't go sideways because of a bad T2 or a bad T3. What makes them never work out is the audience, right? And the affinity that they have for 60% of our sales success is the list.
Right.
Right. 30% offer, 10% copy, right? But if you send that email out and they're like, where's my refund, motherfucker? Right? But like you get a bunch of hate back, right? Hasta la vista, baby, right? Or just nobody responds. You might do another T1 to make sure the angle's, right or whatever. But if it's still like pulling teeth, get out, right? We just want to go and do our core samples, right? We want to get into these real quick and get the fuck out if they're not working, right? So there you go. Did a lot of cussing.
Cool, man.
I always cuss a lot when I'm really excited, but these have been working out really well for us. And so let's go get a thank you campaign on the table.
Awesome, man.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, bye. Let's talk about some direct mail. I'm just going to put this here so you're not looking at something blank. But big key factor, and I'm going to still talk with my hands even though you can't fucking see me. Like, don't start out with a direct mail, right? Email it. I'm just telling you what I do. I'm probably not anywhere close to being a direct mail expert. I'm just telling you what I do and why it's working so well. I don't do a lot of split testing and stuff like that. I don't mail to prospects. I only mail to customers, right? And I only, for the most part, mail pieces that I know work on the email or out in somewhere else. The pieces that we're mailing have already worked somewhere, right? And to an offer that already works, right? That's kind of like the magic of, we're actually doing more than $10 per stamp. I just thought it would be a little bit crazy. Like we're like, spending $100 and making $3,000, right? Sometimes $6,000 if we make 2 sales, right? And I'll show you how we're doing that, right? But I didn't want to like hype it up too much. So I think what gets most people on this is like they expect it to be harder or somehow more complicated than what we're doing, right? I don't want to be too hypey about it, but this is probably right up there in the top 3 of the most consistent, hassle-free, most profitable, direct marketing campaign, and maybe even investment. If you look at it as an investment into postage, right? It's just like, it just continues to work over and over and over again, the way that we're doing it. So here's the fancy pants envelope, right? This one comes from a company called Click to Mail. We'll talk about the companies that we're using here in a minute. I did black out some of this stuff because I don't have, this is for one of my firm clients that we're doing. We have tested some teaser copy, right? But there's nothing fancy about this. But I haven't tested all teaser copy, but the teaser copy we've used before just kind of screams, hey, this is an advertisement. The reason kind of this works, and I've had people tell me this, either mad or not mad, but they think it's a bill. Like most of us opened up their bills, right? Click to Mail doesn't have any other options that you have to do it in a window envelope. I didn't like it at first, but then we had we've been pretty successful with it, right? And it's really easy to get going. If you'll notice up here in the very top, I kind of stole this idea from Gary Bencivenga. Can you guys read that? I don't know if you guys can even read that or not. Too small?
Yeah, it's a little small, a little hard to see.
Okay. It doesn't really matter, but it just says bonus department, right? So Gary would send out, after they bought something, it'd say unannounced bonus. That was some teaser copy he would use, right? Unannounced bonus, right? Now, I don't use that because there's really not a bonus in here unless you're sending out a T3 or something like that, right? But we just put bonus department on there and helps that open rate or whatever, right? So, but that's it. Live stamp, if you can get it. We've done it without live stamp, but Click to Mail lets you put a live stamp on it. And it looks like a bill coming from your roofer or your plumber or, one of those people, right? And I think it's why kind of this envelope works. There are some other companies I've used in the past to make it look handwritten envelope, and those all do boost the response rate a little bit. But I'm just like, let's mail them another fucking letter. Like, let's not dick around with the little bumps, like, and I'll show you why I believe that here in a second. But there's two main things that we send to them. I'm sorry this isn't showing up as well as I would like it to. I wonder if I can lower this. I don't want to make you guys seasick. See if I can lower this a little bit or get it a little bit closer.
There you go.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Perfect. So all this is a one-page Gmail call to action. It's it. Just one page. This is the first one I send if we're just testing it, right? We use a Gmail call to action. I marked out a lot of stuff so we wouldn't give away the program and the special thing that we're doing, right? And I'm happy to give you guys these, but you guys already have something real similar to this, right? But it's just hi, right? And it's got a personal sign off down here, right? And the call to action, again, this is just an email. We modified a little bit to make sure that it worked inside of direct mail. Now, this is just either the program name or the guru name, and we use different things like RSVP at Gmail so we can track which Gmail account they go into. We do control these Gmail accounts. We've done a ton of business this way, right? Gmail is so common, almost people don't even worry if it's a domain or anything at this particular point, right? I'm not saying that I haven't really tested it with other domains other than pearls and stuff. So I'm just telling you guys what we do, right? And this is where it has worked out really, really well for us. We have a little PS here. That's it. A one-page Gmail. Again, this was tested on the email first, right? And that's it. A one-page Gmail call to action. Once you know they're working on, like you send them out. I'll tell you who to send them to here in a minute, but you send them out. And if you're making some business with them, then we might send out either a one-page or a two-page letter with a Pearl call to action. This is our standard thank you letter. Hi, Travis. This is blah, 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 blah. I'm CEO and founder of blah, blah, blah. I'm writing to say thank you, right? And then we kind of go in to the offer. You guys have this template already, right? I'm just kind of showing you what we're doing there, right? Then the key part on this is the call to action, which we use a Pearl. And you have to get a company that's a little bit more fancy to do this, right? This is what the Pearl looks like, right? It's got my name. You can do different things with the Pearl, right? And this is the name of the program. We're calling it the game plan. Get the blank game plan, right? So when they hit this page, we've got a hand raiser. And it's almost like retargeting. This is so valuable. I'm starting to use this with land now. If I want to find all the buyers and land, right, I can send out the mail to everybody there. Say, hey, we've got land, 70, 80% off, or 70 to 80% of market value. Right? I don't know if you're looking for land to move it, some family members in or investments, right? If you want to see our catalog, right, visit us, right? But now I've narrowed who's interested down to this, right? You guys will see how this plays out here in a minute. This is so key because if we mail 1,000 letters and we get 100 people to respond back, we're not going to mail the whole fucking 1,000 again. We're only going to mail the 100 people and we can follow up to the cows come home, right? And do some serious damage with those 100 people that raise their hands, right? Even if they didn't request the game plan. All we're using is a bridge page on this page. It just says, hey, email us to get the game plan, right? So there's a lot of smarter things that we can do, right, on this. But the big thing is what we're doing is we're taking a big list and we're getting it down to a hot interest list, right, by using this Pearl. So I'm going to show you a couple other things and then we'll take it off of this thing so I can look at you again. Here's one that's not mine, by the way. And by the way, I've never had as good a luck with postcards, right? But this is a Perry Marshall postcard, how to get shit done in 20. He's mailing it out to his customers, right? Because he's inviting them into his round table, right? But it just says, hey, email us if you want information. You always got this here, right? And this is not a pearl, but I'm willing to bet that he's retargeting. There's some type of retargeting going on when you hit that page, right? He's going to retarget you, right? So, again, I haven't had as good a luck with postcards. You could put a whole T1 on there, right? We've tried something similar, still haven't had as good a luck. Something about sending that letter and making it real personal, right? That has really worked for us on that, right? But I just kind of wanted to show you guys that too. Here's a couple companies that you can look at using. We use Click2Mail. This is really dirty fast. There's not a lot of options though, right? It's cheap, dirty fast and cheap, right? So this is where we would send the Gmails to using Click2Mail, right? You just upload your list, you upload your letter, boom, it goes out. They're super fast, super cheap. See if you get any responses back and what your ROI is on that. There's another company called ITI Direct Mail. It's a lot like Click2Mail, but it gives you a few more options. If you want a handwritten envelope or do something in there, it gives you a few. And they don't actually handwrite it. It looks handwritten, right? But you got a few more options. Like it doesn't have to be a window envelope. It can be a regular envelope. So you just have a few more options with it. We don't use it that often. I didn't put it on here, but I also have used Alice at specializedmailing.com. Now, if you have something real special, like if you want them to hand sign the letters or something like that, it's kind of a pain in the ass because she doesn't accept, she accepts credit cards. No, she doesn't accept credit cards. You got to send her a check, right? Or she does it by check. You know, she's afraid of getting stiffed on the postage or something, right? So, but Click2Mail, ITI Direct Mail, once you have it working, this Postalytics is how it kind of think of it like Google Analytics for the post office. You can actually watch your mail going across the country. It'll say, oh, it's here. It's there now. It's here. It's over here. Right. And you can start seeing it, them open it. Right. And it's tracked for the people that open and they visit, and all those kind of things. It's a little bit on the pricey side for some folks if you're not using it a lot. It's about $300 a month for the agency version. They do have a couple other versions though, if you just do it working with one person. But if you're doing, any amount of mail, right, you're going to make it back up with those pearls on those. So I'll go over some numbers that we're kind of seeing. These are kind of more averages, and averages can be deceiving sometimes. So, but like that 2-page letter, we have about a 10% response rate off of that one, right? After everybody's got it, right? So that means if we send out 1,000 letters, we get about 100 hand raisers, off of that, right? The conversions from direct mail are higher than they are from email, that we've noticed, like almost double. I would say you can almost count, like you can look at your email stats and you can, like if you're getting a 10% close on your T3s, like you can add 75%. You're probably getting about 17.5% to 20% close rate on everybody that qualified, that reached out for a T3. And that's just immediately. I'm not talking about any follow-ups, right? On average, we're getting, I'd probably like calculate about 3% to be safe. I'm usually happy with 3%. We've had some that's, been like 0.5%, right? So again, averages can be deceiving, right? But 3%, that means if you mail 1,000 letters, you get about 30 hand raisers, right? And then the close, I would probably say about 15%, right, of the qualified people on that. Now, here's the interesting thing. Those numbers don't vary very much, even if it's a bigger ticket thing, right? So I haven't mailed anything that wasn't $1,500, and the most we've mailed is 42,000. And that was, it wasn't 42,000 all up front. It was like 6 payments of $7K. But again, the interesting thing is that this number didn't change very much just because it was a bigger ticket thing, right? So if you can mail for masterminds or 10K plus things, right, I would definitely think that would be a good move to make. Where it gets really, really exciting is, so if you mail 1,000 and you get 30 hand raisers, and let's say 22 of them make it into your email list or your email Gmail box, you can follow up like mofos with these 22 people, and you're going to almost double your conversion rate in a month just by following up with these people by email, right? Follow-up taps. And then you can just mail these people that didn't respond, right? If you're only mailing 30 people, you can do that for about 30 to 40 bucks. It's hard to fucking go wrong when you can mail for 30 or 40 bucks and you've got a $3,000 product, right? You got a 50% commission on it, right? Does that make sense? So again, don't start out there, like get it working on the email. Like if you're going to send out, if you send out, like Marcus, like if you send out, 18 emails, take the ones that made the most sales, not necessarily the most hand raisers and all those kind of, take the ones that have made the most sales, right? And start with those, just tweak them up, modify them a little bit, use the 1 page or 2 page going to a Gmail at the beginning, right? And if that works pretty good, then, take those profits and roll them into doing some stuff with Postalytics. So I'm going to take the camera off and talk about a really, really conservative way to go about this. Even more conservative. I think it's really hard to go wrong with this, but I realize not everybody just throws money at stuff. So if you want the most conservative way to roll in with it, we talked about this a little bit, but RFM, you want to remember those letters, RFM, recency, frequency, and monetization. So you can have your partner, there you go. We can have your partner say, give me the last buyers you've had this month, or give me your buyers you've had this month. That would be recency, right? Those are typically, as a typical rule, are going to convert at a higher rate than people that have bought in a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago, right? So if you're looking to start it out conservatively, ask them to give you the people that have bought most recently. Same thing. It's just funny. Like I've done 3 land deals getting ready to close 3 land deals on Friday. 2 of them had already asked me, do I have more land? Right? They're ready to buy more. Same thing. Every business is different, but it's the same, right? So that's recency. F is frequency. How often do they buy? So if they have a really big list, they say, well, and you want to narrow it down even more, like if they have 10,000 people that have bought in the month, the next thing you could go for is how many are multi-buyers? How many, and sometimes you can do both of those. So how many people have bought more than one thing? If they bought 2 things, they're more likely to convert. They bought 3 things, they're more likely to convert than 2 things, right? And these are general rules of thumb, not always, right? And M is monetary value, right? If you can, like if you're going to be selling a $3,000 thing, like I'm not saying you can't do it because I've done it, right? But your safest bet is to say, hey, let's get all your $3,000 buyers, right? Or somebody close to that or above, right? Hey, we're going to sell a $3,000 thing to somebody who's bought $10,000 before is going to be easier as a typical rule of thumb than somebody that's bought a $3,000 thing and you're trying to sell a $10,000 thing too. Does that make sense? So those are the RFMs on that if you want to be super conservative about how you approach this. If in their email database, they also, if you look at their records, and you won't know this just looking at the audit, but if they have their snail mails tied to the email address and their buyers, again, I'm probably leaving a lot of money on the table, but I'm not messing with prospects right now, right? But if you emailing their buyers list and their email is attached to their snail mail, think about it for a minute. You can do your segment right there. Does that make sense? So let's say you email and it says, hey, maybe you use a very offer related workshop with John Janch, right? Well, if they open that, right, they're probably really, really likely to want to do something with them, right? And you have a short email, and you can either do the T1 in the email like you normally do, right? Or you can say, hey, I'm sending you a letter, right, about a workshop. You can keep your eyes open for it. But let's say you mail a 10,000 person list and you get a 10% open rate. You've got 1,000 people that open it, mail those 1,000, right? Does that make sense? And so that will save you the mailing cost of just mailing all of them. Now, some of the databases and the way they do it, their emails aren't tied with the direct mail address or their physical address. Does that make sense, or am I confusing people with that? So, like Marcus, like if you're a guy like has hit the physical address tied to the email address, one of the things you could do, since you've been mailing, you could just take everybody that's opened the email, right, in the last 30 days or whatever, right, and maybe you want to start there. If it's buyers, right, I don't do prospects, right. I mean, you could try prospects, but most people don't collect physical address from prospects anyways, right? Or you can send an email out, right, and just mail to the opens, but you don't want to use like bad news, or like you're not trying to get everybody to open. You're trying to see who'd be interested, right, to narrow that down, if that makes sense, right? So those are some super conservative ways, right? Me testing, I don't test more than 1,000 people at a time, right? I want to make sure that 1,000's working. I'm not hitting something weird, right? So I'm still pretty conservative, but if you want to, mail out to 500 multi-buyers, right, that have just bought in the last month, right? Because if it doesn't work with them, it's not going to work if they're a year old and only bought one thing, right? If that makes sense. So I like to start super close to the bullseye. That's pretty much everything I know about direct mail. and doing it. I don't pay attention. Like I know like Mondays, you don't want your mail to drop on a Monday, but I haven't been able to calculate it out, so I can't never make that happen, right? It depends on what service you go with. I just don't worry about a lot of it, right? Those kind of things. I'm just like, if I can get them to raise their hands and segment it, like, and I can follow up 10 times and still, with the small state, I'm going to crush it, right? Is the key thing that I look at. Especially if I don't have to write more copy. The T3 is already written, right? All we're doing is we're just pulling leads from their most valuable asset, right? And then closing those with our tapper.
So the direct mail is the T1, Travis, and then we drive them to Gmail for the T2 and the qualifiers.
Yeah, it's just the same. As soon as they respond back to that Gmail, everything is the same, right? We may I don't know if we follow up harder, but there seems to be a tendency if you pay for those leads, you're going to follow up a little bit harder than just the email leads where you're just emailing them again, right? You can follow up with them, right? Again, you can, if you're segmenting using Postalytics, you can remail another T1 or some fence tippers, right? So if you got some objection handlers, like we've sent like 3 and 4 page letters to the segmented list to handle objections and stuff like that, right? But it's pretty much the same thing we do in the email campaigns. We just give it to the old postman to go deliver for us, right? That's all we're really doing, right? On that.
So I'm thinking like this last T1 we just sent, like it's done really, really well for us, even as we went back to like smaller ticket buyers, right? Would we, send that same T1 to those openers again? So like they've read this email already and then they get it in physical mail too?
Well, they've already opened it, right? So if they already have it opened, you can go ahead and you don't have to send it again. You just say, hey, I want the open segment, and then you cross-reference and you download the physical address from that. If that
well, my question is like, if they've opened that particular T1, and we know that, like, would I mail that T1 in the direct?
Oh yeah, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. We have a tendency. I'm not making fun of you, but we have a tendency to think that when we send out stuff, people are like, oh. Travis Sago sent me an email. Oh my God. Okay. What's his subject line? Oh, okay. Everybody shut up. Travis Sago sent me an email, right? That's not what happens at all, right? They just barely glance at that, right? So there's a different, when you get a letter in the mail though, like it's more like you're there, right? And you have a tendency to read it a little bit more. It might sit on the coffee table for a while. It's just a different type of media. I'm not saying they don't have their phone there and changing a dirty diaper, right? But I really learned, like, when something works, just use it again. Like, that's why I keep telling you, like that email, you can send that same email out. Like, I'm not telling you to send that 48 times. I've tested things to the point of being ridiculous, right? But that email, you can send out 4, 5, 6 times a year. And you're going to get pretty much the same results that you got the first time, right? But I really learned this when I used to buy a lot of solo email drops in the relationship space. And one time I got a little bit under the gun, and they wouldn't let me, for some reason, they wouldn't let me send it to the landing page that I had or something. I can't remember what it was. But I had to come up with some copy to an opt-in page really quickly. Oh, crap. And so I'm just like, well, if I got them to click on the email ad, why don't I just use the same damn copy that I did in the email? Right? But just put an opt-in form there. And that was probably one of the best opt-in conversion rates I ever had, right? It got them to click. So now I just see the page with the same fucking copy on it, right? And I can't remember what it was. It was like 80% like opt-in rate, It was the best one, right? So a bird in the hand is worth 2 or 3 in the bush in my mind, right? You see me do this a lot with my anchor, I call them anchor posts in my Facebook group. You see me like reusing a post and just adding something to it, it's because that post kicked ass, right? And it's much better for me to reuse a post that kicked ass, right? Especially if there's social commentary on there I can't reproduce, right? It's almost like my posts become a sales letter, right? That I can reuse, and of course I can use them in different ways and different fashions. So yeah, absolutely. Like just take what you already know works and reuse it again. By the way, that's that's a wealth principle, right? If you have an asset, what do you need to do with an asset? You need to circulate it, right? And the more you can do with an asset, the more money you're going to make from it, right? People have a tendency, I just want to create more and more new assets or whatever, right?
Every time I drive for Uber, I go out and buy a new car for the next ride.
That's right. Yeah.
So with the Pearl thing, like they show up to that landing page, that bridge page, is that like, are you grabbing, I mean, you're not looking for contact info. Or is it, what happens there? When they land there, what happens next?
So I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm not saying it's the best method. All I'm trying to do is get those hand raisers. So if I say, hey, visit this website to get the weight loss game plan or whatever it is, right? They hit a website. There's almost nothing on it except that it says, hey, email me here to get the game plan. That's all I got on there, right? Because I'm just tracking who hit that page. Could you put an opt-in on it? Yeah, but we just want them to respond back, right? So then we have our Gmail, like, hey, just email me here, blah, 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 at gmail.com, and we'll send you over the game plan, right? Or we'll send you over the details. That's all we got on the page.
So you're relying on, I'm kind of tracking this towards, like, you're relying on like cookies and tracking with the email software, right?
That's right.
So my not concern, but thing I'm trying to think about is, like, with all this cookie tracking and all this weird shit that's going on with this new iOS thing, and, like, you know,
that's not going to affect you here. They're using a Perl. It's actually generating a URL. So if I sent one to you, it could be Marcus.Anderson, right? Or it could be every letter that goes out has a unique Perl on it. So there is no, it's not an issue.
Okay, that's a new term for me.
Yeah.
Who are you using for your Perl software?
Postalytics.
Postalytics does that? Okay.
Postalytics, yeah.
So that's a landing page.
They were just a Perl company, and now they've kind of they integrate your mailing and all that kind of good stuff. So.
And they should really team up with the ESPs out there and just be like, you want to add this as a one-click thing? Like, you send this email out, boom, like get some.
They have some integrations with HubSpot. They don't integrate a lot of stuff. But they do have some integrations with HubSpot. But yeah, you're exactly right. You could say, hey, take all the openers and then send them this mail, right? Which, by the way, I didn't bring this up. Marcus, again, like, one of the things we want to do is we want to put our stuff in flow. So if you could, once you got it all mapped out, you can direct mail all their new people, like say, hey, when this comes in 5 days, send out this T1, right? Then you don't have to constantly be going in and send those out. Same thing with email, right? Like, if you can get in their autoresponder, right? Hey, we're going to send this 5 days after they buy. Then you don't have to keep sending, right? You get inside of their flow. That always makes sense to me, but I don't think it always makes sense to people. A river flows. If you can put a turbine in that river, you don't have to provide the energy. Your turbine just has to be there, right? If your job is to go to a lake and get electricity, then you got to, like, make the lake flow, right? Which is kind of what we're doing when we're sending emails. We're kind of taking a pool of energy and we're making it move, right? So if you can get into that flow, then your life gets even easier and better, right? So if he's selling, 5,000 books every month, and you can get into that flow in his autoresponder and his direct mail, then all of a sudden you just kick back, let the software do its work, let your tappers tap them in, right? And everything is good. And that's ultimately where you want to be with that stuff.
The flow, I'm getting a really small taste of the flow just as the sampling with the eye doctors. We put that offer into his flow, and we're testing between 21 and 28 days. And you're right. I mean, it's just so awesome to have created that offer once. Now it's in flow, and you just kind of check your affiliate commission every month and see what's happening. So getting a very small taste of flow, and I love it.
Yeah. I've been calling it writing an asset, right? The first time I heard that was, I think it was one of the Beatles, John Lennon, I think. I can't remember. It was Paul McCartney. I can't remember. But he's like, hey, I need a tool. Let's write a song, right? That always stuck with me. I'm like, oh, that's so awesome, right? But same thing, we write a T3, right, that converts. We got the T2, and then we get the T1s, and we just put it in the flow, and now we got a nice little asset that cash flows better than most houses out there, right? Putting those in the flow. So cool. Any other questions on this? If not, we can roll into other stuff. I went a little longer on that than I thought I was going to go, but
Question on the price point. You mentioned like a 1,500 is where you've tested it out for. Is there
from 1,500 to 42,000? But all of those had payment. Same thing we always do. Like now, they don't see that price in the T1, right? But we start out with a payment program, and then we ask them about the pay in full discount. And by the way, people are paying pay in fulls right now. Even in this economy, like they're stroking out checks for $25,000 to save themselves $5,000, right? So, but those, I'm just telling you where we've tested it at, right? From 1,500 on up to 42,000 is the most we've done on the direct mail.
Well, I for one will say that was awesome. Thank you, Travis. That was cool.
Yeah, that was dope. Thank you.
You guys will love it more when you start seeing those leads come in, and man, they close so much better. Like there's a difference between a direct mail lead, right, and email lead. Like they close a lot better. Your T2s go a lot better. I don't know what it is, but just getting it by direct mail kind of. I heard it. It's like trying to describe a kiss. I've heard people tell me like, "Oh, it works better." It's like, whatever. Until you do it, right? It's like.
Sorry, just a question. So, for example, if you're selling just info products and you don't have the physical address, let's say you don't have a partner, but you want to sell something to your own customers, do you think it's a good idea, like first to ask them, hey, I would like to mail you something, would you give me your physical address, or actually have develop a product that's going to first ship to them so that you get the address first?
Yeah, that's a good question. Just for a full frontal transparency, I have asked for addresses, but I haven't done it on a big level, right? Mostly what we do is we take customer databases that are already existing, right? And we mail those because they're not being mailed. Even if it's a digital product, most of your upper level people that are using Infusionsoft or they get a physical address, even if it's not shipped to them.
Right? Yeah.
So that's really, you don't have to ship it to them. Obviously, if you're doing like an e-com thing or it's being shipped, they're going to have those addresses. But a lot of your bigger ticket guys, again, if they're using like any expensive CRM or, cart, most of the time they're collecting physical addresses to begin with. A lot of times phone numbers too, right? We just haven't got into it, but I don't know if you guys know Flo Cunley, but that's his whole business model. He just gets customer databases from people that have phone numbers and he calls them and he gets a big piece of that, right? It's kind of the same thing that we're doing. We just don't call them. We email them and close them by chat, right? But Flo's a super smart guy, but that's all he does is he gets a company to give him the customer database and then he calls them for him and he gets a big piece of it. But you can certainly try that. Like if you have a customer database, you can say, hey, I'm getting ready to do that probably the second half of this year. I'm going to do a newsletter. It's not going to be free with shipping and handling. I'm just going to do it fucking free, right? I'm just do it free. I'm actually going to do it with my warm prospects, right? But just get it. I'll give it to you free, right? I'll even pay the shipping and handling on it, right? So you can, and I have created snail mails from databases. I just haven't done it a lot to say, hey, here's everything you need to know about that, if that makes sense. So again, we just do something like, you're kind of new here. So we're looking for somebody that already has 4 out of 5 cards of the Royal Flush. They already have the Ace of Spades, the King of Spades, the Queen of Spades, the Jack of Spades. All we want to do is come in with our little lowly 10 of Spades, right? And because that means that if that hand's worth 5 times as much, and they can give us half of it, right? And I'm talking video poker. Obviously, if you're playing real poker, like you got a pile. Or if you're playing video poker, it's worth 5 times more than if you just had Ace through the Jack, right? Adding that 10 gives you 5 times the payoff, right? Does that make sense? So what I would suggest to you is go out and look for those conditions that already exist, right? Rather than trying to create those conditions. Rather than saying, hey, I'm looking for a partner that just has the Ace of Spades, and I'm going to come in and provide everything else. That's a tough business, right?
Right. Thank you.
So I want to talk about leads for a minute, because it can get confusing out there. And I'm going to take you back about 40 years. Like, oh, fuck, Travis. Right? But I think it's a useful story because I had to go back and really look at how many years ago it was, but it was probably late 70s. But I was like 9, 10 years old, and I wanted to make extra money, and I didn't have 11 copywriting courses to go to, and I didn't even know those kind of things, right? So one of the things I did was curb painting, right? And so what I mean by that is little addresses on the curbs outside your house. So, you use like 4 or 5 numbers or whatever so people can find you, right? So again, I'm like 10 years old or so, look like Ron Howard. I'm all elbows and freckles and big helmet hair, right? And so the first time I go out and do this, right, I'm just knocking on doors, right? And if you think I have an advantage because I'm a kid, maybe, but I was an ugly motherfucker. Like I looked like, so I was like, who's this ugly kid on my doorstep, right? But knock on the door, right? And I had my little pail, my little bucket with my materials in it, and which is my paint, my paintbrush and my stencils and the wire brush if there was any stuff on there. And I would knock on the door. They would open it. I'm like, sir, would you like me to paint your curb? Slam! Shit. Okay. So on to the next one, right? Knock on the door. Sir, I'm out here painting. Slam! Right? It's like, and back in the 70s, there was a lot of door-to-door knocking going on, right? Like, it's not like it is now, but that was how a lot of people did stuff. They had the Fuller paintbrush guys and everything like that, right? So when you think about this, these are all leads, right? These are all, I had to figure out how to get a conversation open, right? And the way to do it, now some people weren't as mean, and so knock, 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 they'd open the door, see this ugly little kid, maybe feel sorry for me. Sir, I'm doing curb painting. Then I start talking really fast. I'm waiting for that door to slam on me, right? I'm doing curb painting. I bought the best paint. It's reflective. I will do a really good job for you, right? It's 8.5 by 11. And like you got 4 numbers, right? It'll only be $10. It's a really good deal, right? And then I'd get, oh, well, that's nice, son. I'm not interested. I don't even know what was worse, like the immediate slams, or letting me get through my whole spiel, right, with a smile on their face, and then be like, oh, not interested. I don't know what's worse. I didn't know what was worse, right? But because I was as persistent as I was ugly, I just kept knocking, and finally somebody said, yeah, okay, that sounds good. I was like, holy crap, right? So I go out there and I paint the curb for them. And once I'm done, I go out there and get them and say, hey, well, you want to take a look at this, right? Before you pay me. And again, this was 40 years ago. So I don't necessarily, this may not be the exact thing that everything happened there, and I don't remember the guy's name, but let's call him Mr. Jones, right? So Mr. Jones comes out there. He looks at it like, oh, you did a really good job. I bet the pizza man doesn't have any trouble finding me now. Ding. Motherfucking ding. So I was like, oh, so you want me to paint this so the pizza guy could find you? Yeah. It's like, we order pizza at least once or twice a week. You got a big family. And this was before the Domino's. I know that seems like a long time ago, when pizza would get to you like in 30 minutes or less. Back then when you ordered a fucking pizza, like sometimes you have to call, you think they forgot about you, right? That's part of the reason why Domino's did so good, 30 minutes or less, or it's free, because that was a big pain point, right? But then I started knocking on the doors. I'm going to shorten this up a little bit. I started knocking on the doors, and as soon as they'd open the door, I had a little pattern interrupt. I didn't know it was called a pattern interrupt then, but what I noticed is the more of these I did, the dirtier I was. I just start putting duct tape on me and paint on me and I would shake the bucket at them when they opened it, cause it was just like, they didn't know what to say. They didn't know what to do. So I just shake the bucket with all my shit in there. Right. And then my next question would be, do you order pizza on the weekends? Yep. You ever wonder why it takes so long for it to get here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I just did Mr. Jones's curb over here. He lives a couple doors down. Do you know Mr. Jones? Oh, yeah, I know Mr. Jones. He said the pizza guy finds the street, but they can't find his house. So he had me paint the curb number on for him. Would you like me to do that for you too? So the pizza guy can find you quicker? Yeah, how much is it? And as soon as they say, how much is it, I got them. Guys, this is the secret to driving as many fucking leads as you want to drive. There's different tools for different things, but the smaller your list is, the shorter your copy needs to be to start engaging them, or the smaller your audience, right? So people writing big, long ass posts or doing too much convincing, right? And they're like, oh, why don't I get any leads? Or if they write them too short, they're like, oh, now I got too many leads, right? So these kind of things, right? But I want to walk you guys through a couple more examples here. I've done this from auto detailing to restaurants to high ticket hunting tags, to wineries, selling marketing to wineries. Like you can go into any industry almost cold. And if you find the trigger point, this case, it was the pizza getting there late, because nobody wants the shit. Nobody wants the shit you're doing. So let's go over a couple other examples. Auto detail shop. When I moved out to Arkansas from California, me and my brother started up an auto detail shop from scratch. And I did it by cold calling on the phone to the auto dealers. Now, what do you think would have happened if they would have picked up the phone and I would have said, hey, my brother and I started up an auto detail shop. It's only $45 for a detail. And we use all the best chemicals. Like, it would have been click, slam, bam, right? Hey, can I talk to the general manager? Yeah, sure. You guys sell used cars? Yeah. Do you have any dirty ones or pigs back then? That pigs was an industry language for a really, really dirty car. Do you have any dirty cars or any pigs back there? Yeah. Well, I'd like to come down there and pick it up and detail it for you. No charge. Wow. What gives, right? We just opened up a new detail shop and I want to do it for you. No charge. If you like it, send us more cars. If you don't like it, forget we exist, right? Come on down. And I always tell this joke. If you ever want to steal a car, this is the easiest way to get a 48-hour head start, right? Just get you some T-shirts made up that say wherever you live, detailing, right? And do this, and they will just start throwing you keys when you get down there. They won't even fucking ask where they're going. Ask me how I know. Right? So if you want to steal a car and have 48 hours, 72 hours head start, because we go down there, they're like, here's the keys to this Cadillac. I'm like, great, you want to know where it's going? Oh yeah, that'd be good, right? Like, so, I mean, that's how much we can short circuit everything if we understand the trigger points, right, on these things. So I know you guys have probably heard me talk about fax advertising for forever, right? But again, this is a business I built up from scratch. And once I learned the trigger points, like my biggest problem, I didn't have enough fucking pages to send all the ads out on, right? Ring, ring. Hey, is the owner in? Hey, this is the owner. Hey, do you do carry out? Yeah, we do carry out. Could you handle 100 more orders a week? Whew, I think we could, right? Well, hey, Mike Brady from Brangus had to put another phone line to handle all the orders we sent him. Could I stop by after lunch and tell you what we figured out? Yeah, sure. Come on by. What time's lunch over? About 2:00. Okay. I haven't told him. If I would have said, hey, we figured out this thing called fax advertising, man, like we can send you click. Right? I'm going to go over a bad email here in a minute. This is what I see with posts. Right? It's convincy, product. Convincy, product. Let me convince you. Convincy, product. This is like asking somebody you're on one side of the creek and they're on the other side of the creek and you're like asking them to jump all the way across. And they ain't going to do it. But if you put a trigger point stone a couple feet in front of them, they'll take a step. You put another stone, take another step, and another step, and another step, right? So here's another one. It's a marketing one that when I was teasing with you guys a little bit about here. It was a nice lady who wanted to do more email marketing. She was a great writer, and she liked to talk about wine. So she wanted to do a little startup business where she helped wineries up in Canada. Now, surprisingly, there's a lot of independent wineries in Canada. There's about 400, if I remember right. And before we got together, she would send, hey, do you need any help writing emails? Guess how well that went? Like, if I remember, she'd send out 50 or 100, right? And she might get like one reply back, which that could be a problem when your universe is only 400 people, right? So did I give her a copywriting book? Did I give her Joe Sugarman's copywriting book? Did I tell her to go read a bunch of copy books? Did I tell her to go copy Gary Halbert's Boron letters by hand, right? To get a feel for how he would? No. And I'm not against like copywriting training, but she ain't got no time for that, right? She wouldn't get some business, right? So in about 20 minutes of research, we figured out a trigger point. Most of the independent wineries are small little wineries, and they don't have big ad budgets like Gallo Wines or any of the big wineries in California or France or Spain, right? So the way they sell most of their wine is by inviting people to a free wine tasting. That was their trigger point. That's all they care about. So what do you think might make a good subject line for them? If somebody put a gun to our head and said we had to
free wine.
What was that?
Like front wine completely free of charge. Like come get it or whatever.
Well, she's doing the wineries are hiring her. What she wants the wineries to hire her.
Oh, right.
Right. So what is the winery owner? Like what subject line
are you offering? Want more people at your wine tasting?
Yeah. Do you have all the people you want at your wine tastings?
Aha. So you guys are like right on.
How many people normally show up? Could you handle more people?
Yeah. So you guys are getting into convincing mode already, right? So we want to ask a question that's really easy to answer, right? But just in the subject line, we always
do you run out of wine? You know,
wine tasting, right? So if they get that, they're like, oh, somebody's asking about my wine tasting, right? The next line was, do you do wine tastings? Now, we already knew the answer, just like, do you sell used cars or do you carry it? We already knew the fucking answer to that, right?
Right.
But that's not the point. Do you do wine tastings? we went from 1 in 50 to 1 in 100 replying back to almost everybody replying. That was all we would send. Do you do wine tastings? Now, if she was doing that to a list of 400,000 wineries, I don't even know if there's 400,000, like we might have changed up our approach, right? This is what I'm trying to get you guys to see the tool, but let's just go with what we got, right? Do you do wine tastings? And that was it. And they would come back and they'd be like, yes. And very often they would say, my next tasting is blah, 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 right? Or they would send a link to the calendar of all their tastings, right? Regardless, what we would say, if they said yes, we would say, when's your next wine tasting? Oh, well, it's going to be this spring in April, right? Then our reply would be, hey, I just helped Canadian wineries 50 miles down the road from you get more people at their wine tasting, at their last wine tasting than they had all year. And she sold a lot of wine too. Would you be open to discussing it? And she would get half of those people to book calls. And she never mentioned the fucking word email marketing. Right? Because they don't care. They don't care about that. As soon as she got on the phone and showed them how she could take what they already had and get more people to their wine tasting, they were all in. Right? So this is kind of like the trigger point secret of a little knock-kneed, all-elbow, ugly-ass, Ron Howard, Opie Taylor-looking motherfucker that had to, like, figure out how to do business. Right? Not from a book, but out there on the streets, right? And I think it will serve you guys well in what you guys are doing, right? So let me contrast this. I'm not going to mention the guy's name, but this is a lead gen email. Look at it. 2 pages fucking long. Now, if this guy has 300,000 people on his list and he wants to choke out all of his response, maybe this is the right tool. But I happen to know this guy doesn't have that, right? He probably if he got 1 response off of this, he's probably really, really lucky. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing because I can barely get through it. But the subject line is, keep me in the loop on this, Travis. Am I interested in keeping any fucking buddy in the loop on any fucking thing? No. Right? And then he's literally got the word marketing. Now this is for coaches. If you're making more than $10,000 a month in your coaching business, I believe this is going to be the best thing you can do to your business to wrap up the year better than ever before. It's an organic marketing concept fresh out of the oven that's completely revolutionizing the way that we convert cold and warm leads. Slam! Right? Can you imagine me knocking on the door? Hi, Mr. Anthony. If you're making more than $10,000 a month with your coaching business, I believe it's going to be the best thing you can do to your business to wrap up the year better than ever before. It's an organic marketing concept fresh out of the oven that is revolutionizing the way we convert cold and warm leads. Like, am I going to say that with any, like, I may be so idiotic with it, maybe like, this is interesting, right? I'm not going to slam the door in his face on that, right? But it goes on. That's it fucking goes on.
We need to get you some speech language classes, sir.
And it's like, I'm just going to read it. Somehow nothing changed about our marketing. We use the same stuff that worked in 2017. Oh, joy. Well, shit. Like, how could it all? My clients are sure about one thing. Marketing will evolve. Huh. This is all, let me convince you. And then we get the the piece de resistance. I want you to have this marketing concept for free. I'll share it with you inside a 20-minute conversation. It takes me full 20 minutes to run you through it. So no worries. This isn't some sleazy way to create a sales environment. Yep. The concept is simple. He's going to tell me, now he spends the rest of the half this page telling me about this fucking call. More convincing. This is what I see with posts and emails. What might be a trigger point? Let's just say he's got a teeny tiny list. Let's say he's got 100 people on his list. What might be a trigger point for coaches that the beginning of the year is coming up? Like, what's their baby? What are they thinking about multiple times a day? How do coaches make their money?
Selling coaching.
Yeah. And how do they normally sell coaching?
They don't.
On the phone.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that you're right, on the phone. What do they usually sell their coaching in conjunction with if they're not doing one-on-one coaching?
Program
or course, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I fail at these, right? But what if we said your subject line was your course? Oh, my course, yeah. What if the line was, do you have a new course coming out in 2022? And a yes or a no is great, right? What if that was the only thing? You think we're going to get more replies and be able to start up a conversation with that? Hey, yeah, I've got a course coming out in 2022. Oh, what kind of course is it, right? And then you ask them another question, right? And then you could T1 them. Hey, well, I'm putting a few people together that want to pre-sell their course before it even goes live, right? And add 10, 20, or 30 grand before it even goes live. Would you like all the details on that? Right? And so with a little tiny list of 100 people, like your odds of getting 5 or 10 leads just from that one angle alone, right? If you got 2 leads off of this, I'd be surprised. His odds of getting 10 leads, right, off of this shorter one, right, would probably be way better. But you know what else is going to happen? When he's having those conversations, they're going to say, oh, actually, like, so imagine me knocking on the door. Hey, do you order pizza on the weekends? Oh, actually, we do takeout, right? We do Chinese food, right? Ding, ding. Like, hey, Chinese, maybe that would be another angle. Or, hey, like, yeah, we don't do any Chinese food, right? But what if I figure out another angle, right? Like, as I'm doing these, like somebody says, yeah, let's say the previous house said, yeah, you can paint mine. Would you paint it underneath the mailbox? Because not only do the pizza guy not find me, the mailman puts the wrong mail in my box, right? So I'm going to learn other angles by actually getting out there, out of my head, which looks like this. This is what your head looks like. But get out in the street and let your prospects and your customers come up with your trigger points for you, and you'll do even more leads and more leads and more leads the next week. Does that make sense? Now, it can be confusing because you guys might look at what's going on in my group, right? And like, well, Travis, you do big, long ass motherfuckers. Like, you're not doing your own thing, right? I've already got it dialed in and I'm not hurting for leads, right? And I'm doing other things. Like right now I'm testing landing pages. So some of the things I'm doing, I'm going to turn into cold ads, right? So if it doesn't work on the warm market, it's probably not going to work on the cold market either, if that makes sense, right? So these are tools. And I'm not saying if you have a 30,000 person list to, of people that have bought insurance from you to say, hey, just checking in to see if anything's changed in your family situation, right? Because you're going to get inundated, right? But use these things. If you don't have enough leads and you're convincey product, right? That's going to be a problem. I'm not saying you can't do any business with it, right? But kind of vary that. And I would much rather see you have too many conversations going on and pulling out more triggers, right? More symptoms that you can use later on, right? Plus, it's going to help you troubleshoot. This is another big thing I don't think people understand. If this doesn't pull any leads, where the fuck did it go wrong?
Jesus, there's too much ground to tell.
That's right. But guess what? If we sent out to those wineries, said, hey, do you do wine tastings? And nobody replied back. Well, we got the wrong trigger point, and we would know immediately. And we know how to troubleshoot. Guys, this is so important and so key. Half of winning in these campaigns is understanding how to troubleshoot what's went wrong. And you can't do it like this, right? After you know every step that works and each stone that they need to go over in the 5 Ps, then you can start stringing it along a little bit better, right? But this is a guy that has no fucking clue. Unfortunately, he's trying to sell coaching or marketing the coaching, right? He's not a bad guy. I've talked to him before and he does have some good ideas, right? But part of this is understanding where it's went wrong, right? And this applies to every business. Like we're doing it in our land business. If I send out an email that says 5 acres in Valonia, right? If nobody replies back, guess what? I'm not buying any more land in Valonia. Right? But I can also pit these against each other, right? If I send out a 1 acre in Valonia and a 5 acre in Valonia and I get 3 times more leads on the 5 acres in Valonia, I'm going to buy more 5 acres in Valonia, right? And I got to be having conversations with people like, well, hey, the 5 acre sounds good, but I'm really looking for 10 acres, right? But I'm learning shit. If I just go, boo, let me tell you all about this land, zoning, the price, the everything on it, and I get no replies back, what have I learned? Nothing. Right? I haven't learned anything. This is kind of why I like a kid in a candy store spinning around like a top. I can go into any market and start generating leads. I do some research and I might fail a little bit, right? But knocking on enough doors, being able to troubleshoot this, I can go into any market. Mm-hmm. And it starts with getting hand raisers, the T1, right? Then once we can get that, then we can have some conversations. And through the conversations, we learn what they're really looking for and what's stopping them, right? And this becomes this big, beautiful snowball. And I've done it from, again, I know it sounds a little braggadocious, but in dozens of industries, right? It works across every industry, right? What doesn't work is convincey. I've been doing this for 15 years. We've been doing the same thing since 2017. You should really do this. Here's why. It's 17 reasons why you should do this, right? And we're going to jump on a call, but it's really not a sales call. you're going to get this free marketing thingy-majobber, and you're really going to love it. And then if you decide you want us to help you, then we're going to blah, 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 blah. Right. 2, it's a no-brainer, I promise. Literally says that. Absolute no-brainer, I promise you this. God love them. God help them. Right?
Hey, Travis, how good this works. You totally reminded me. Back in 2018, I had a client that I was doing a done for you with, and they were basically doing like local lead gen agency stuff too as well. I've done a couple of times in that now. And what we would do is I got so kind of excited about it. So I decided to, cause they were teaching this cold, like woodpecker, cold email, method. And I went at it with Mojo rather than what they were trying to do. And all I would do is once I got the companies, like microblading was one that I settled in on.
Yep.
All I did was email number 1. Hey, do you offer microblading? Cold email. The response is yes. And then my next response back to him, hey, can you handle, could you handle like 24 more appointments or 25 more appointments this week? Yes. Great. Love to reach out, have a conversation. And just, they couldn't figure out how I was like, dude, it was trigger points. I didn't know you called them back then.
Figure out the fucking trigger points, man. And like, you're going to be able to write. I see you, Frankie. So much attention gets paid to the closers, right? But it's closers work for the best openers, right? Even small Facebook group, if you need leads, don't make it complicated, right? Like I remember doing a post of, hey, how many of you guys are doing $1,000 or more ticket stuff, right? And I had like 50 replies, right? This was back when my group was really small. Guess what that was? 50 leads. I could reach out to them and say, hey, what are you selling? How are you selling it? Right? Yeah, we sell it by the phone, right? And then I could T1 them from there, right? There's always business to be doing, right? When you hit those trigger points, right? Now, if I sit down in my office for a week and try to figure out the world's best T1, it's 2 fucking pages long. Not only do I not learn shit, but I drive hardly any leads either, right? So I'm kind of pounding this home a little bit, but this would be like literally like you can print money once you understand the trigger point and you match it with an offer, right? I'm going to do one more example. I'm going to get to you, Frankie. So I remember he's passed away now. He used to be Andre Chaperone's partner. His name was Peter Spapin. He was like, dude, I am doing $197 a month sales with your tapping from dead cold emails and traffic. What he would do is he go after interior designers. And do you think he sold them an interior designer marketing package that wouldn't fail? No fucking brainer. No. He would get these lists of interior designers and he'd say, do you have a house listing? And a house listing is, their big directory and all the interior designers get on. Yeah, I've got a house listing, right? He pretty much knew the answer to that. Yeah, they're going to have one. Yeah, I got a house listing. You need more traffic to it? Yes, I could use more traffic to it. Perfect. Then he would T1 them. Like he would go straight cold, T3 him to $197 a month program where we drive more traffic to them, right? Like you guys, if you understand conversation opening, you can print fucking money. Even if your list is small, your Facebook group small, right? The love letter, it's the same principle. We're just doing it to our customers, right? Much better to drive leads from our customers one-on-one, right? We're just reaching out one-on-one to them, right? So, Frankie, go ahead. Sorry, hopefully you didn't forget your question there.
No, I actually just wanted to pour a little gasoline on your fire because you were on a roll there, and actually this is the trickle-down effect. I was a little bit late, so I didn't get to share some wins, but we actually went through that on my coaching call this morning, and there was a guy who is breaking in with like concrete guys, and his opening was just hey, I really like what you're doing. Can you guys handle any more of whatever their big concrete jobs were? I forget what the type of job it was. And of course, like Tony's like, yes, of course I can handle those. And they mentioned something along the lines of, well, we have this many crews, but we have capacity for that. And that was the trigger point because they have what do you want me to do next, boss? Hold on, I don't have any work for you, right? Like that's a regular thing when you have a whole bunch of crews of people. So it was just a seamless, hey, if we helped fill your crews with this high-end work, would you be interested in going over it? Yes, of course. And then my other win that I didn't get to share at the start because children were being children, but I just hit in Zoho. Zoho sent me a message and said, well, you exhausted the limits of the free plan. You got enough recurring that you got to pay us now.
There you go.
Thing when you had 20 recurring deals and you got to give more money.
That's awesome. That's a bill you're happy to pay, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's great, man. Thank you for sharing. That's awesome. Let's turn the focus on you. Does anybody not see how to use this for themselves? This is really you can do this to get opt-ins if you want, right? You can have people opt in. I love Dean Jackson example of the party rental store. How do you know who's getting ready to buy party rental stuff? You don't. There's no list of that, right? But what he figured out was the trigger point that brought people in was when they were having an outdoor wedding. So they just did, hey, the top 10 places to have an outdoor wedding in Boca Raton, Florida, right? And they got people to reach out for that. And then once they gave them that giveaway, right, they knew, right, that they're probably going to order some party rental stuff because most people don't have 30 tables and 60 chairs laying around in the garage, right? It's the same principle I used when I was selling POS systems. I went to the liquor license place, right? And grabbed those first. So kind of skating to where the puck's going to be, right? So you can do opt-in stuff with that, right? If you want to build a list. I did that in the relationship advice niche, right? Breakup advice column because I was trying to sell more Match.com, right? I figured they were coming off divorces and breakups, all this kind of stuff. It's understanding the trigger points. What's triggering somebody to be open to this kind of service? So, Frankie just bringing up Zoho, right? Kind of just stroke a thing for Pam, right? She works with a lot of companies doing continuity. One of the issues might be, one of the angles she might try is, hey, do you ever have to chase after, are you doing continuity still? Do you ever have to chase after people to get new credit card numbers, right? Maybe that would be a thing, right? Doesn't even have to talk about what she's doing at that point, right?
Especially since she wants to quit.
So question, Travis, too. So I've got a client that I just almost wrapped up with. And I'm thinking, because what happened was it went from a sticking point to I started asking the question and looking more for like a qualifier in a sense. But it was like, have you been trying to lose 50 pounds for more than 5 years? Now, when I say that out loud, I'm like, it kind of sounds almost a bit critical when I ask it. But for whatever reason, it completely changed the quality of the people and went from having a problem putting them into a $400 4-week deal to putting them into a $1,600 to $1,800, for a little bit longer. And of course the answers were always, well, yes. And I did, but I had to figure all this out going through T2s. Chats, having conversations. Yeah. So it was kind of like you said, it's like that came up when I realized because the people that are coming in, they've only trying to lose 20, 15, 20 pounds. And they've been maybe for the last year, maybe it's baby weight. It's very different because my client loves to work with people that have got, 50 plus pounds. And I was like, well, why don't you just say that? Right. And so that's what happened. And I'm guessing that was the trigger point. And then it led us into, well, what else have you tried and all that sort of thing. But yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. So you were talking about it seems like a critical parent. So one way is take the shame off of that. You say, hey,
did you have a situation that happened that caused you to gain 50 pounds that you've been trying to take off for 5 years or more, right? So, and most people do, like, oh, I had a back problem, or I had this thing happen, or it's my heredity, or whatever it is, right? So you just want to give somewhere else to point the blame at, right? But yeah, I like that, dude. I still think, and nobody's taking me up on this, but I go to weight loss people all the time. I say, you know what would absolutely crush it? It'd probably make you a multimillionaire, is if you came up with a weight loss program for people that couldn't work out, people that are in wheelchairs or had accidents or they have bad backs. A lot of people just can't work out, right? They can't do much of anything, right? So
it's funny you bring that up, because the same person I'm telling you about, she specializes in a lot of these people that are 100 pounds, really, a bunch of them that she's working with. And so she started doing TikTok videos and also putting those on other reels like Facebook and IG. But the thing that started blowing it up and all of this feedback started coming was that she would literally sit down on the edge of a seat and lift her legs and do these sort of things. You know, just, you would think of retarded, but it's exactly what you're saying. It's like, they would be like, oh my God. And in the T2s, we'd find out, because there was a disconnect, because we had so many coming in off of that stuff, that here she's trying to sell, you know, something else completely. It seemed like, but they were like so thrilled. They were like, oh my God, we just loved her videos, because I'm bad back and I can't move a whole lot.
There's things I could do, right? Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. So I told her, I was like, man, that's a whole program right there.
Yep. I've been trying to get, like, man, if you want to crush it, just do people all the time. Like in the real world, out on the street, they're like, well, I can't walk. I got a bad knee, or I got, you know, my dad had pseudo gout, right? Like, there's all these conditions that keep you from, doing stuff that I've never seen many people addressing, right? It's like, hey, you can't work out, you can't get your cardio in because of pain or some other issue, right? Here's how you can still, be trim or whatever, you know, and there's so many people that are injured or have those conditions, right?
Yeah. And I have a feeling that's probably, as she's been niching this down, this is like 2 times now that we've done the T3 process, and we just keep getting super valuable info to dial it in. So she might do that.
It's awesome. What else, guys? We can move.
That's a really good idea, because, that's a really good offer idea, because when I had this retina thing, this torn retina, the doctor was like, yeah, don't do any running or jogging. And I was like, okay, so like nothing, you know. And so, yeah, I think their market, if there's a hindrance, then there's usually a market that opens up, you know. Which is cool. That's an awesome idea.
This is like anybody's chock full of questions. So I just want to give you guys a couple other ideas, right? So these are super effective. The trigger points are super effective in a crowd, right? When you have a crowd of people, they're even more effective if you have a parade of people, right? So that what I mean is that the people are moving, right? They're going from one area to the other, right? Like when somebody's joining your email list, or somebody's joining your Facebook group, or somebody becomes a Facebook friend, right? If you can reach out with a trigger point, right? It's super easy to, like, say we have a Facebook group for wineries, right? And somebody new comes in, right? We'd ask them a super simple question. Hey, where's your winery at? Oh, well, I'm up here in Alberta. Oh, cool. Do you do wine tastings up there? Yeah, we do some wine tastings over here. Like we do, we have, you know, one in the, I don't know shit about wine other than what I work with her, right? We do one in the summer if the weather's right, and then we try to sneak one in the fall or whatever, right? Whatever it is. Oh, that's pretty awesome, right? How are you getting people to your wine tastings right now? Well, we're spending a bunch of money on ads and stuff like that to get them to the wine tasting. Well, I'm not sure I can help, but I'd help blah, blah, blah over there, like have the biggest wine tasting they ever had and won all year. Like, would you be open to discussing it? Yeah, that'd be great. Boom, brand new, right? The flow of the parade is moving, like you can do an incredible amount of business even with 3, 4, 5 people coming into your group or your email list or wherever you're at, or customer list, right? You put a new customer in, like, you know, if they're not paying you monthly or whatever, like have a little conversation with them, right? And see if you can move them into the next thing, or at least have a conversation with them so you can help them out even better, if that makes sense, right? So that moving parade, anytime you can make something move, like you can generate even better and more lead flow, right? So as good as it works in a crowd, the parade's even better, right? So because what's really happening here? It's like playing catch, right? We got to get people moving. That's why we ask questions. Do you sell used cars? Well, yeah, I sell used cars. Do you have any dirty ones? Right? Yep. It's getting that conversation, throwing the ball back and forth, and not asking them to skip from one side of the creek all the way over to where you're at, right? That is kind of some people call it micro commitment, but it's different than just any old micro commitment, right? But you get that conversation going and it typically keeps on going, right? If they're already moving, right, you have to spend even less energy, right? And you'll get even a bigger response, right? That's why, like, when we have brand new lists, like how many guys have email lists? How many guys build email lists? You have a brand new email list. If you look at all your stats, where's your highest open rates at?
Welcome email.
The welcome email, right? Like it'll go from 90,
the first week.
Yeah, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, like, right? Because it's the moving parade going through, right? So why I love to get into people's customer flow, right? And do tapping, because if they put in 10 new customers last month, I can usually get 2, 3, or 4 of them to upgrade, right? Does that make sense? So as good as finding their trigger points work, right? And really the world's greatest T1 is just a trigger point. Hey, now that you've gotten this result, the challenge is usually this, right? Would you like help with that? Yeah, that would be awesome, right? But they're kind of already moving. That's why it works so devastatingly effective, right?
Hey. So if you have an email list that you haven't emailed in a while and you're wondering, well, what's a good way to come back in and get this list all warmed up? Let's talk about Email List Warm-Up Mojo. It's basically 3 emails, and usually the easiest way for me to explain this is to walk you through what I've done with a couple colleagues and clients. But the first email is basically why you've been away. The second email is like, wow, I didn't know there are that many people listening, right? And the third email is, hey, I'm back, and we're going to carry forth. So you're like, what the heck am I talking about? So here's an example that I usually use. There's a colleague of mine named Jane, and she hadn't emailed her list in like a year and a half or 2 years or so. And I'm like, Jane, well, what happened? What happened? Right? The truth is the best medicine, right? She's like, well, my house burnt down, and so it kind of threw my life into turmoil, and I just hadn't had a chance to email my list. And so I'm like, Jane, did you learn anything from your house burning down? She's like, oh my God, I learned so much stuff from my house burning down. I kept my business going. I learned who my real friends were and all kinds of different things. So why don't you just email your list that? So here's kind of how the email went. Email number 1. Hey, this is Jane. I don't know if you are aware or not, but my house burnt down, and I'm shortening this up. And you might think that's a really horrible thing, and there was some tough things, but I actually learned a lot from my house burning down. I learned how to keep my business going. I learned how to keep this going. So I apologize, and I've been away from you. I'm curious, though. Would you like me to share more about what I learned from going through the ordeal of my house burning down, right? And so she sent that out, and you just let them reply back. You don't send them to a form or anything like that. You just let them reply back. and she got hundreds of responses back, right? So the next email is now you're just taking everything that happens and using that in this level 3 emails, right? So I don't remember how many exact responses, but the next email is like, oh, wow, right? A good subject line may be, wow, thank you, or something like that. And so the email starts off, wow, I sent you a little email or note. I like to say notes. I sent you a little note about my house burning down. Just ask you if you'd be open to hearing or me sharing more about what happened and how what I learned from my house burning down. And hundreds of you responded. So I am happy to share that with you. As you know, I haven't been visiting with you very often, but I'm wondering if it would be okay if I visited you more, right? Could I, and then you just tell me how often you plan on visiting. Could I stop by 2 or 3 times a week and just share these lessons and some other things along the way, right? And then you send that email, and then you're going to get all kinds of people saying, yes, that would be great. Please bring it on, right? So now you sent the second email, right? Which is everybody to say, hey, can I show up more often? The third email is, hey, great. Wow. So I'm so grateful that you set out the welcome mat for me. Here's the first thing that I learned about whatever it is, right? Here's the first thing that I learned about whatever it is. Now, of course, you want to tailor that into where you're going with the rest of your communications. But those are the 3 simple emails, and it's very personal. You just use what's happening next. You start out with the truth, and then say, hey, would you be open to me sharing more? Let them reply back. And then you take those replies and you say, it doesn't matter that if there's 30 people or 12 people, say, wow, I was really blown away that so many people reached out and said they'd be open to hearing more about this, right? Would you mind if I showed up more often, right? And most people will reply back, no, I'd love to see you show up more often. And the third email is like, okay, I'm back, and here's the first thing that I want to share with you. So that's pretty simple. Let me give you one other example, just in case you didn't have a house that burnt down or something like that. But usually there's some reason, something going on that stopped you, or you want to come back now and share something with people, right? So I had this is actually a client, and he shows holistic practitioners how to go from hourly wages where they're charging, $35 an hour, to putting together packages, right? Putting together packages for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, which is much, much more lucrative for them. So he had some various reasons why he'd been away that weren't nearly as awesome maybe as a house burning down. Not that that's awesome, but I'm like, well, what have you been doing in between time? Have you been working with any clients? So, yeah, absolutely. And I can't remember her name. I'm just going to make it up. But Beverly, and he was telling me the stories. Like, she was working really hard. She had 2 kids. No matter how many hours she worked, she couldn't get caught up. She was charging like $25 per hour. I'd come in and help her to put a $5,000 package together. And the first one she sold, she was just so blown away, right? And it really changed your life. So I'm like, dude, that's how you open up your first email, right? So he came in, and here's a really great subject line for the first email, that gets massive open rates and kind of sets the tone. RSVP. Right? RSVP. Use that in your first email. I didn't put that in the other one, but that's a great subject line to start the first email. And then, so his email kind of went, hey, this is Tim. I've been so busy helping other clients one-on-one. I haven't had a chance to visit with you. But it occurs to me that a lot of guys are having a really, really tough time on the hourly thing. Like, I was helping, and he just tells the story about his client. I was helping Beverly, right? He tells the before story. And then he tells the after story. Like, after I helped her, she got this, this, and this, right? And then instead of saying, I wonder if you'd be open to me sharing what happened to me, you say, oh, I'm curious if you'd be open to me sharing more what I taught Beverly, right? So that's where they RSVP, right? Then they say, oh yes, I would love to hear more about that. And then everything else is the same from that point. The second email is, wow, I'm blown away by how many people want to hear about what I shared with Beverly. I'm super open to doing that. Would you mind if I come and visit you more often, right? If I stop in once a week or twice a week or 3 times a week or every day, whatever your thing is. And then you send that second email out, and then they will come back and say, then you just say, wow, so many people want me to come do that, right? So that's the kind of the 3 email warm-up sequence. The more engaged you get, the better it will be. So like, if you actually want to respond to everybody that responds back to you, it's really, really great. It's a great way for you to get back into the flow of things. Now, what will happen too when you do that is some people will say, oh, that happened to me, right? And they'll give you content, right? Fodder that you can write in your next email and your next email. And it just keeps on flowing like that, and based off of your lesson. So that's kind of the 3 email warm-up mojo for you there that works fantastically well. It's worked every single time we run it, and folks really enjoy it. So there you go. Have at it. Talk to you later.
What is cooking good looking? I have got your big ticket email mojo workshop files for you, examples and programs, and a little bit of extra training in here for you. So it's pretty comprehensive. So what I wanted to do is sit down with you for a few minutes and just kind of go over the different files that are here so you'll have some familiarity with it. I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory, but I've got this laid out so it'll be maximum usefulness to you, I hope. So let's just go ahead and go through this. When you unzip the file, this is what you're going to see. You have bonus goodies up here, which we're actually going to talk about last. And then you're going to have files over here. So I've labeled these files. This is starting out with the Rainmaker campaign. This is the pre-campaign float. So this is like day 0 before the campaign starts. So this is a great example. And by the way, these are from different campaigns I've done for my clients. Some of them are from my campaigns, but what I've done is try to give you some of the highlight of some of the best, the ones that have worked really, really well. So you'll notice they're from different campaigns. But this is a pre-campaign float that did really, really well, so you can take a look at that. And then this file right here, number 1 would be like the first days of the campaign, where we're talking about child and adult or overt benefit and kitchen table logic, right? So there's several days campaign in this file. Let me go ahead and open this up real quick, because there's maybe a little bit of an inconsistency here that we might want to look at. So this day 1 is also a little bit of a pre-float, and that's why I didn't use an escape from hell or entrance into heaven. And it's just as personal from Matt, and because I wanted everybody to open this up. And I also want to talk about that this was a client, and the bonding is really, really deep in these examples. You may not need to do that. If they already know who you are and are comfortable with you, and you've showed up, you've been following the course, and you've been sending out your nurture and pick emails, you may not have to go into this deep of bonding. But these were clients that I was working for, so I wanted to get some rapid bonding mojo in there and kind of make them feel connected to my client as I went through and did this. And plus, everybody likes to talk about dogs and stuff. So as you go through some of these examples, realize that the bonding is really, really deep. So that might be useful for you if you're buying a lot of cold traffic. If you have a lot of people coming into your funnel, you might want to make your bonding a little bit longer. But it's not always necessary. So, but I would definitely read through these. They're unless you're into stock picking and stuff like that, some of them may not be too exciting for you. What you have to understand about some of these too is, like, you may look at some of the subject lines and be like biotech, and not understand that that's actually like a vision of Heaven Island for the people that we're talking about, like biotech stocks. It's like, oh, if I could just get the hot biotech stock, right? So it may not be like, well, what's the heaven here? But the biotech, or the penny stocks under $5 may be like a vision of heaven. So I just kind of want to put that out there as you're looking at that there. So let's take a look at some of these other files here. So again, there's several child and adult emails in there. Here we had a mid-campaign pivot. off of an objection. This actually would be a parent, right? So an objection, all these ones that are objections are parents, right? So mid-campaign pivot is an objection. Here, this rated NC objection is just a funny way. I wanted to show you how light you can be when you're writing these emails and handling objections. So this was kind of a funny joke that I turned and twisted into handling an objection. This is a pivoting an event objection. What I mean by that, this particular campaign, something happened in the middle of the event. The stock market dropped 511 points. And it was almost kind of like selling airline tickets after 9/11. So we did this pivoting an event, and it actually helped turn the campaign back around and got it back on track, and we actually did fairly well. I think we would have really done even better if the market didn't drop the 511 points, but I think it's a really good learning for you. This is a pay plan mid-campaign deadline, as remember we were talking about in the Rainmaker campaign. Around the mid-campaign, you want to pull your payment deadline. That's kind of how we do that. And then 6 is there's several ending sequences in there, and you can follow them. We pretty much run the same type of ending sequences for every campaign: 48-hour notice, 24-hour notice, second notice, final notice, and such. So you can take a look at that. And then we have Bummed Out Webby Reg. This is just a fun one that I did. It was a follow-on to get people to a webinar registration. But I wanted to show you how light and entertaining you can be. It doesn't have to be all serious. Campaign troubleshooting. This is an important one. We're actually going to be talking about this more in the next module, so we'll come back to this. But again, it's hard to get to a destination. If you're leaving your house and you want to go to the grocery store, you want to go to Walmart, it's hard to steer your car if you have a blindfold on and your ears plugged, right? So this is a way we kind of campaign troubleshoot and find out what's going on with the campaign. It's diabolically simple, but diabolically effective as well. And then these next ones you see here, I've labeled fence tipper. Guys, these are money right here. Money, 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 money. Just these alone will, just one of them will pay for your course. What we're doing is handling objections, the big objections. Like this one is, frankly, I'm concerned. They're just very straightforward. Just saying, hey, here's the objection you have. I'm going to read this one out to you a little bit. Subject, frankly, I'm concerned about you. I'm worried. Jason here. I'm in a rush and a bit emotional as I write this to you. I'm afraid you decided not to get the Facebook ad maximizer boot camp because of the investment. Let's face it, $19.95 may seem like a lot to swing. So I just come out there right with the objection, and then I go through what they're really missing here. They're very from the heart. Very personal, and good Lord, do they work. They work really, really well. You'll see sales come in. So you typically send your fresh content out in the morning, then a fence tipper in the evening, somewhere around the time deadline, and good. I can't, it's like trying to describe how good sex feels. I can't describe it to you. You just got to use it, right? So you can tweak these very, very simply depending on what you're doing. If you're not selling money, if you can't like translate it into money, you can still do this by what is it costing you not to be in the relationship that you really want, right? Or to carry around the extra weight. What is it costing you? How is it affecting your kids? What kind of example are you setting for your kids, and the cost of not changing, right? So let me go on to the next one here. We're not going to go through all of these, but I just wanted to give you that example there. And these are various fence tippers. They're pretty self-explanatory when you run them. Like one of them is for a payment end, so on and so forth. This one is kind of like promoting the guarantee that we have. So hey, it's basically saying, hey, don't decide now. Give it a try. Follow the program, and then we bring out the guarantee. So it's kind of like a trial. So. Floodmaker, if you want to get on the phone, this particular email I've used over and over again. I've used it in different markets. If you want to get on the phone, and I usually do it more as a research thing or to see if the offer has legs and people will actually pull out their wallet for it. But it works pretty good, just driving from email traffic to applications. So or chat. And we're going to talk about that in the bonus chat box Mojo. You can send them straight to chat in a chat environment. Just kind of like Facebook chat, but you'll have to use a different service, but that could work well for you as well. These two files you already have is a G3 order form. These are just the pictures of the G3 order form, a G3 order form example, and then this is the actual training. And again, you already have these files, but I re-put them back in here for you just for ease of use so you have everything together. This is the training on how to put together your G3 order form. Grandpa Kisses, just a fun little email. One we talked about in the course. The Grandpa Kisses, nurture and pick style. So that's fun. And again, you can model off of that or use it as a template. Obviously you're going to be talking about Grandpa Kisses, but, just how we do it there. Irresistible Offer. This file is really just a hodgepodge of my notes on what I look at for what makes great offers. And I thought I would give that to you. I kind of go back to this over and over and over again, kind of check my offers out. And just a little file I thought might be really, really useful for you. Here's some longer pitch examples. So once you get through the CAP, in the email, the child adult parent, you can do longer pitches, you can do shorter pitches, and I've kind of given you an example of each. The unstuck session, I can't remember if I give that to you already or not. But we have talked about it, I know for sure. This is more of a paid research kind of thing. So I will, if I'm looking at a niche and I want to find out what their struggles and challenges and dramas are and what they're actually willing to pay for, I'll say, hey, if you're stuck, and this works in any niche because they're stuck somewhere, right? Let's get together. Let's have a phone call. It's $500. I'll record it for you so you'll have the recording. But let's get you unstuck, right? And I want to see who pulls out their wallet. And for what problems they have that they pull out their wallet with no sales letter. It just goes typically straight to a PayPal form, straight to a payment page. You won't pay off your mortgage or anything, with unstuck sessions, and that's not really, the reason to do it. Usually you might get 1 or 2 unstuck sessions, maybe 3, per 1,000 opens depending on your market. But again, it's more just to get paid for that paid research. You can jump on the phone with them, find out, where are you at, where are you trying to go, and what's stopping you, right? And then you can give them a little bit of help, but then you take copious notes and you record it. And what's cool is you tell them you're going to give them the recording, and that keeps you compliant with all the rules and everything. And you just say, hey, we're going to be recording this as a reminder. I'll send it over to you, but it also means that you can use it as well for your research. So pretty clever. So those are the files there. Let's go into bonus goodies. We got some bonus goodies for you. This is the big Mojo intake form. So if you don't want to write all your emails yourself, or maybe you want to go write some big ticket email Mojo campaigns or Rainmaker campaigns for a client, this is the company intake form that we use to ask the various interview questions. And so we can get all the stories and wisdom and such for that. And lots of really, really helpful. This is instructions to Annette, who does all of our intake forms, just how to do it, and the intake questions themselves. So I think that will save you many, many months of work if you went to use that and just have somebody interview you and record it, and then we usually transcribe it, and then we put minute markers depending on the story. So if I'm talking about like the first time I rode a bike, and that's minute 16. So if the copywriter wants to go in and look at, I want to hear about his story about learning to ride a bike, at minute 16 they can pop in there. So we don't transcribe every single thing in there. We just transcribe a little bit, and then they can pop on over to that. So I thought that would be really, really useful for you. These are just examples, tons and tons of examples for you. These are IM emails. Some of these are really, really old, so I didn't follow the CAP format just to the letter, but you'll notice all of them are loaded with insight, loaded with bonding, and pretty much all of the CAP is there. But there's over 37 pages of examples for you here, just in IM emails. My $1 Million Marketing Sequence is the shortened version of a Rainmaker campaign. I won't go through the whole thing here, but if you just want a real quick 5, 6, 7 day campaign, it's kind of modeled a cross between Jeff Walker's product launch formula and Frank Kern's 4-day cash machine. But the difference was when I started using that, you had to have your own product, but I was an affiliate. So what I figured out how to do was give it a theme and add bonuses. So I could, I don't know if I was the first one, but I was one of the first people to start doing bonuses, with affiliate campaigns. And this is kind of how I did it in the $1 Million Marketing Sequence. That's not a hypey name. I've made millions of dollars with this, and as well as clients have made, I know one who's made over $1 million just using the $1 Million Marketing Sequence. And other people have made lots and lots of money. So it's kind of a shortened abbreviated form. It is not nearly as powerful as the 14-day Rainmaker, and I would not try this on any ticket item that's over $97. This might work okay for $97 offers and below, or some continuity programs. But unless you have a big VSL or video strategy or webinar, I would not try this for anything over $97. Again, unless you have like the big VSL or video strategy or something that goes along with that. Niche factors that never fail. I'll let you just read through this. This is how I do niche research, and it's more on offers. So if an offer's not working, I'll look at and try and find more hair on fire problem. And this is kind of how I lay it out. Haven't seen anybody anywhere that teaches niche and marketing is easily and succinctly and exactly how I do it here. This little file has helped me uncover lots of hot niches, and not only just hot niches, but how I'm going to come up with different angles and position the same product for different problems. So I think it'll be very, very useful for you, and it's only a few pages long, but very, very powerful. North Star Survey. So I have the North Star Survey, which is a very simple survey to run, and how to read the results. I give major props to Glenn Livingston and Ryan Levesque. I call it the North Star Survey because I warn people maybe a little bit more. The survey can give you a direction, right? That's why I call it the North Star. It can give you a direction to go in, but very, very often what people say they want and what they actually buy are two different things. Most women, I hate to beat up on women. It makes me sound kind of chauvinist, I think. Most women will say if you ask them in a survey, and what they want, they will never ever say they want to be able to control their guy's behavior. But what they buy, what they click on, and what they actually pull out their credit cards for is something that will help them have more control in the relationship. So that's why I kind of warn people about surveys. But this is the executive notes, and this is the actual training that I give. It's pretty short training if you want to run a North Star survey to your list here. These are Nurture and Pick Email Mojo examples. We got tons of examples here for you in the Nurture and Pick. I don't remember how many pages they are, but there's quite a few examples for you. Yeah, 15 pages. Of different fun examples of just nurture and pick in various different markets. So that should be useful and helpful for you as templates and such. And Referral Mojo. I just kind of threw this in there as an extra bonus. Once you have a hot offer, once you've positioned your offer like we've gone through in the course and position your offer, it's way, way easier to get referrals. But this is kind of like JV or Alliance 2.0. I'm going to get into it, but I've had several clients, if you have bigger ticket stuff, make a couple posts and do 5, 10, 15, 20 grand just from simple Facebook posts off of somebody else's page. So this is fairly new stuff that we've been doing over the last year, but it comes from my old JV and affiliate wrangling skills that I've been developing since 2007, 2008-ish or so. We've done in the relationship market and all kinds of JVs and affiliate referrals, but this is kind of like referral 2.0, and good Lord, does it work. It works amazingly well. So this is the training, and this is kind of the actual post itself. So this is kind of like just an extra bonus for you. But if you have, a 2K, 3K, 5K offer, and there's somebody that's serving you that market with either a Facebook page or a Facebook group or their personal Facebook page, this can be a little post that you can just pop in there, and they can send you over the referrals, and it can be very, very lucrative for you. So just another little way to get a maximum ROI on your little investment here. So those are all the files. I'm going to wrap this up, and if you have any questions on it, you know where to find me. Thank you much. Talk to you later.
All right. Here we are. I've got Rebecca Duran graciously agreed to be here. And I say that because she's a mother of 4. She runs a ranch. It helps karate schools fill their classes. And that's probably only a drop in the bucket. So Rebecca, thank you for being here and sharing this with everybody. What we're going to talk about a little bit today is how Rebecca, not so much on the how, but how she got 30 people to say, I'm going to take time away from my family. I'm going to go to the airport, get fondled by TSA. I'm going to fly the unfriendly skies and come to Texas. And she sold out this live event, all 30 spots, with one email. And I think it was a 6-page or maybe a 6-page and a line Google Doc.
Yeah.
And so we want to talk about that. But the real thing is going to be talking about, like, it's not the pretty words that she used as much as the offer she made that's so fantastic, right? So I'm going to shut up now. Rebecca, is there anything that you would like to tell them about yourself that I left out?
Not really. I mean, we do a lot of things, and we have a lot of kids, and we're always on the go. So my motto of life is, like, if it's not stupid simple, I don't want to do it. Which is why I love Google Doc sales, because, I mean, honestly, we're not even tapping them anymore. We're just saying, here's the offer, check it out, see what you want to do with it. So yeah, that really kind of wraps us up.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I didn't bring that up. Like, you didn't do any tapping. You just did the email straight to the Google Doc, bada bing, bada boom, right? And so I think what a lot of people think is like, ooh, she must be really, really fancy with words. Right? Like, like, how long was that first email?
Oh, it was like 5 sentences maybe.
Yeah. And it was like totally, I say this with the utmost of respect, it was totally junior high writing, right? So that wasn't it, right? And then we took them to a Google document, right? And I would say it was probably a little bit more than junior high writing on that Google document, but understanding what we were really selling was the most important thing there. So I'm going to let you talk a little bit about that. Like, what was it that it's easy to get in the trap of maybe we think we're selling, and then what was it we're really selling?
So when I put this event together, I was really trying to create an experience. So I didn't want to just, bring them down to, like, show them how to make money. That's cool and all. But honestly, my market isn't really about making money. Their real passion is, like, sharing martial arts, helping people, like getting people to that. But they're not so keen on money. Not most of them. So I was like, well, how do we just really make this fun, really make it fun? And my brother owns a lodge, and he's got hunters that come part of the year. And I said, hey, you're not doing anything with that lodge in February, are you? He was like, no. And I was like, well, if I brought in 30 people and they paid you a certain amount and you made this, would you be okay with it? And he was like, yeah, I mean, that's, extra icing on the cake. I said, cool. So we came to that amount. We sent out, Travis, you understand how crazy affordable we made this.
Yeah.
So come to the lodge. They're paying $300 for the whole darn thing. And
How many days is it? Is it a couple
they
days?
come Friday, they stay 2 nights, they leave Saturday. So we're bringing them in Friday. We're going to do this welcome shindig. We brought in a country singer. The stars are gorgeous out in the country. We're going to light all the fire pits and have s'mores bars and tequila bars. And I mean, I just wanted them to have fun. You know, I wanted them to feel like this was an escape. This was an experience. And they've never been to a business event like this before. That was the real goal of it. And you just came in and made the words sound super awesome.
Yeah, because you already had it, right? But then we kind of like, I do this too. We kind of get in the habit of getting marketing fingers.
Yeah.
And we start like, you're going to learn this, and you're going to discover this, and how do this, and how do that, right? But you already had like the offer, which is really fun, and it's really about the experience, right? But the learning part is kind of important too, but I think for a different reason than people think, right? Because I can just imagine me telling Jeannie, like, hey, like I'm going to go to Texas and I'm going to have s'mores and we're going to do some tequila shots, right? And, you know, and then you also had the make a friend in a weekend, right? Kind of thing, because that was pretty smart too, right? Make a friend in a weekend rather than saying, hey, you're going to have to share a cabin. Hey, let's make it a bonus and make a friend in a weekend, right? So, hey, I'm going to make a new friend. I'm going to shoot some tequila and I'm going to have some marshmallows, right? That's probably not going to go over so great, like with a lot of spouses, right?
Right.
You know, or even us. So we have to have that, like the justification, right?
Right.
On that as well, right? So, but we do want to kind of highlight the fun and push that fun, that little lizard in our brain that wants to have fun, right? Like, this is what I'm going for sure. But you know, people listening to this, right? First, let me ask you, like, what were you estimating to put the event on was going to cost you out of pocket to put it on? Yeah.
So they're paying $300 per person. All of that's going to the lodge. And then we had the tequila and the barbecue and, you know, we're doing a skeet shoot. So we have to bring in the guide for that and all of that stuff. We were right over $10,000 of what it was going to cost me. And honestly, initially I was like, well, I mean, I know the sales that are going to come in on the back end. So it was still going to be okay.
Sure.
But then, you know, we kind of came up with another plan.
Yeah. So I just want to bring this out because, you know, I'm always preaching, like, it's not about the fancy words so much. The words help for sure, right? But we really have to engineer and understand what we're really selling, right? And sometimes there's a cost that goes into that, either monetary, energy wise, or wisdom wise, or if there's a cost to going over that. And I can just imagine somebody that wants to put on maybe a live event or do something cool, that would stop them if they can't write a check for 10 grand, or they're worried about people coming in, that may stop them, right? So we had a call in the Mojo Dojo about, hey, how do we turn expenses into profit centers, right? Yeah, and I'm always so effing proud of you. Like you just like take something and you go run with it, right? But like the next day, you covered all the expenses on that, right? So can you talk a little bit about that? Like,
yeah,
don't spare any details that you don't want to spare, right? I'd like to hear it all.
That was literally the darndest easiest thing I've done all year. I didn't create a fancy Google Doc for it. I didn't like polish up emails for it. I like found my phone contacts on Messenger, text, and a few emails because I only had their email. And I just created a list we had 2 separate groups. We had a preferred vendors group, which is people that I currently work with, and I've sent them some referrals because they do good in our brick and mortar business. Can
you give me like an example, like not who the name of the company, but like, are they a software company or?
So from software companies, from insurance companies, from merchandise companies, from signage companies, kind of those types of things of people we're currently using. And honestly, there was a lot of like return on relationship there because I'm a good customer. I've sent them good customers. And so they know what they're going into. Yep. And then we have the flow. We said, hey, we're bringing 30 of the customers you want here. plus we'll share this on our list, which is all the other customers that you want. Ooh. And I was like, do you want to be on our preferred vendor list? I can share this with you because 1, you've always done great work with me. And 2, when I sent you referrals, you took care of them. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay.
So let me pause you because this is so simplistic and brilliant in a lot of ways, right? So that was the initial conversation. You didn't have like a 8-page text where you say, it costs this much and this is why you should do it. And blah, 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 right? You just said, hey, would you like to be on the preferred list? We got this shindig going on.
Yeah.
Got a big list. Would you like to be the preferred vendor for that? And you shut the fuck up for a second, right? And what was like the responses that you got back?
Like, how do I save a spot?
Yeah.
Like immediately they were like, yes, what do I need to do? And I was like, well, I'm thinking about this much. What do you think? And they were like, oh, absolutely. And I was like, damn, I should have gotten asked for more. And I mean, it was too easy. I just immediately filled all those spots and I was like, well, okay, not too bad. And then I was like, well, if that was so easy, what if we keep going here and try this whole customer appreciation thing? So within software that we use for our customers already, I said, hey, a few folks are coming down to Texas. We love you. They love you. You've helped their business out. We're throwing a tequila bar together for them. And I was just wondering if you wanted to show them a little love as one of your customers. And they were like, absolutely. And I was like, well, however much love you want to share, we'll take. And I didn't put a price tag on it. That's all I said is however much love you want to share, we'll take. And I was getting like cash apps for $1,000. And I was like, okay, we'll take the love.
That's so good though. Like, because you didn't make it, hey, you could download anything. Hey, do you want to sponsor a cabin? Right. You want to, do you want to sponsor a couple rooms? Do you want to sponsor some s'mores event? Do you want to sponsor the country singer? But who doesn't want to sponsor the tequila bar? That's freaking awesome.
Right. Like,
so that's great. Yeah. So, you know, off the top of your head, like how many, was it a couple or was it, how many people did it take to cover that? Cause you got it covered like the next day,
Yeah. I think we have about 7 people total. I have a couple more that I've thought about sending out. It's like, well, why not? What else can we do for some fun this weekend and get something else covered? They all paid a little over $1,000. Well, not all. Some paid 2, some paid 1,000. I mean, it was in there. Yeah. But yeah.
That is awesome. And so you get to put on an event that your people will remember forever, right? Yeah. I mean, and they get some exposure to folks while they're having a good time, right? And, but there's also something else, and you shared it to me in a PM. You said something like, what's really great about this is, and I'll let you fill in the rest of the part, right? So if you remember.
What was this the part about how I can do this over and over?
Yeah. Talk about that. What do you mean by that? Yeah.
Well, like I said, so this specific lodge, it's used about half of the year. So the other half of the year, it's not being used. And so I can literally just say, hey, when do you have some extra available dates? And they'll tell them to me. I mean, it's an underutilized asset, right? As you say, just your assets flowing. And so, and I don't just have to do this with martial arts schools, even though, that's primarily who we worked with in the past. This year, we're going into other local markets. Yeah. So like, who else has market space where they want to have some fun? How many business owners are overworked and need a weekend with their wife in the country, So it's too simple how we can just redo this whole process.
That's awesome. And I really don't think there's a whole lot more to say about a lot of this stuff, right? But I just want people to kind of get like, the more thought and effort and awesomeness we try to put in there, whether it's a digital offer or whatever, right? The easier it's going to be to sell and with less fancy words, right? Like, it's like, Rebecca, the lodge, country singer, s'mores, tequila, skeet shooting. Good God.
Good God.
How could you not be in for that? right? Like, and that's what you want. And that's how you sell these things out, with a little junior high 6-liner and a Google Doc filled with mostly more pictures and probably words on there, right? Which everybody's going to get here to see. Is there anything I should have asked you that I didn't ask, or just anything that bubbles up that you think is cool or you want to talk about? Because I just want to say thanks. And I don't know how I get really excited about this stuff. And I think it's going to be so valuable for folks if they understand, like, the world's your oyster. If you just figure out how can we make it work a win-win-win for everybody, right? So I'm going to shut up and let you.
I mean, honestly, it really is that stupid simple. Cause that's kind of my life, right? It's how I write. It's how I have to do everything. So there's nothing too complicated about it. We're going to repurpose a lot of the content because we've had a lot of people ask us, hey, I can't make it because we've got other obligations, but are you selling the recording? And so, we're going to, make that keep running for us.
That'll be interesting recording with everybody slamming shots back, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be a whole lot of fun. As long as we don't blow anybody's thumb off during the skeet shoot, we're going to do real good.
Maybe you get an insurance vendor out there, right? Like,
yeah, they'll all have to sign a waiver.
That's funny.
But yeah, we're excited. We've had a few people who are like, "Are you gonna throw us in a tent?" I was like, "Nope, we've got fancy lodges, AC, and everything."
That's awesome.
So yeah, no, it was really too easy to throw together. I think we wrote that in like a day. You edited it and we sent it out next day, sold all the spots, got the vendors, and the next day, really, I think we were on that call. So yeah, we're doing good so far.
Well, cool. So everybody, somewhere on this page or somewhere will be the offer makeover and the actual Google Doc. The before Google Doc is inside the Loom that I did, and then you've been kind enough to provide the email and the Google Doc, which is awesome. You guys will get to see after the makeover. But just Rebecca, thank you again for doing this. It's so great. My group is super excited to hear about this, so I'm gonna try to get this recorded and put up and probably get out to them next week.
Yay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You.
Thank you for your leadership.
All right. Bye-bye. Hey, Rebecca, this is pretty darn good. I think this probably would convert all on its own. So the bones are good. I think the only sequencing I would probably change is a lot of this is just for fun, right? Fun. I don't mean just for fun. I mean, we don't want to undervalue the fun, especially these days. And you had a really great price on this, right? So I would highlight more about coming out with a weekend with you and how much fun you're going to have. I might even move one of these photos up. I don't know if there's a picture of you in front of the ranch house or something like that, right? But, and I would probably make it just a little more personal, right? So I'm going to kind of bumble on my thinking here, but I would start with, if you wouldn't mind spending a weekend with me, right, at my lodge in Texas, right, and you currently have around 50 to 100 students, but want to add more students who pay you at least $10,000 each, you too can have new students walking through your front doors each day begging to pay you more money without having to spend $1,000 each month on new leads. Okay. So, to me, I think the big difference here, and maybe I'm wrong, but I bet they don't have 50 to 100 plus students that are paying them $10,000 each. I think that's the biggest thing, right? You two can have long-term loyal students and parents who pay you $10,000 each, right? If that makes sense. Now, we don't want to push the limit too much on that, right? Because they may not be saying, my goodness, I can never sell $10,000, up to, so you might say up to two, I don't know what the thing is, like, $2,000 to $10,000. So you want to just not push the limit too far, right? If that makes sense. But I really think it's a big thing, right? Let's come out to the lodge. Let's learn this new thing. And surely if I can add a student at $2,000 to $10,000, I'll be able to add a bunch more, right? So, you two can have $2,000 to $10,000 students walk through your front door each day, right? I don't know here if I'd probably use begging to pay. Again, we just want to be careful of the I believe button here, right? Begging to pay you more money, right? So I would just be careful of that, right? Because the key thing is like, you just want what's the simple picture? I'm going to go down and visit Rebecca down at the lodge in Texas, right? And she's going to show me how to bring in, I'm charging like $19 an hour or $19 trials, right? She's going to show me how to bring in bigger ticket ones, right? So that's probably what angle I'd go there, right? I'm ready to stop undervaluing my services and how I help people, right? So I'm not going to go this detailed on everything, but I'm ready to stop undervaluing my services and how I help people. There's a big thing about people being deserving, right? So I would say, yes, Rebecca, I'm ready to stop getting paid less than I'm worth for my services, right? Because when you say undervaluing, it makes it sound like it's on them, right? And how I help people. I'm excited to take your MDD blueprint of adding high-value students and add it into my academy, right? So I'm excited to take your I'm excited to follow your MDD blueprint and add high-value students into my academy, right? So we want to chop out unnecessary words and make mind movies, right? Period, right? With your blueprint, I know I can build a successful martial arts school that helps more people change their lives, right? Period. I also want to provide for my family the way they deserve, period, right? So we want to get rid of these really long sentences. I understand there you go. I won't have to offer. I'm so excited that with your method, with your help, Rebecca, I won't have to capitalize to offer $19 trials or give away free classes or waste money on leads that don't convert into students, right? Here's what's going down. Here's probably where I'd do a transition, right? Here's what's going down. First off, we're going to have a ton of fun, right? On February 10th through 12th, first off, we're going to have a ton of fun, right? And I'd move maybe some of these pictures up, right? We're going to have a ton of fun. I bring together a group of growth-focused academy owners who are excited to add our $1 million dojo. So I like to go with words that make a movie in the mind, and I'm not sure what a growth-focused academy owner is, right? I bring together a group of academy owners, right? Determined, right? Or I'm just trying to give it, you can't really see determined, right? I'm bringing together a group of academy owners who are like the little engine that could and determined or something like that, right? But if you can put a mind movie in there, but I think putting the growth focus is too brainy, right? I'm bringing together a group of academy owners who want to be the number one school in their area, right? That's speaking to the reputation, right? And that means they need to grow it, right? Or whatever that means. But so I would just go with something that's more lizard brain, right? And the reason I'm spending a lot of time on this page, because this is the one you want to be like, ooh, I want this, right? On page 1 and by 2, you got to trigger that dopamine squirt, right? So you're making this a side thing. Plus, let's have some fun together. I would make that more of the point, right? Like, hey, I'm a fun little person. Like, I can't learn unless I'm in a fun environment. I feel like you're the same way, right? So let's have some fun while we're doing this, right? I'm hosting this event at our lodge in Texas, bringing out the skeet shoot, fire pit, and s'mores for us to roast under the Texas night sky, right? Even by a country singer, that sounds lovely, right? Like, so I would just highlight that more, right? And then tie into it, right? When we're not roasting s'mores, right? Here's what we're going to do together, right? And then, as Tony was saying, we want to get away from this learn thing, right? And then we also want to cap these off. So you want to bring in the child and overt benefit first, and then the how you're going to do it with the mechanism, right? This is the mechanism. You're starting with the mechanism, exact sales process, right? And then you do benefit, but you want to do benefit first if you can, right? And then this is what I call the parent, right? So this is the thing they might object to, right? So you do the without. So you got that, right? But just flip these around, right? Here's what we're going to focus on together. Watch how we get brand new students to hand us $697 on the first day they meet us, right? Now you'll be able to, because I'm going to hand you the exact sales process that we use, and you do it without a free class and no low ticket trial, right? So I like these. What you did, cash flow is a life or business. Without it, we croak and die. So these are all great. Learn how we add 7 to 15 students on a Saturday morning with only spending $70 on marketing, right? So you could say, don't have a big marketing budget? We've got you, right? We only spend around $70 in marketing, but we can add 7 to 15 students on a Saturday morning, on any given Saturday morning, right? So again, we're getting away from this learn, right? Learn how to build a student journey that helps create students valued at 10,000 or more. Rebecca, is it really possible to create students at 10,000 or more? Yes, right? And we use what we call the student journey, right? This is the A, right? Not the benefit. We call the student journey, right? And we're going to lay it out for you. And by the time you leave, you may have gained a couple pounds from all the s'mores and Texas barbecue, but you're also going to take home the student journey, and you're going to know how to enroll students at 2,000, 5,000, or 10,000, or even more, right? Learn how we build a team to manage your academy so you don't have to be a janitor, teacher, front desk, and salesperson. What's the benefit? They don't have time, right? So lead with the benefit so you don't have to be the janitor. I know you don't have time to be the janitor, teacher, front desk person, and salesperson. That's why we're going to learn how we build. Okay, so there's probably something. Get our org chart, right? Or we're going to spend after lunch on the first day talking about how to discussing how we build a team to manage our academy, right? So, but again, just put child first, and then the adult, and then the parent, right? One man show, no more. I love that. So this is actually a better one man, one woman show, no more, when you have the right people building. So I like that. So learn how we leverage social media. Google has to be a tool for our business instead of wasting money every month. So this is the benefit. This is the benefit, right? Stop wasting every month on leads that don't work. We're going to give you our social media and Google Ads toolbox, right? Does that make sense? So we just want to switch these around. So if you're ready to grow your academy, I don't want anything holding you. Yeah, I don't know if this would be 100% true, but if I think that a lot of them would be like, they kind of want to be the number one. They want to be the go-to. If you're ready to be the go-to academy in your town, right? Or the most recommended academy in your town, right? Even if you're the most expensive instead of the less expensive, right? Because that's what they're brick and mortar always fighting over. Like, what's the price? What's the price, right? I don't want anything holding you back from joining us on February 10th to 12th, right? I've made it super easy to grab a spot. So, super easy. I made it super affordable, right? I made it super affordable to grab a spot, right? Probably easy too, but I'm a giver, right? I've set it up for you to include the lodging, food, drinks, even booze, right? Snacks, taxes, and resort fees are for only $3. So that's going to be a big one. For only $300 per person. And And I'm going to comp in, I'll just make the bigger deal out of it. I'm going to comp in one staff member, right, to come with you too. So that makes it only, that makes it a real steal, right? It's pretty nice Friday where we depart this afternoon. This includes Fridays. So again, I would try to make a mind movie out of this, right? This means we'll get to spend Friday night and Saturday night together. And then we all go home on Sunday afternoon, right? And when I say we'll feed you, I mean prime rib, barbecue, I'll be prepared for the special chef we're bringing in. So see, like this is a whole package, right? They can't even go take a darn, vacation really for that, right? Like that's amazing, right? I'm laser focused on helping businesses grow this year. Maybe you're one of them, right? At this point, I would just assume the sale, right? So it's super important. And we say, we'll feed you. I mean, primary barbecue. I'll be all prepared for you by the special chef we're bringing in, right? I'm laser focused on helping more business grow this year and so excited, right, to help you build your school and share a barbecue rib dinner with you, right? Or grill s'mores out by the fire pit, right? Just don't get me singing, right? Like, or maybe Rebecca, you sing great. I don't know. I don't know about you, but a weekend of fun for only $300. Plus, you get all the secrets on building $1 million dojo. This may be the easiest decision you make all year long. That's really powerful and compelling. That's what I'm saying up here, right? Reply back with save my spot. Perfect. Then I do the same thing with every bullet point, right? Make a friend in Texas. So that's a great benefit, right? Life for the entrepreneur could be lonely. Part of the weekend fun will be lodging with schools across the nation. You'll be assigned to a cabin with a few folks. Who knows? You might become one of the best buds and meet up at Turney's at Turney's? You go meet up at Turney's. I don't know what Turney's is. Future MDD events. Our schools have find a ton of value and camaraderie. Our schools have fun or find. So I don't know what that means, but special Zoom session with me, right? Special Zoom implementation, right? Or jump on Zoom and let me help you get her done, right? Something that will benefit, right? Here's what I know about live events. You walk away with questions. Instead of paying $500 for a one-on-one session with me, you'll receive a 1-hour Zoom bonus call. Okay, that's cool. Special owners huddle on Friday. So this is a feature, right? We're going to find what's the benefit here. I usually for these VIP mastermind dinners who pay $40K a year. It's about Friday goes to all owners, right? And this you'll get to meet $1 million earners, right? So great. Meet $1 million earners on our special owners huddle on Friday, right? So put the more the benefit, right? And really even meet $1 million earners. What's the benefit from that, right? Find out what $1 million earners are doing, right? And our special owners huddle on Friday, right? So put benefit on there, right? So don't ask if you're ready because you want to assume they're ready now, right? All you have to do right now is reply back, save my spot, right? I'll shoot all you have to do right now is reply back, save my spot. Let me know if you have any food allergies, right? And I'll shoot your contact info over to your event coordinator and she'll send you an invoice so you can secure your spot, right? So you don't necessarily have to say this, right? I'll shoot your contact info to our event coordinator, right? And then she'll let you know what's next so you can secure your spot, right? So and it's not here nor there. They say invoice, right? But what we really want to do is just get those reply backs, right? So again, the big thing about these kind of things, we really want dopamine triggers, right? And to not go into the analytical part on these. So there you go. I kind of went probably deeper than I thought I was going to on this. But yeah, move one of those picks up, right? Get that fun in there. I really like that one line, right? So first we're going to make this a weekend of fun, right? We're going to hang out, make the pictures, right? Plus you're going to get all the secrets on building $1 Million Dojo, right? So I think that's the real thing we want to hit them with right away, right? If that makes sense. So there you go. Talk to you later. Hey. So getting a lot of folks asking me for some 5P examples. I love that. And I have tons of examples. And so I want to share one with you. This is on a lower ticket thing, but it works the same on bigger ticket stuff. You don't have to use all the 5 Ps at once. A lot of my posts are just 1 P, right? I may be talking about the pain or the price. Could just be my personality, my barbecue face pick or something like that. So it's really just a matter. I mean, it's like a color palette. You can take it and you can paint with it. It's pretty cool, but you just want to be using those 5 Ps in your pre-selling. In this example, I'm going to show you, we're using all 5 of the 5 Ps. And it's been pretty darn effective, for what we're doing. I'm going to show you here in a second, but we're getting a 3% from, readers to paid, on that. If you look at it from just the people everybody that saw, all the unique visitors, from the email opens, we're about 7%, free to paid on that. And that doesn't sound that awesome, really. I mean, it even if you had a sales page, that would be some pretty good numbers, right? But there is no sales page. There's no sales page. So it's strictly content. I do have a paywall in there. Some buttons where they can do a paid to upgrade, but it's pretty much strictly content. So if you want content that sells, you just want to use those 5 Ps. So let me see if I can push the right buttons here and share my screen and get this baby started here. It's probably going to show my old Zoom screen first. So let's talk about this one is particularly long. I call it a mini book on this, but it doesn't have to be that long. But it's called The Truth About Passive Income. And this actually went out to 2,167 email subscribers, got like a 42% open rate. Out of that, there's 160 paid subscriptions. It's about a 7% response rate, but that's not really 100% accurate because actually 5,186 people have seen this. And here's why. One, there was 4 shares after reading that. Also, I've got this interlinked into other emails and articles. So there's more visitors here. I've run a little bit of cold traffic to it and posted out on my social media site. So altogether, the 5,186 folks that have seen this turned into 160 paid subscriptions, which is 3%. Roughly 89 free subscriptions, right? So my asset, it's a self-multiplying asset. It's multiplying by itself. And 4 shares after reading this, which is not too shabby. I've had some that when I've asked for shares, get 56 shares, right? And a whole bunch of free subscribers, right? So it's another thing too, not just for sales, but using the 5 Ps gets people, it makes it, people always say write good content, right? This is kind of the thing here, right? This is how do you write good content? Well, the 5 Ps is one of the answers to that, right? So this is a little review. We think of the 5 Ps as a sales sandwich. There's 2 pieces of bread, meat in the middle, and then condiments and lettuce, right? Lettuce or whatever other stuff's going to go inside. So the top piece of bread is present pain, right? It's always a good place to start with. The bottom piece of bread, we want to pre-sell the price. And this doesn't mean pre-selling the price of our product. It's the price that the pain, it's the cost of not having this solution, right? You're going to see that here in a minute. And then the most important part of the sandwich is the meat, right? Or the tofu, if you're vegan, right? If that happens to be the case, or whatever else vegetarians or vegans might use on the sandwich that is like the meat, right? So we name sandwiches based off of the meat. We got a bologna sandwich or a tuna sandwich or a roast beef sandwich, right? So the meat is the most important part. And that is the plan, right? That is the plan. What is their old current plan? What is the pain of that current plan? Or what is the cost of that current plan? And then we come in with our new plan, right? And that is the meat of the sandwich. And then the mayo, the mustard, or the whatever the liquid condiments are, is our personality. We want to put some personality in there. And lettuce and tomato and those kind of things are philosophy. It's kind of the way, philosophy is the way our perspective, our point of view on the world, which is very, very powerful. Especially if we have a different point of view, or that kind of like, whether they agree with it or not, gets people to read it, right? Well, it's a different point of view than I've heard before, right? So that's kind of the sales sandwich, just as a review, the 5 Ps. Let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Well, not real quick. We're going to actually dive into it a little bit, right? Hopefully you're seeing what I'm seeing here. If not, this is going to be pretty boring, right? I am going to go through this. I don't think I'm going to go through it word by word. I just want to pick out some of the P's and what I'm doing with it here, right? So the title, The Truth About Passive Income. This is something that they want, the passive income. So it kind of is part of the top piece of bread. The present pain is them not having passive income, right? So you can do stuff like that, but I'm going to come in. What's the opposite of passive income? An active income job, right? So job is their current plan, is their current plan for a lot of the folks. And if it's not a job, the next current plan they have is a business. Now watch what I do by kind of Xing off those options. One of the things we want to do in our pre-selling is take a look at the options and kind of X those off as not the best option, right? But we also want to do it without offending them, right? A lot of marketers are very offensive, right? If you're doing this, you're just dumb. If you're doing that, you're an idiot, or blah, 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 right? I've just never found that to be a very, conducive way to win friends and influence people, right? It's a good way to infuriate people and make enemies, right? So I like to move it over to a story, metaphor, right, or an analogy, right? Anytime you're going to talk about something familiar, you want to link it to something new. Anytime you're going to talk about something new, you want to link it to new and unfamiliar. You want to link it to something familiar, right? So that's why I like stories and metaphors and analogies and such, right? So punch in, clock out, get a check. It's totally fine for some folks. For some though, it's like getting kicked in the private parts every morning when the alarm goes off. So I'm kind of giving them a little bit of personality and philosophy here, right? I did it for almost 3 full decades. I didn't hate it, just felt kind of dead inside. So this is pain, right? And price. This is pain and price. It's the price of keeping this job, right? Like empty. There had to be more than life to this. Truth is, at times, I think my wife, my sons, and my family all wondered if I were dead too. I miss anniversaries. I miss birthdays. And my pops was always asking me to go fishing with him. You know what I always told him? I'm so busy, maybe when things slow down. He was always gracious. Okay, Travis, I'm so proud of you. And he guessed where I was when he passed away? At work, right? So I'm really going into not so much the pain, but that's part of it, but also the cost, right, of keeping this job, if that makes sense, right? So I go into that a little bit more. And then I look at the next, what they may have been looking at as their current plan, which is a business, right? hey, I want to own my own business so I can get away from this job, right? But a lot of my people are already business owners or they're already freelancers, right? And this has just kind of been my own experience too, right? What is the opposite of an active income job? A business, right? Right? Well, that's what I thought. And I compressed this down. But what I discovered is a business, the last thing you want to start if you want more free time, right? My buddy, Ryan Daniel Moran says, yeah, like I want more free time. So let's start a business is like saying I want more free time. Let's have a kid, right? It totally doesn't work for more free time, right? So I'm just kind of Xing off that part of the plan, right? Business or a side hustle is not the answer to passive income, right? So I'm kind of setting them up or positioning things for a new plan, right? When you see the false assumption, what I call this busting false assumptions, right? When you bust a false assumption, it leaves us open for something new, right? But I've got to carry this out a little bit more because I'm going to start leading this into my new plan, right? Business or a side hustle, right, is not the answer to passive income for two main reasons: bogged down and bankruptcy, right? Bankruptcy is running out of cash and bogged down is running out of time and energy. So what I've done here, and you're going to see this word bogged down in a lot of the story here, bogged down, bogged down, bogged down. And I do this purposely because what bogged down becomes is our enemy outside of ourself, right? I don't say, well, this is what a lot of folks do. Well, if you were only more motivated, you would find the time, right? Or, you just don't want it bad enough, right? I bogged down, right, is the enemy, but it comes with this business or a side hustle, right? You're just going to run out of time and energy, right? In every kind of story, there's an enemy, right? Darth Vader, right? There's just kind of this enemy that you're fighting against, right? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? How the reindeer that were laughing at him and calling him names, right? There's just kind of this enemy inside, right? So bogged down is kind of the name for that enemy, if that makes sense. And it's part of the present pain, right? It's part of that top bread, right? Because they can say, man, that's me. I feel bogged down. I feel out of time and out of energy, right? So I see this in the build agency and freelancing space a lot, right? And I know a lot of my folks are copywriters, freelancers, and in agencies, right? Even if they got all the leads they wanted for free and they don't, give them 5 days or 5 weeks and they got so many bosses, clients, they get bogged down, right? So you can see I'm just talking about the pain and the price of this enemy and keeping the current plan, which is a job, a side hustle, or a business. And I'm not saying to get rid of it. I actually tell them don't get rid of it, right? But what we're talking about is how do we get to the passive income, right? Bogged down is running out of time and energy. There's one main culprit I've discovered. It is creating, right? So now I'm starting to get into my new plan. I'm still kind of talking about the problems with the old plan, right? But again, this is how we get them open their minds to the new, getting ready for the new plan, right? The bogged down is running out of time. There's one main culprit. It is creating a product and service, creating the audience list subscriber base, creating customers from the above. Creating takes a heap of energy and time. Now let's talk about bankruptcy, running out of cash. Where do we spend cash? We spend on all the things we don't have time and energy to do on the list above. If we pay for Facebook for traffic, if we pay someone to manage ads for us, we are trying to compensate for our time and energy by spending cash to get it. So take a second. This is important. It is bogged down that causes bankruptcy. So again, I'm just tying this one thing as the cause of all problems, right? And you can't get away from it with their current plan as far as passive income goes with a job, a side hustle, or a business. And again, I'm not saying not to do those things. I'm just saying a business is not, or a side hustle is not passive income, right? This is the truth. By the way, this is called the truth about passive income, right? So there you go. In other words, it is time and energy drains that we try and compensate for spending cash, and bogged down is caused by creating. So again, I just make this clear. I'm not saying not to create. I'm not saying not to have a business. I have a business, right? And those kind of things, right? I just kind of tie it in. Creation equals bogged down equals bankruptcy equals not passive, right? So is it starting to come into focus for you, right? We don't want to create traffic and we don't want to create the product or service. Is that even possible, right? We don't want to do any of those things, right? I'm not. It just seemed like it seemed impossible to put a man on the moon, right? Now, what I'm doing here is paving the way for my new plan, right? Because they may be thinking it's impossible. So what I'm just tying in to my new plan, right? How it could be possible. It was impossible to put a man on the moon, impossible to cook a potato in a minute. It's impossible to put a phone, computer, and GPS in the palm of your hand, right? It is totally possible to produce value and passive income without creating every darn thing yourself, right? And this is kind of the new plan, right? I'm going to name the new plan here in a minute, right? It's always great to name your new plan, right? When you produce value from what the others have created, you don't get bogged down. No creation equals no bogged down equals no bankruptcy equals passive income. So it's the opposite of what I was just talking about, right? Traffic equals no energy drain and very often free. Product, no energy drain and can be sourced free or cheap with no bogged down. We just put the two together. I used to call this piggybacking. And that was it. I used to been piggybacking since 2004, or longer than that actually, but it's the first time I called it piggybacking. But I'd piggyback off of other people's traffic and I'd piggyback off of other people's product. Then I go into a story, right, about this, right, to kind of bring that home, right? That piggybacking is an unbusiness. And it's true. And I've been chastised for this, right? Your ego must be okay with being different. People tried to chastise me and told me all the time, it's not a real business or you're not creating anything. What they didn't know is I also wasn't tied down to anything. No bosses, no clients, no customers, no bogged down and plenty of passive income. I can knock out a whole day's work in an hour if that. And the trick wasn't outsourcing my bogged down bits. Peer pressure can be a real mother trucker. Again, personality, right? And philosophy. I say the things, but it's rare that I won't say it's rare. I try not to, unless I'm super excited, right? To just come out and just be cussing left and right? I probably was cleaned it up just a little bit here because I'm assuming that this will live out in the universe for a long, long time. So I cleaned it up a little bit, but I figured out, though, that I want to separate out what gives me passive income and what gives me purpose. Now, what is that? Is that personality or is that philosophy? That's philosophy, right? And then you go like, oh man, that makes so much sense, right? A business is a great tool for purpose and even profit, but it's a terrible bedmate for passive income, right? Philosophy. This is something, oh my God, nobody's told me this before, right? I always they say, start a business, the E-Myth, right? Get people to run it for you. It's going to be passive, right? One day, someday, you'll have an exit, or one day, someday, you're going to make this stuff work for you, right? So note to self, and here's what I say, note to self instead of remember this, right? Just so I can be on their side of the table, right? So I can be their, colleague and collaborator, not the enemy across the table, right? So with that warning out of the way, let me lay out the 3 main ingredients for producing, not creating passive income through piggybacking, and give you 4 examples plus a Zoom call where you're going to ask me anything so you can start your first or next passive income stream without bogged in. Now, here's the important part. This is where the paywall went. That's all I did. The rest of this here for the people that weren't subscribers said the rest is for paid subscribers. Now, there's a reason why I put these words here, right? So I'm going to lay out the 3 main ingredients for piggybacking, right? By now, it's going to be curiosity. They're going to want to know that and give you 4 examples. What I know a lot from folks is that people have trouble taking a concept and applying it out in the real world, or taking it and coming up with, how do I apply this? How do I apply it, right? Because that's one of the reasons they're always asking for examples, right? So all I did right here is put the paywall. Now, the rest of this, right, went out to the people that had paid or already paid folks. And all of this is really great. Like if you want to read through that, that's awesome. People are just loving this. The comments are just nuts zongo on it. But I just want to just kind of stop it here. Now I've lost myself. Here we go. So this is where the paywall is, right? I would show that to you, but I don't know how to do it here. I don't know how to be like a free subscriber here, but all it is, it just says the following is for paid subscribers, right? And then what happens with some of these, see this is where it says subscribed. It's saying that because I'm already subscribed. So if they weren't subscribed, this would allow them to put their email address in and subscribe. Or if they're already subscribed, what this pops up is upgrade to paid. That's all it says. Upgrade to paid. So they're reading this and it says upgrade to paid, right? I put these in strategically in the copy. So upgrade to paid, right? Upgrade to paid, right? So that's all this does, right? Nowhere does it say, hey, there's a special offer, you're going to get this deadline, or the quantities are limited, or any of that kind of stuff. And I'm on 3% conversion of everybody who saw this content, right? Just using the 5 Ps. So hopefully this is a great example for you. I kind of went through it quick because I know that reading copy is not the most scintillating thing in the whole world, but all the 5 Ps are there. You don't have to start out, and have them in order, right? It's kind of, you have choices in making your sandwich, right? But typically I start out with the present pain, right? That's what gets people to stop a minute. Hey, this is me. Hey, I have this problem, right? It gets them to stop a minute. Then I kind of switch over to the price of their current plan, whatever it is, right? I kind of look at their current plan and wait what might not be working then, and then I introduce the new plan, right? And all interweaved in there is my personality and philosophy, right? Again, you don't have to use all those. Like I have posts that are just like a few lines long, which is the plan, right? Or just the present pain caused by their current plan, right? And escape from that pain with the new plan. Or I just do personality, or I just do philosophy. You want to see a lot of philosophy ones, go look at my personal profile. You'll see a lot of philosophy posts. What you don't see behind the scenes is a lot of times when I post those, people reach out to me and they're like, dude, how can I work with you? Right? So you can put these out sporadically. You can put them all, you can compress them all to get faster conversions, right? Anything that you want to do on that. So I hope this helps. I'll talk to you later.